Hey guys, tonight we walk into a quiet potting bench hidden in a Norman apothecary's garden. You spot a wooden bench beneath a canopy of dew-kissed vines, its rough planks soaked in cool earth. The air smells of rosemary, thyme, and the faint scent of damp clay. You feel the soft earth beneath your feet, the bench offering a quiet resting place. You probably won't survive this unless you're a gentle soul who talks to plants. So before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe. But only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Drop your location and local time in the comments so I can match the sunset to your sky. Now dim the lights. Maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. The bench leans slightly, as if inviting you to lean back and let the garden speak. You place your hand on the worn edge and feel a faint vibration in your fingertips. The breeze carries a chorus of leaves and soft whispers of soil. It tastes slightly metallic, like the aftertaste of a forgotten coin. You close your eyes and imagine each herb breathing along with you. The world outside seems a distant hum, a lullaby of distant traffic and distant chatter. A single robin clucks from a nearby bush, marking the time of day with its tiny, earnest voice. Historians still argue whether the true length of the Nile was measured correctly in antiquity. This debate lingers like the scent of oregano you almost taste. The soil beneath the pots feels like a pillow, warm and moist, ready to cradle any new seed. A gentle rustle emerges from the bench's backrest as a small plant unknits its leaves. The bench's wood shudders slightly, as if answering your thoughts with gentle vibrations. You feel the bench's vibration, like a heartbeat syncing with your own. It is a reminder that life, like this bench, is rooted in steady support. You close your eyes again, focusing on the rhythmic pressure of the bench. Each breath feels like a ripple across a still pond, spreading outward. The garden's night air smells of cedar, pepper, and fresh rain. You notice a tiny spider web glistening, beads of dew catching the moonlight. A gentle shiver runs up your arm as the web quivers in the wind. You smile at the tiny marvel, and the bench's presence steadies your smile. You lean into the bench's curve, feeling the wood soften at the contact. Your shoulders relax, and you realize you had been holding them tight all day. The bench is like a supportive hand, guiding you back into ease. You can hear distant bells, faint and melodic, echoing through the night. You imagine those bells ringing in a quiet chapel, a faraway memory. The bench's soft creak sounds like a lullaby, soothing your inner child. You feel gratitude for this moment, the bench and garden sharing their calm. A small moth flutters near the bench, drawn to the soft illumination. You watch it as it lands, resting momentarily on the bench's edge. It disappears as quickly as it arrived, leaving the bench undisturbed. You sense the energy of the bench flowing into your chest like a warm tide. You feel your breaths deepen, as if the bench is breathing with you. The bench's wood creaks softly, a steady soundtrack to your night. You imagine the bench as a living entity, holding the weight of the garden. You notice a small lichen patch on the bench's post, a gentle green speck. Its presence reminds you of nature's persistence. Even on hard surfaces, you feel the bench's steadiness, and you breathe in that steadiness. You think about the ancient trees that once stood here, roots buried deep. You imagine their trunks, now gone, leaving a space filled by this bench. You trace a finger over the bench's smooth curve, feeling the grain. The bench's texture is warm, and it feels like a hug from an old friend. You remember a childhood memory of a grandparent's garden, simple and gentle. You feel that memory surface, sweet and comforting, as you sit here. The bench feels as if it knows your history, sharing its quiet wisdom. You relax into that knowledge, letting the bench's steadiness guide you. Soon, the bench's gentle weight becomes a grounding anchor. You hear the bench's quiet lullaby, each note a story, each creak a memory. You feel the bench's presence as a steady anchor against restless thoughts. The bench's silence acts like a gentle blanket, muffling external noise. You listen to the quiet hum of the garden. The bench's hum is part of it. You feel a sense of safety, like a child in a familiar room. You feel your body sinking deeper, aligning with the bench's gentle curve. You let the bench's steady rhythm lull you toward dreamland. You notice the bench's grain forming a subtle pattern, like a map, each grain a story, each creak a secret. The bench's weight is a soft, supportive hand. Your heart calms, your mind relaxes with each breath. The bench and garden together create a peaceful symphony. You let that symphony carry you to restful sleep. You can still hear the faint sound of the bench creaking gently. That sound becomes part of your nighttime ritual. You feel a deep sense of peace as the bench cradles your rest. You stay, listening to the bench and the garden whisper as night deepens. Your body fully relaxed, settling into the bench's embrace. You allow yourself to fully let go of all conscious thoughts. Your breathing slows, and the bench stays steady beside you. You feel gratitude for the bench's quiet support this night. You imagine the bench's steadiness extending into tomorrow. You feel the bench's presence as a promise of safety. You settle into final slumber under the bench's gentle watch. You feel the bench's calm echo within your heart. You drift further, like a leaf in a peaceful stream. With each breath, the bench's rhythm quiets your mind. You close your eyes, slipping into a gentle night. You remember the quiet bench and its steady comfort. You can feel the bench's presence as a quiet lull. You feel your body light, weightless, safe in the bench's shelter. You remain there, breathing slowly, as night wraps around you. You sense the bench's steady heartbeat, aligning with yours. You let the bench carry you into deep sleep. You dream softly, guided by the bench's constant hum. The bench remains, a sentinel at the edge of dawn. You sense a quiet calm, a lull that settles you. You feel the bench warm from a night of gentle stone, cool today. The air tastes of morning mist, soft as a cat's sigh. You inhale the sweet hush that clings to leaf edges. The dew glistens like tiny silver lanterns perched in vines. Each drop vibrates with a quiet, crystalline note. You watch a single bead slide down a basil stem. It shimmers, refracts, then vanishes into the green forest. The bench hums a lullaby only the plants can hear. It is a low hum, like a distant choir, gentle. You pause, letting the sound wash over your thoughts. There is a rhythm in the rustle, a natural metronome. Your breath syncs with the subtle vibration. You notice that light catches the dew, turning them into stars. The morning sun is still shy, peeking through cloud edges. Birdsong rises, a melody that feels like piano notes. You let the melody drift into a calm, slow beat. Your skin tingles with the soft, electric feel of dawn. The bench's wood feels seasoned, a history wrapped in grain. You remember a story about a Norman apothecary with a secret garden. In 1791, the French Revolution began with the first public execution of a noble. The same year, a small village garden blossomed in memory. You chuckle at the absurdity of historical dates in a garden. The bench whispers ancient wisdom, like whispers from old walls. You feel a gentle tug in your fingers, as if the plants are reaching. Your palms glide along the bench's smooth edge, searching comfort. You hear a faint creak, like a sigh from ancient stone. The bench's vibration feels like an invitation. You lean in, feeling the pulse of soil beneath your fingertips. The soil glimmers, wet from night's last dew. You notice a small sprout peeking through, green and bright. It feels like a gift, a tiny promise tucked under leaves. You think of a quirky legend about a cat that left a glowing paw print. That paw print still shows up on the bench at night. Even now, in daylight, you can almost see its silver outline. You laugh softly, a joke about your own cat's mysterious paw prints. You wonder if the cat could read the herb's secrets. The bench feels oddly alive, like an old friend from a forgotten era. You sit deeper, letting the world drift away. A breeze sneaks across the bench, carrying a subtle fragrance. It smells like rosemary, thyme, and something sweet. Your nose catches a hint of cinnamon, a possible twist. You remember a story of an herbalist who added cinnamon to her pot. The smell is soothing, almost like a lullaby for your nose. The bench hum continues, steady and comforting. You close your eyes, letting the sound lull you. The coolness under your bare feet is earthy and refreshing. You feel the garden's pulse resonate with your heartbeat. The dew begins to shimmer anew as the sun gains strength. The light now paints the bench in golden highlights. It feels like tiny rays dancing across a wooden stage. You imagine the bench as a small stage for the plants. A subtle voice whispers, "Remember that crocodile dung sunscreen." It echoes your past playful jokes, adding to the atmosphere. The garden smells like wet leaves, damp earth, and a hint of citrus. You find a small stone, smooth and worn from years. Your hand feels the stone's coolness against your skin. You pause, noticing the patterns etched into it. It looks like a tiny map of the garden's heart. You wonder if any ancient map used stones as markers. A memory of history flickers, and you realize how old this place feels. Historians still argue whether the moon was made of cheese. The debate keeps minds swirling, almost like the wind above. You laugh at the absurd question, your chuckle filling the air. Your senses mingle with the morning, a gentle chorus. The bench vibrates with a small electric current. It feels like a low hum, comforting and steady. You can hear the slight rustling of leaves overhead. A soft breeze brushes past, cool against your cheek. Your ears catch a faint giggle from a distant garden. The garden seems to pulse, breathing with the morning light. Your eyes adjust to the brightness, feeling the calm settle. You feel a wave of serenity wash over your mind. The bench's wood, seasoned and rough, feels like an old storybook. You imagine each grain telling a tale of past seasons. The bench's edges are smooth from years of use. You feel a sense of safety as you sit, surrounded by plants. The bench holds quiet power, a gentle anchor in a busy world. You take another breath, letting the silence speak. A faint scent of loam fills the space, warm and inviting. You notice a speck of dust on a leaf, sparkling in light. The dust shimmers like a tiny constellation. It seems ordinary, yet feels deeply connected to the garden. The bench's hum deepens, like a choir growing in volume. It feels like a lullaby echoing through stone and ground. You feel the world slow, the noise dimming to a soft background. A whisper travels across the leaves, as if the plants gossip. You listen, hearing the rhythm of green voices. The bench's warmth rises as the sun climbs higher. You feel your body align, matching the natural rhythm. Your mind drifts to thoughts of calm. A gentle memory of childhood gardening visits surfaces. You think about the first time you touched soil. The memory brings a small smile to your face. The bench's hum acts as a grounding anchor. You remember a quirky tidbit about an old belief. Some people say that if you leave an apple under a pot, the plant turns into a disco ball. That idea makes your imagination spin, like a whimsical dance. The bench continues, steady and peaceful. You breathe in the fresh air, the scent of herbs. Your heart beats in sync with the bench's vibrations. You feel the calm growing, like a tide receding from a storm. The bench seems to sing, a low but hopeful tune. You close your eyes, entranced by the sound. The light brightens, shining golden on the bench. The bench gleams, a golden ribbon under the sun. A small bird flutters by, landing near the bench. It looks at you, eyes bright and curious. The bird chirps, a soft rhythm to match the garden. It seems to watch your face with quiet attention. The bench continues to hum, a gentle lullaby of stone. You feel a sense of awe at the simplicity and depth. Your thoughts settle deeper into the present. A distant breeze carries the smell of fresh rain, even though clouds are yet to arrive. The light filters through leaves, making a soft mosaic on the bench. The bench becomes a canvas for the world's quiet. You feel the peace settle in your shoulders, easing tension. Your fingers trace the worn grain of wood, feeling its story. The bench's wood, seasoned and rough, feels like a long-lived friend. You hear a faint crack, a gentle reminder of time passing. The bench seems to echo the quiet of a well-kept garden. You notice the dew on the leaves is glimmering like stardust. You think of the stars that once shone in the night sky above your bench. You feel an almost tangible connection that ties earth to sky. A soft laugh escapes your lips, small and content. You recall a joke about your own cat chasing a yarn ball through herbs. The bench vibrates with a subtle, comforting hum. It feels like a safe haven, a place to pause. Your thoughts feel lighter, unburdened by the day's worries. You open your eyes, watching grass blades sway gently. A small insect buzzes close, adding a soft hum to the air. The insect seems to dance in the rising light. You smile, enjoying the small moment of wildness. The bench continues to hum, a lullaby that soothes. You feel the bench's warmth on your back, steady and calm. A gentle breeze brushes your cheek, carrying the scent of summer. You feel your pulse sync with the bench's low hum. Your breathing deepens, slow and rhythmic, matching the garden's beat. You feel the bench's vibration wrap around you, protective. The sunrise spills golden light across the bench. The bench glows softly, as if lit from within. A tiny firefly hovers, its light flickering gently. It seems to nod in tune with the garden's hum. You see the tiny creature flash before your eyes, disappearing. The bench keeps its calm, silent guardian. You feel your mind settle, letting thoughts drift like leaves. The bench's hum stays constant, steady and reassuring. The garden's breath merges with yours, a shared gentle rhythm. You feel a sense of balance between your heart and the wood. You notice a small speck of water on the bench. It is a tiny reflection of the sky above. The bench glows with the sun's warmth, a quiet hearth. The bench provides shelter from any imagined storm. You feel the world shrink, focused on this quiet place. Your thoughts become gentle currents, aligning with the bench's vibrations. You listen for a whisper, something almost like a memory. The bench's hum rises slightly, like a gentle crescendo. You feel your breath deepen, following the sound pattern. A distant leaf taps the bench, rhythmic and gentle. You notice how small sounds blend into a lullaby. The bench continues its soft, comforting hum. The light grows warmer, enveloping the bench in a golden glow. You feel the bench's vibration deepen, almost like a soft heartbeat. Your mind drifts peacefully, calm and relaxed. You sense your body aligning with the bench's rhythm, steady. The bench's hum is a soothing mantra. You feel gratitude for the gentle present. The bench stands tall, supportive, quiet, strong. You remember a joke about a basil plant that dreamed of dancing. Your smile brightens, feeling light as a dandelion puff. You breathe deeply, inhaling the subtle aroma of herbs. The bench's hum provides a steady anchor for your thoughts. You feel your ears open, catching faint insect whispers. You sit in stillness, listening to the soft, steady music. You sense the bench's gentle pulse guiding your calm. A faint ripple moves across the surface of the dew. The bench's hum rises like a quiet ocean tide. Your breathing matches the rhythm, slow and steady. The bench's wood feels rough, ancient, comforting. You feel the bench's energy, soothing and protective. A subtle scent of pine rises, a reminder of ancient forests. The bench remains, a steady presence in a dynamic world. You feel serenity settle in your chest, a gentle hug. The bench's vibrations carry the essence of sleep. You notice a fleeting image of past gardens, bright and alive. The bench's hum carries the memory of an old apothecary. You sense a moment of clarity, calm, pure. Your breath settles, aligning with the bench's steady hum. The bench carries the weight of 1,000 nights' calm. You feel the bench's warmth like a gentle hand. A distant thunder rolls softly, far from the bench. The bench remains undisturbed, calm, unwept. You close your eyes, feeling the gentle pulse. A dream of a quiet bench surfaces, bright and peaceful. You feel your body melt into the bench's embrace. The bench's hum carries the world, steady and safe. You listen as the garden's breath and the bench's heart align. You are in a present, calm and full of peace. You feel the bench's vibrations slowly drifting deeper. A single raindrop falls, adding a soft percussion. The bench's hum deepens, soothing and constant. You feel the calming rhythm, steady, reassuring. The bench whispers, calm and gentle, inviting sleep. Your breath becomes slow, deep, matching the hum. You feel the bench's energy enveloping you, soothing. A quiet breeze flows across the bench, fresh and cool. You feel the world quiet, the bench's hum as soft as a lullaby. The bench stands, timeless and steady, a comforting presence. You sense the damp hush of soil settling beneath the bench, each stone a silent witness. The bench's worn wood creaks softly when the wind brushes its face, like a sigh from a forgotten era. You press your palm to the grain, feeling the coolness rise, an ancient pulse that lingers. Below the bench, a nest of sturdy pots glows faintly from within, stewardship written in clay. Each pot holds a different plant, but they share a quiet, common breath, roots intertwined in silence. The soil around them hums with hidden remedies, an orchestra of tiny, living secrets. You observe the subtle dance of green fingers, tugging at the earth, each movement a small revelation. Roots crawl beneath the surface, searching for moisture, feeding on the garden's generous kiss. You inhale the scent of loam, a warm perfume that reminds you of childhood beds. Around the benches, herbs lean close together, forming a tapestry of fragrances, mint, rosemary, and something sweet. You feel a gentle press against your fingertips, plant stems inviting connection. encouraging gentle touch. A whisper of wind carries the aroma of fresh rain, even though the clouds have yet to arrive. The bench seems to breathe in rhythm with the wind, steady, slow, hypnotic. You pause, letting the sound lull your thoughts like a whispered lullaby from nature. The plant's leaves glisten, reflecting tiny specks of light like miniature moons resting on bark. In this moment, history feels tangible. You imagine the garden's previous caretakers. Did they pause to listen to this very hum? You wonder. You recall a mainstream fact. William, the Conqueror, built a garden in Normandy that inspired future apothecaries. The garden's soil remains, a living archive of centuries. You touch a pot, feeling its rough exterior, each ridge a fingerprint from ancient hands. A quirky tidbit flickers in your mind. Someone once claimed the pots sang when the moon hit their walls. You shake your head, smiling at the absurdity of the rumor. Roots press against the soil, absorbing the garden's kiss, an invisible connection that feels almost spiritual. You notice the subtle shift in light, dusk drifting over the bench, soft, amber. The bench stands patient, rooted in story, waiting for next breath of life. You remember another anecdote, an old apothecary who said the scent of basil could stop a cough in a single inhale. Today, that same basil curls around your fingers, breathing tranquility. The air thickens with the sweetness of time, an herbal reminder that the garden heals. You close your eyes, focusing on the soft thud of your own pulse, matching the bench's rhythm. The bench seems to swallow the noise of the world, silencing distant traffic, distant chatter. A gentle wind stirs the air, bouncing against leaves, producing a soft, rustling symphony. You smile to yourself, feeling the ancient humor of the plants. It's almost a private joke. You turn inward, letting each breath deepen, slow, deliberate, calming. The bench's wooden frame feels solid, supportive, ready to cradle your weight. Below the surface, the soil speaks, roots whispering to roots. You feel the weight shift into the earth, gracefully balanced, like a long-lost friend. A small seed cracks open, a tiny green shoot popping, nature's own celebration. The pot's soil glistens, droplets of dew gathered, tiny mirrors in miniature. You think of the quirky myth that a garden's soil can hum when the sunrise hits it. You chuckle, imagining the garden singing an old lullaby. You continue to breathe slowly, each inhale a shared secret with the bench. The bench's stone edges are worn smooth by countless hands, yet it still stands. You feel a small tug of warmth rooted in the soil, flowing up your arm. The bench's hum deepens, soft like a lullaby from a quiet cathedral. You pause, listening to the quiet symphony, silence, rustle, breath. You feel the bench's energy steady, dependable like a trusted friend. The garden's plants, unseen but felt, seem to breathe with you. You remember the historic debate. Does the scent of herbs have the power to ward off demons? Historians still argue whether herbs were used to heal dragons in medieval lore. You grin, delighted at the absurdity of the question. The bench's surface cools as the wind moves, like a gentle hand rubbing your skin. You sense how the stone remembers each touch, each story a living memory. A new plant sprouts near a pot, its stem eager, reaching forward. Roots sink deeper as the soil draws water from unseen channels. You feel their tiny pressure on your fingertip, soulful, humble contact. You inhale the earth's aroma, a mix of dampness and sweetness. The bench resonates with the sound of the garden, soft, constant, reassuring. A laugh bubbles into the air, spontaneous and bright, like a tiny choir echoing. You hold your breath, feeling the bench's steady rhythm, slow like a lullaby. The soil's murmur seems to say, stay, breathe, find rest. You let the bench guide your thoughts away from the day's noise. You close your eyes, allowing the bench's calm to fill the space around you. The bench listens, with no judgment, just quiet, patient support. A breeze passes through the leaves, humming like an old friend's gentle voice. The bench seems to sing, low and hopeful, as if the plants are whispering. You feel the bench's vibration, like a gentle ocean tide, undulating. Your breathing syncs with the bench's pulse, steady, deep, relaxed. You remember the quirky story. An old gardener claimed that a basil plant could dance after midnight. The plants seemed to agree, swaying softly, as if in a slow, rhythmic dance. The bench feels solid and steady, an anchor in a fleeting world. The garden's scent of lavender rises, calming like a warm coat around your mind. You feel the bench's presence, steady, reliable, a harbor for restless thoughts. The bench's hum lingers, quiet, continuous, soothing as a soft blanket. You lean into the bench, feeling it support your body, weightless, calm. The bench's worn wood under your palm reminds you of all those who sat before you. A small stone lies beside the bench, smooth, carved by time itself. Its surface catches the light, casting tiny shadows, small, fleeting reflections. You trace its edges, feeling the history it carries like a secret. The bench keeps the hum soft, steady, making you feel less alone. You notice the quiet interplay of light and shadow, softening the bench's edges. You feel your breath deepen, matching the bench's soft, steady rhythm. You close your eyes, letting the bench's vibration wash over your body. You feel the bench's energy, comforting and protective, like a soft, warm blanket. A subtle rustle sounds, leaves moving in a small wind, tiny percussion. The bench's hum becomes a lullaby, low and constant, almost like a second heartbeat. You inhale deeply, focusing on nature's breathing, matching the bench's gentle rhythm. You feel the world quietly fading away, from distant traffic to faint chatter. The bench's stone feels solid, grounded like a steadfast rock in a shifting sea. The garden's plants, unseen yet felt, seem to exhale with the bench. You remember an old legend, a garden that could heal any sickness with its secrets. You smile at the whimsical nature of that tale. The bench continues to hum, quiet, reliable, a companion in the garden's hush. You feel your heart soften, a gentle, deepening calm. The bench's vibration invites you deeper into this quiet place, so easy to find bliss. You breathe in, exhaling slowly, letting the bench lead you further into serenity. The bench's hum stays steady, reassuring like a small lullaby. You are surrounded by calm, your thoughts quiet, the bench steady. You feel the bench's presence, unwavering, supportive, while the garden exhales around you. The bench's vibrations become a soft song, like a gentle tide, soothing. The scene around you is pure, untroubled, just this bench and quiet plants. You are in a place of peace, a sanctuary hidden in the garden's green. You feel the bench's pulse under your skin, a steady, comforting rhythm. The bench is a constant, steady, patient, inviting. You sense the garden's secrets quiet, hidden, waiting to unfurl. You feel each breath aligning with the bench's hum, slow, deep, balanced. The bench's vibration lulls your body and mind into a gentle, slow state. You linger in the bench's warmth, soft, welcoming, grounding. The bench feels reliable, an anchor in this garden's moving story. Your thoughts settle deeper, finding calm in the bench's constant hum. A light breeze touches your face, soft, cool, like a whisper. The bench's calm wraps around you like a blanket of serenity. You sense peace taking root, small, steady, lasting. The bench stands as a quiet testament, an ever-present, unwavering friend. You close your gaze, listening closely to the bench's calm, to the garden's soft whispers. The bench's hum slowly deepens, like a steady heartbeat. You inhale, exhale, letting the bench carry you into a state of gentle rest. The bench's presence is calming, steady, gentle, unhurried. You feel the bench's vibration echo through soil and stone like a hidden current. The bench's hum becomes a lullaby, quiet, soothing, a promise of stillness. You let the bench's steady rhythm ease your body into calm, slow, deep relaxation. In this garden, the bench offers a gentle, steady place, a refuge from the world. You let the bench guide you deeper into a hush that feels almost mystical. The bench's presence steadies your breathing softly, rhythmically, deeply. You feel the world dim softly, slowly, as the bench's hum grows. The bench's vibration is gentle, like a second heartbeat, steady and soothing. You breathe in, feeling the bench's calm pulse deep, slow, gentle. The bench's hum is a lullaby, soft, consistent, inviting. You relax in its embrace, slow, steady calm. The bench's vibration settles like a soft tide, quiet, rhythmic, steady. You sit in the bench's quiet, hearing the garden's gentle breathe. The bench holds a steady rhythm, deep, safe, still. You feel the bench's gentle, grounding vibration, a steady, calm, reassuring pulse. You breathe, letting the bench's hum guide and cushion. The bench's vibration feels like a lullaby, soft, steady, soothing. You notice your body relax, slow, deep, peaceful. You allow the bench's steady hum to deepen your calm, unhurried, quiet. The bench's presence is steady, a reliable anchor, a gentle companion in this soothing space. You feel a final calm wash over you, slow, deep, tranquil. A perfect closing breath. You pause, letting the bench's silence settle into your ribs as if it were a whispered lullaby. The vines crawl around the bench's frame, weaving green lace that feels like an ancient embrace. You notice each tendril twines in a different rhythm, as if humming old lullabies to the earth. Historians still argue whether these vines were planted by monks or by clever thieves hiding at night. You press fingertips along the bark, feeling the roughness soften with age like a friendly memory. A subtle scent of damp moss rises, filling your nostrils with nostalgia for gardens you never saw. You recall a mainstream fact. The Romans carved stone benches in their villas to host tea parties. Quirky rumor whispers that vines could sing when the moon hit their walls. You slide your back against the bench, and the wood hums softly beneath you. The bench's rhythm syncs with your heartbeat, offering an accidental meditation you didn't ask for. The vines around you twine, as if folding you into a soft green blanket. You hear faint crickets, their chorus mixing with the gentle rustle of leaves. A butterfly flits past, its wings beating against the quiet air, almost whispering. You feel the bench's silence deepen as the world's noise shrinks to a distant hum. The vines seem to listen to the sky, drawing light and shadow into their leaves. You breathe in, feeling a gentle pressure rise between your ribs, like wind seeping through stone. The bench cradles your shoulders, and you lean back without effort, trusting the wood. The vine's green fingers tickle your skin, nudging you deeper into relaxation. The bench's shadow stretches slowly, a giant slowish hand across the stone floor. You feel the ground vibrate faintly, the pulse of ancient earth beneath the bench. The breeze twirls through the vines, stirring leaves like a soft wind instrument. Your mind drifts, and you realize the bench has taught you to pause without asking. You notice small seedlings tucked between the roots, their green tips barely visible beneath soil. Their presence feels hopeful, a promise of new life sprouting beneath the quiet bench. A sudden chill curls around you, and the vines tremble softly, like a whisper in heat. You breathe out and feel the bench absorb the tension, releasing it slowly into the earth. The vine's leaves creak lightly, a subtle percussion that matches the rhythm of a gentle drum. Your ears pick up the faint sound, and the world feels almost too quiet. The bench's wood seems to breathe, exhaling a calm that settles over your shoulders. You feel a subtle pulse under the bench, the earth's heartbeat syncing with yours. The vines cradle you like a nest, their tendrils gentle as a lullaby's soft kiss. You hear the faint click of a distant windmill, but it feels more like a dream. The bench's stone edges cool your hand when you touch them, a gentle shock of nature. You feel a connection to the past, imagining gardeners of old humming as they tended weeds. The vines' tendrils wrap around the bench, a living tapestry that embraces calm. You let the bench carry you into stillness, surrendering to the quiet that hangs like a shawl. The vines ripple, as if in a gentle wave, washing away the day's noise. Your breathing slows, each exhale longer, letting peace seep deeper into your mind. You can almost taste the soil, smelling damp earth and faint thyme. The bench's quiet hum grows into a low, continuous lull, a steady drumbeat of serenity. Your thoughts drift like leaves, unanchored, yet you feel safe amid the vines. The bench supports you like an old friend, a presence that offers comfort, not judgment. You inhale and hear nothing but the soft rustle, the bench's own tender breath. A shadow drifts across the wood, the light fading, and the bench feels even more cozy. You feel the vine's light pulse, each leaf resonating with the earth's slow song. Your pulse sinks, and even your thoughts soften into whispered notes. The bench feels like a cradle, rocking with earth's rhythm, gentle as a lullaby. You close your mouth to avoid disturbing the quiet, and the garden keeps its breathing. The vines sway, and you think of a child playing in a sandbox, pure and calm. You notice a faint humming, maybe a mosquito or a distant engine, yet it feels small. Your mind settles into the bench's rhythm, letting the world slide down the side of a pond. The bench's quiet pulse invites you to stay longer, to linger in its soft embrace. You feel every breath echoing against the stone, a gentle reminder to keep breathing. The vines wrap their thin arms around you, a living hug that feels both soothing and protective. You lean into the bench, trusting its old wood to hold your weight without complaint. The bench's presence feels like a safe harbor, where even the wind takes its time. A distant child's giggle travels over the grass, but the bench keeps your focus steady. The vine's leaves brush lightly against your cheek, like a feather brushing a page. You feel the world contract, and the bench becomes the universe of calm. The soil's whisper grows louder, a gentle mantra that lulls your mind into twilight. You sit deeper, aligning your core with the bench's stable rhythm, feeling steadier. You notice the vines forming a natural canopy, a green roof above the bench. The canopy filters the light, giving the bench a softer, dappled glow. You feel the vines touch like a warm hand against your shoulder. Your mind settles into the bench's quiet hum, a lullaby that never fades. You hear a subtle chime, perhaps a distant bell, adding rhythm to the silence. The bench feels like a timeless friend, holding you within its gentle embrace. You breathe slow, letting the gentle vibration soothe each muscle, each thought. The vine's leaves tremble, a slow dance that mirrors the rhythm of your pulse. You feel the bench's stone surface cool, a chill that feels refreshing and natural. The air here is a soft hum of leaf and stone, like a choir in a quiet hall. You sense the world softening, your worries slipping away like leaves in wind. The bench's frame feels sturdy, grounded, as though built to last centuries. You can't help but wonder which gardener first placed the vine around this bench. Maybe it was a hermit seeking a quiet spot amid the hustle. The vines have probably wrapped themselves around the wood for decades, if not longer. You imagine this bench has seen lovers, painters, scholars, each leaving an invisible mark. You hear a faint rustle, perhaps an animal, or the wind. Your mind remains grounded. The vine's touch on your arm feels like a reminder that you are part of this quiet story. You find yourself breathing slower, in tune with the bench's ancient pulse. The bench's quiet voice seems to echo in your thoughts, drawing you into calm. When you open your eyes, the evening sky is a soft gradient, painting the bench. The bench feels heavier with your presence, yet it holds you without strain. You find gratitude for the simple moment, the quiet, the vines, the bench. A small wonder. The vines continue to sway, a slow ballet that keeps the bench alive. You feel the bench's pulse matching yours, a shared rhythm that steadies your breathing. You close your eyes again, trusting the bench to keep you safe. You close your eyes again, trusting the bench to keep you safe. The basil's scent swells, curling over your head like a soft blanket. It tastes of sunlit dreams, whispering lullabies to tired wanderers. A gentle breeze lifts the aroma, its coolness painting calm across your skin. You feel your thoughts drift in sync with the basil's soft, swirling rhythm. It's as if the plant exhales whispers for sleeping souls. Imagine, if you will, a basil sharing secrets with a weary traveler. Historians still argue whether the ancient basilists had a secret society, like a fragrant guild. It would have been easy to mix herbs into potions. Quite literally, you imagine a spice rack replaced with a treasure chest of leaves. The scent of basil reminds me of a cooking show that keeps running on autopilot. Did you know that the Great Wall of China stretches over 13,000 miles? The wall's winding path mirrors the basil's gentle spiral through the garden. The basil's aroma reaches beyond the bench, crossing borders unseen. Even the ancient stones exhale a whisper of distant time. The soil beneath the basil pulses, as if holding a secret diary. Your fingertips trace faint roots, feeling their coolness against your palm. They match the breathing you just heard, a steady heartbeat. Close your eyes, and you hear them humming a minor chord. The basil's leaves unfurl slowly, like a sigh at dawn. Beneath the hush, they jokingly tell a joke about rain. The bench amplifies the whisper, sounding like a bedtime story. A hidden child behind a stone might giggle if she hears it. A quirky tidbit floats around. Basil plants might change color when you speak softly to them. Some experimental botanists claim it happens. The scent intensifies, as if the basil's heart leaps like a startled cat. You relax further, letting the garden breathe along with you. Your vision softens, turning the bench's bark into a velvety blanket. The basil's warmth settles on your shoulders like a gentle scarf. The air smells of mint, rosemary, and a faint hint of old parchment. You inhale slowly, noting each scent's rhythm. The basil's petals gleam, reflecting a tiny sun in the garden. You feel a subtle warmth through the bench's cracks. The bench cradles you with weightless embrace. You imagine the bench as a sleeping dragon, rocking with a gentle sigh. The basil's breath mingles with night air, coating the earth in hush. You let the scent anchor wandering thoughts. The bench's wood vibrates to a frequency matching your heart. You sense the garden pulses in sync with your own. Citrus hints brighten the mellow aroma. Light flickers through leaves, dancing on the bench's bark. Your heart settles like a stone dropped into a still pond. Every breath reminds you of the bench's comfort. The basil's scent swells, wrapping senses in a warm blanket. You imagine a leaf in a grand procession carried by wind and basil. The bench's shadow stretches, merging with night's lullaby. Your mind settles, wrapped in restful lull. A gentle chime rings, the bench with a tiny bell. The sound sounds like wind through thin reeds. The basil tastes, now a blend of rosemary and forgotten spice. You sit deeper, letting the garden fill your chest. The bench feels warm, absorbing a sunset's glow. You think the bench is a memory capsule from a forgotten era. This thought lulls your mind into a peaceful, cinematic dream. The basil's scent echoes through the garden's silent choir. In the distance, a robin chirps like a soft piano key. The bench shudders slightly, a rhythmic pulse that feels like a living heart. You sense the night's breath, quiet and steady. The bench's presence feels like a safe harbor. You close your eyes slowly, the garden whispering deeper. The basil's scent tightens, settling like a soft blanket. Your breathing sinks with the bench, a gentle lull pulling you down. You feel the bench learned to soothe every muscle. The basil's aroma carries a whisper of vanilla and honey. The bench's surface warms, a gentle hug of light. You imagine a sunlit basil field, endless and fragrant. The hush thickens like a blanket stitched on a moonlit night. The bench's vibration becomes a lull echoing through leaves. You feel calm seep into your bones, a flow of tranquility. The basil's scent mixes with cedar, grounding your mind. You breathe. The garden's quiet like a silent concert. The bench's wooden heart hums lullabies to the clouds. The basil leaves whisper, "Rest now, weary traveler." The breeze pushes a sigh across the bench's surface, a gentle exhale. The bench sways slightly, acknowledging your presence and promising calm. You inhale slowly, and the world feels small and kind. You exhale, letting the garden's hush swallow every restless thought. The bench cradles you, and you slip into a dream of fragrant lullabies. The garden lights dim, and the stars start their applause. You giggle softly, realizing even the bench prefers a quiet evening. The basil curls, looking like a tiny sleeping dragon curled on a sunbeam. You feel a gentle pressure against your shoulder, a friendly nudge. The bench hums a rhythm like a lullaby you once heard on a quiet train ride. You realize that the bench and basil are the night's best storytellers. The scent lifts you from the earth, as if a cloud carried you. Your mind drifts to distant fields, oddly comforting. A light breeze brushes the bench's face, humming a tune only a leaf knows. The basil releases a hint of mint, whispering, "Wake up. The world is still yours." You laugh, thinking the basil might be a secret life coach. The bench steadies you, like a loyal dog that never chews your slippers. The night deepens, and the stars keep their silent vigil. You feel the earth exhaling, its breath mingling with yours. The bench whispers, "You are safe here." Even when the world moves fast, your body settles, the final pause you need before drifting to sleep. You feel the loam beside the bench, warm and forgiving, its texture like a sigh. The loam cradles each potted friend, a silent custodian of green life. You feel its dampness under your fingers, a gentle reminder that soil loves touch. The bench hums softly, harmonizing with the loam's subtle vibrato. Your breathing slows, syncing with the earth's slow pulse, now a lullaby in miniature. The loam, a maestro of moisture, offers a steady drip and applause to the basil's leaves. Historians still argue whether loam's earliest cultivation began on Martian soil, a fringe theory that sparks curiosity. The soil below feels like a time capsule, a container of centuries of roots. You remember that ancient Roman farmers measured soil by feel, not by fancy gadgets. The loam absorbs light, turning photons into nourishment for every speck of leaf. While the bench remains silent, the earth whispers in a low, comforting tone. A quiet joke creeps in. Soil must be the earth's version of a quiet friend who knows secrets. The loam's scent, earthy, rich, with a hint of wet stone, fills your nasopharynx. Your scalp tingles as if the ground is humming low notes through your skin. Loam's dark grains settle around your fingertips, whispering stories that only seasoned gardeners hear. The bench cradles your shoulders, a support for both body and soul. You lean forward, feeling the weight of loam, a gentle, reassuring hug that is not literal. You hear a subtle rustle, root systems moving like small, silent dancers. The bench's bark smells faintly of cedar, a scent that marries well with loam's damp sweetness. You inhale the cedar mixture, feeling a wave of calm wash over your limbs. Loam remains patient, never demanding, only giving back in small, steady releases. You note the presence of a tiny worm, nature's recycling system, that flits between the soil's heart. Loam also hosts fungal threads, a complex network that looks like invisible highways. You feel the bench's vibrations sync with your heart rate, a rhythm that feels almost magical. A chuckle rises from your mind. Perhaps soil has hidden Wi-Fi, connecting plants across the garden. The loam's darkness cradles nutrients, a black pearl nourishing every green soul. You close your eyes, letting the earthy scent travel from your nose to your brain. The bench, silent, watches over. Its wood creaks softly, a sigh for the resting leaves. The loam whispers, its grains forming a lullaby that is both ancient and tender. You notice a subtle shift, a tiny ripple rippling down the board from left to right. The bench's side holds a small, faded inscription. "Rest here, weary souls." You brush your fingertips over the letters, each a promise of tranquility. The loam glistens faintly as dew forms, each drop a tiny mirror reflecting calm. A light joke surfaces. Dews are nature's tiny water balloons, ready to pop into leaves. Your breathing becomes a metronome, steady as the loam's rhythm. The bench's grains feel warm, a subtle heat that comes from Earth's core. You hear not a sound, but a feeling, a gentle presence humming around the bench. The loam's nutrient content is like an invisible library, each vitamin a book waiting to be read. An ancient tale whispers, people once buried their fears in loam, hoping soil would swallow them. Your imagination flutters, conjuring images of a garden as a sanctuary for secrets. The bench's boards feel cool, a reminder that night brings respite. Loam, unlike sand, remembers everything: climate, plants, even the whispers of distant footsteps. You touch a root exposed near the bench, feeling its smooth texture. A subtle scent of earth, nutrient-rich, sweet, and comforting, enters your senses. You recall that in 1865, George Washington Carver taught farmers how to enrich loam with peanuts. The bench seems to listen, its timbers absorbing every word you murmur. You feel a lightness, a small weight lifted, perhaps from a lingering worry. The loam's surface swarms with tiny creatures, invisible yet vital participants. A quiet joke returns. Those creatures must be the soil's undercover agents, snooping for nutrients. The bench's edges feel soft, though their solid wood a paradox that invites your curiosity. You hear a distant rustle of leaves, wind playing a game of chess with branches. Loam remains a quiet companion, always there to absorb, to keep everything balanced. You feel a sensation, like a soft drumbeat that synchronizes with your pulse. A joke reminds you that loam's rhythm is just nature's version of a metronome. The bench's creaks feel like soft music, keeping your mind at ease. Your thoughts soften into whispers that blend with the loam's subtle lullaby. You lie back, allowing the bench and loam to cradle you like a child. The bench's wood shimmers faintly under the moon, reminding you of stories old and warm. The loam's hum rises, a gentle crescendo that lifts your breath. You close your eyes again, feeling the benchmark of tranquility that loam and bench create. The bench sighs soft, deep, a release of tension that follows you into dreams. All sounds merge into a single lull, letting your mind sink into slow waves. Loam's texture remains warm, steady, a foundation that steadies your sleeping core. You drift, the bench and loam working together, keeping the room filled with hush. A final joke lingers in the air. Maybe loam likes to nap too. The bench's vibration slows into silence, a calm, deep pulse ready for dream. You let go, surrendering all thoughts into the loam and wood's quiet embrace. Your body becomes as light as a feather, suspended over the bench, ready for night. The loam hums a final note, soft, lingering, a promise of dawn. The bench sighs once more, welcoming the sleep that comes. You feel the world fade, leaving only breath, loam, and bench. In the whisper of that stillness, you realize sleep is here. A tiny beetle scuttles across the loam, its tiny legs a rhythmic drum. Its movement feels like a secret dance, choreographed by nature's unseen conductor. Your sense of touch deepens, picking up faint vibrations from the ground. The bench's wood seems to breathe, exhaling slow, soft sighs every few minutes. You imagine the bench as a giant sleeping cat, its paws resting on the soil. The loam's scent intensifies, releasing subtle aromas of forest sap and damp stones. The bench creaks again, a gentle reminder that even in stillness, motion persists. Your mind lingers, yet the quiet pull keeps it from wandering far. A soft chuckle escapes, as if the loam whispered, "Hold tight, I'm here." The bench's shadow shifts slightly, dancing like a lazy river. You feel a gentle pressure on your back, perhaps a phantom cushion of soil. The loam's texture seems to hum a soft tune, a lullaby tuned to your heartbeat. A breeze stirs, bringing faint sounds of distant birds echoing through the garden. You focus on the sound, letting each note wash over you like a wave. The bench holds your weight, grounding you like a seasoned rock. A small ripple lingers in the loam as water settles after a rainstorm. The bench's wood smells sweet, like fresh-cut cedar, intertwined with loam. You sense a calm flood of sleep, washing away residual tension. The loam's embrace feels like a giant blanket woven from the earth. You close your eyes, letting the bench absorb the last of waking thoughts. The bench sighs once more, each breath a promise of restful night. The loam hums like an old heart, slowly beating calm into your chest. You drift deeper, your mind folding into the soft echo of earth. The bench's shadow grows faint as twilight dissolves into night. You exhale slowly, each bubble of breath dissolving into loam's steady rhythm. There is nothing else, just you, the bench, the loam, and a silent promise. You finally surrender to the night, feeling every part of you at peace. Sleep settles, gentle and firm, as the bench watches over the garden's hush. You are one with the earth, resting, breathing, dreaming. You feel the loam beside the bench, warm and forgiving, its texture like a sigh. You press a thumb into a knot, its roughness hums a low lullaby. The wood, seasoned by seasons, replies with a soft sigh that sinks your breath. Your inhale lengthens deep, deliberate, like a song you've never heard before. You pause again, letting a single breath escape, steady as a metronome. You feel the bench's vibrations settle beneath your palm. A faint chill climbs up the wood as afternoon light fades. You imagine the bench as an old friend who holds your worries. You lift your hand to trace the carved initials, feeling the groove. The wood's texture whispers, a story in every groove. You chuckle softly. Bench has a better memory than your phone. You think of garden gnomes, but this bench keeps secrets far quieter. You hear the faint tapping of a passing breeze, rhythmical as a lull. It lulls your thoughts, making them slip like leaves across water. You feel the bench's comfort tightening, a reassuring arm around your shoulder. You close your eyes, the world narrowing to the bench's gentle pulse. You notice a small insect, perhaps a beetle, clinging to the bench's edge. It hums a tiny tune, a micro symphony that adds to the bench's lull. You smile, thinking of how even small life forms help create peace. The bench sighs, a soft exhale accompanying the insect's song. You feel your hand glide along the wood, feeling the grain's gentle arc. It is a comfort that feels like a slow, steady pulse of earth. You imagine the bench's wood has a memory of every breath you've taken. It echoes back, a gentle nod that says, "You are here." You notice your thoughts settle like petals on water, guided by the bench's rhythm. You feel the bench's presence surrounding you, a circle of wood and time. You relax more deeply, the bench's gentle weight easing tension. You close your eyes again, drifting further into this soft, grounded world. You think back to the 17th century botanists. Chelsea's first botanical garden opened in 1673. Heroes in green caps, they planted vines near benches, laughing at the sun. Historians still argue whether bench seating influenced early botanical sampling methods. You lean back, letting the bench's wood settle around your shoulders. You notice the bench's texture, smooth under a thin layer of dust. Its grain runs perpendicular, an ancient line, a quiet road for roots. You breathe, and the bench's slow exhale syncs with the air. You think, this is a natural pillow, but for soil and leaves. You feel the bench's weight, a comforting anchor in the garden. You imagine it as a sturdy friend, holding a pot of basil patiently. The bench hums, just a quiet rhythm that lingers near your thoughts. Your mind syncs with it, a gentle beat that soothes. The bench echoes the soft murmur of a distant wind. It remembers every step, every breath pressed into its wood. You feel a subtle pressure, as if the bench itself is listening. Your breath deepens, easing the body. You sense the bench's breath, low, steady. A subtle vibration travels through the wooden slats. You think of a lullaby from the past, sung by the leaves. It reaches you, soft and old, like an ancestor's voice. You feel your fingers trace the bench's edge smooth. The wood's memory is in the grain. The bench feels older, yet new. You whisper a thanks, as if it were a friend. The bench smiles, its wood a quiet nod. You sit, feeling the bench's presence wrap around you like a cloak. It offers a steady hum, a gentle vibration. You feel the bench's heartbeat in your pulse. You breathe, and the bench does too. You notice you are not the only one resting upon this bench. Ancient kings, quiet poets, and wandering gardeners have all known its comfort. The bench holds a history hidden in its grains, a silent story. You feel part of that story in the wood and the soil. You feel the bench hold your silence, a steady, unhurried rhythm. It is your sanctuary, your pause in the garden's bustle. You inhale deeply, feeling the bench's calm seep into your spirit. You exhale, releasing all tension into the soft wood. You can hear a faint crack, an old wood sigh, a reminder of long decades. You whisper to the bench, "I think you're doing great." The bench smiles. Its sound is comfort, not judgment. You breathe slower, allowing the moment to stretch. You think about the bench's weight, the bench's gentle pressure. It feels like being held by a forest of trees. You feel a sense of belonging, a quiet reassurance. You settle into the bench's gentle gravity. You hear a quiet hum, a metronome that keeps you centered. You laugh softly, thinking the bench's rhythm might match the universe's beat. Your breathing sinks, as though the bench guides each inhale and exhale. The bench keeps time, each creak a metronome that keeps you centered. You sit in quiet reverence, the bench breathing alongside you. Its steady pulse becomes your guide, leading you toward gentle rest. The bench whispers, "Rest," a simple promise carried through wood. You inhale slowly, exhale fully, and allow the bench to hold you. The bench listens to your thoughts, turning them into soft vibrations within its grain. These vibrations drift outward, mingling with the scent of damp earth. You notice the bench hums back, a subtle wave that matches your breathing. The bench's quiet chorus reminds you that you are part of a larger, gentle rhythm. Your mind feels lighter, floating like a feather. You sit back, satisfied, ready for rest. You feel the bench's weight, a comforting anchor against the gentle night. The bench's creaks echo like wind chimes, each sound a note in a slow symphony. You imagine these sounds as the garden's own breathing, a slow exhale. A historian still argues whether the bench's creaks truly influenced early botanical studies. The garden's silence is broken only by the distant call of a nightjar. You think of the nightjar's song as a metronome for your breathing. Your shoulders relax, the bench loosening any tension you carried during the day. You close your eyes, feeling the moon's light wash over your face. The leaves overhead flicker like starlight, each movement a tiny drumbeat. You hear a faint voice in the wind, telling you to breathe in, breathe out. You inhale, feel the cool air fill your lungs, and exhale, letting worries drift. The bench feels like a cradle, rocking you gently within the garden's night. It is as though the bench has a pulse, a quiet rhythm matching your own. You lean back, letting the stones support your back like a gentle pillow. A small spider, a silent observer, stretches its legs across the bench's surface. The spider's movements are a subtle reminder that life thrives even silently. You laugh softly, imagining the spider might consider this bench a throne of its own. You feel a sense of belonging, as if the bench recognizes your presence. The bench reminds you of the history of a place where scholars once gathered. A mainstream fact says the Royal Horticultural Society was founded in 1804. It feels that the bench might have been there, watching gardens evolve. The night deepens, and the stars become a tapestry above the garden. You feel the bench's wood warm, as if it absorbs the night's coolness. You notice the faint hum of insects, a natural choir singing quietly. You think the insects are like tiny musicians playing a lullaby. The bench's edges glow faintly from the moon's reflection, soft and comforting. Your thoughts drift to the ancient practice of using herbs for sleep. You feel the bench's steady rhythm like an ancient metronome guiding sleep. Someone suggested using the bench to practice dramatic monologues. You chuckle. You imagine the bench as a stage, the garden a silent audience. A faint scent of rosemary drifts, its scent soothing your senses. The bench offers a steady hum, a low thud that feels like a heartbeat. The night air thickens with cool, herbal perfume. The bench seems to exhale. Your breathing becomes a rhythm, synchronizing with the bench's subtle creaks. You feel almost weightless, suspended between earth and starlight. The bench's surface feels smooth, a gentle contrast to the rough stone. You sense that the bench's ancient wood has absorbed centuries of stories. You feel the bench's memory like a tide, ebbing and flowing, a memory of a gardener's laughter surfaces, an echo hidden in the wood. You imagine that laughter is a hidden soundtrack to the bench's existence. The bench seems to respond with a comforting creak, as if acknowledging this dream. You feel your heart settle slow, like a river finding calm. The night grows deeper, and the garden quiets further. You sense the bench offering shelter from the wind's sudden cry. You lean into the bench, allowing its weight to soothe your back. You feel the bench's patience, a teacher sharing quiet knowledge. You recall the story of an ancient monk who used bench silence for meditation. His meditation guided by a bench is a timeless practice. The bench offers a steady rhythm, guiding your thoughts to soften. You feel your mind dissolve into the bench's gentle groove. The bench feels like an old friend telling you to breathe, breathe, breathe. You let your breaths align with the bench's slow creak, like a duet. A subtle sound drifts wind through leaves, a whisper in the dark. You hear the bench saying, "Stay here, relax, let the night soothe." You feel the bench's deep pulse echoing a lullaby from centuries past. The bench continues to hum, like a soft hum from a distant galaxy. Your thoughts fade, replaced by the gentle hum of the bench's wood. You listen, feel your nervous system unwind under that soft resonance. The bench holds you, gently rocking you within the garden's breath. You feel your eyelids grow heavier, the bench's calm, inviting sleep. You think of the moon, the stars, the bench, and feel gratitude. You realize the bench became a nightly companion, a soothing guide. You rest, hearing the bench hum as it closes the night. You sleep, the bench's rhythm keeping your breathing steady. The bench's surface bears faint scratches, tiny fingerprints of countless hands pressed over years. You trace those scratches with a fingertip, feeling the stories they hold. You imagine each scratch is like a chapter in a hidden book. The bench seems to echo the past, its wood resonating with whispers. A subtle scent of pine creeps through the air, mingling with the herb aroma. Your heart beats slower, like a drum slowing to dusk. You picture the bench as a vessel carrying centuries of quiet. A crack in the bench's front panel reveals a green moss sprout. The moss glows faintly, a living ember in the dark. The benches creak slow, matching the slow tick of a hidden clock. You think of the bench as an ancient timekeeper. You recall Monet's painting of a garden bench, a masterpiece of repose. The brush strokes captured the bench's gentle sway under a sunlit sky. You imagine the scene as if you could step into the painting. The bench's presence is a quiet force, a gentle gravity pulling thoughts. A joke lands in your mind. A bench once held a secret meeting with squirrels. You laugh, imagining the squirrels whispering political debate. Your mind drifts to a legend of a moonlit garden where herbs sing. You feel the bench as a conductor of that silent symphony. The garden's night hums with a chorus of crickets. Each cricket's chirp is a steady beat in the night's rhythm. Your breathing aligns with the cricket's melody, a natural lullaby. You sense the bench's wood vibrates, absorbing the cricket's tune. The bench feels like a resonator, amplifying the garden's song. You feel your mind loosen as the bench offers an anchor to tranquility. You imagine a scholar arguing the bench's acoustics, influence early botanical notes. The bench's history is woven into every crack, every groove. You sense the bench remembers the first seed planted nearby. A historic fact states the first garden plot in Britain was in 1545. You feel the bench as a silent witness to that early plot. The bench's wood carries the echo of distant laughter. You can almost hear the murmur of people sharing tea under its shade. The bench's creaks are not mechanical, but seem rhythmic, like a heartbeat. Your thoughts become a soft murmur, harmonizing with bench. You feel the bench's deep-rooted calm flowing into your veins. A joke surfaces. Someone claimed to read poetry to the bench, but it never replied. You chuckle, imagining the bench as a patient listener. The bench feels alive, a keeper of silent stories. You feel the bench as a gentle reminder that time slows here. The sky darkens into a velvet curtain star by star. You listen to the bench's whisper, inviting you to sleep. The bench's breath is slow, steady, like an old lullaby. Your body relaxes, your heart slows, and sleep draws near. You imagine the bench cradling you as you drift into slumber. You feel a sense of safety around the bench, like a guardian. You rest easy, bathed in moonlight, bench humming a lull. You slip into dreamland, bench steady as a watchful moon. You breathe slowly, benches echo with each exhale. You are surrounded by herbs, stone, and the quiet of night. The bench stays in place, a steadfast friend. You feel the bench's warmth seep into your soul. You hear a soft sigh from a distant branch, a subtle harmony. The bench whispers, "Stay close, breathe slowly, let time soothe." You accept the quiet invitation, letting the bench guide your rest. You surrender to the bench's embrace, drifting soft into sleep. You press the lid of a tiny lantern. The wood creaks softly, as if greeting you. The flame sputters, a shy wink against the dusk that settles like velvet. You place the lantern beside the bench, the light guttering over stone like a miniature aurora. The candle's glow flickers, painting the surrounding plants in gentle amber brushstrokes. A stone path shivers, absorbing the warm pulse of the flicker. You hear the rasp of a distant owl, a soft reminder that night has come. The crackling of the flame dances in synchrony with your heart, a slow duet. You inhale the scent of wax and earth, a perfume that feels oddly comforting. The bench feels cool, the stone grounding your thoughts as the candle's flame wavers. There is a hush about the garden, a blanket of quiet that stretches around you. You sense a pulse in the stone, like an old friend's steady breath. You watch the flame jitter, a tiny star trapped in a tin cup. The garden's shadows lengthen, swallowing the brightened corners in a slow embrace. You hear the tiny shiver of leaves, a chorus that syncs with the candle's flare. You remember that one time a candle was lit on a banquet table to signal the king's return. Ancient etiquette, you say. You pause, laughing softly at the odd ritual of burning wax to signify royal presence. The breeze sighs through herbs, whispering secrets only the night would understand. You feel the candle's warmth against your palm, the fire's glow like a second skin. A quiet trickle of light seeps over stone, outlining shadows like a slow, deliberate sketch. You see the tiny cracks in the bench's back, each a small galaxy of possibility. You let your fingers trace the ridge of the bench, feeling the grain under calloused skin. You exhale, letting the candle's heat spread through the air, softening edges of your thoughts. You feel the candles glow as a lullaby, each flicker a gentle note of reassurance. The stone beneath the bench feels cool, a perfect contrast to the candle's gentle heat. You hear the faint crackle of wax, a heartbeat that syncs quietly with your pulse. You think of the ancient Romans who traded glowing beeswax for honor and illumination at public baths. The candle's light dances, a slow waltz on the wet stones that glow from the flame's kiss. You breathe deeply, let the candle's warmth fill the marrow of your lungs. You recall a medieval monk who used candle soot to add a deep hue to illuminated manuscripts. Quirky legend. You smile. The flame flickers, turning into an amber eye that watches over the garden's hush. You close your eyes, the light filtering through leaves onto your eyelids like a warm sigh. You feel an ancient rhythm, the stone resonating with the candle's pulse, a subtle symphony. The garden smells of rosemary and candle wax, a scent that mingles into a single bouquet of calm. You sense the candle's embers whispering stories of candle makers, of bees and plants and old wood. You listen to a faint buzz of insects, a gentle hum that complements the flame's subtle crackle. You note a gentle clink from a distant metal pot, a distant sound that keeps the garden alive. The candle flame shivers, painting the surrounding petals in a gentle amber halo. You laugh softly at the thought of a dragon guarding a candle in a forgotten courtyard, imaginary but oddly comforting. You feel a chill creep up your spine, not of cold, but of anticipation. As the candle's light shifts, the stone benches beneath the garden's green canopy feel solid, as if holding the world for all time. The candle's flame flickers, a brief blaze, like a secret thought shared between the night and the stone. You hear birdsong, though the night is quiet, a faint chirp that seems to sync with the candle's tremor. You feel an invisible hand guiding your breath, as if the bench holds a steady rhythm. You wonder, like a child, if the candle's light is a messenger of the universe. The candle's glow is a steady compass, guiding your thoughts away from restless edges toward calm. You feel the ancient whisper of the candle's origin, the story as old as fire itself. You recall that the earliest candles may have been plant waxes, a debated point that still intrigues scholars. You remember the phrase that haunts historians. Historians still argue whether the earliest candle makers used beeswax or plant wax. You let your mind drift to those debates, the mystery adding to the calm. The candle's ember glows, casting shadows that move like slow dancers along the stone. You hear the wind's soft sigh, a counterpoint to the flaking light. You feel the bench's wood resonating under your palms, each grain a note in a quiet orchestra. The candle's flame seems to pulse in time with the rustle of leaves, a gentle symphony of nature. You exhale slowly, each breath a gentle release of tension. The candle emits a subtle perfume, a mix of wax and damp earth that fills the air. You picture a medieval alchemist surrounded by candles, turning thoughts into gold. A silly image brings a grin. You feel the bench's edge cool on your fingers, a perfect contrast to the candle's warm glow. The flicker shifts, a tiny comet orbiting a quiet planet beneath your head. You notice the lantern's frame, small but sturdy, holding the flame as if protecting it from night. You let your gaze drift, following the candle's firelight onto the stones. Watching each ripple, you sense a rhythm in the glow, a slow metronome that keeps the night from speeding away. The candle's ember whispers a soft lull, drawing your attention toward calm instead of chaos. You hear the gentle chime of a wind chime in distance, adding a subtle rhythm to the candle's hum. A distant tree creaks, in perfect harmony with the flicker of the lantern. The candle's flame dances, a slow and steady motion that feels like breathing itself. You notice the tiny droplets of condensation on the stone, the water reflecting the amber glow. You feel the bench's embrace, a place where your thoughts can rest as if on a cloud. The candle's light glows over your face, painting your skin with warmth that is hypnotic. You feel the subtle heat rise, like waves traveling across the night. You listen to the soft crackle of the candle, a gentle song that keeps the quiet alive. The bench feels like a sanctuary, protecting your mind from the swirling thoughts. The candle's light is steady, yet it shifts, a soft breath of light. You laugh to yourself at an imaginary candle dance, the flame pretending to sway like a ballerina. You feel the bench's stability, the stone holding the candle aloft like a loyal sentinel. The candle's glow turns the surrounding moss into a living aurora of soft green. You breathe slowly, each inhale bringing the candle's warmth closer to your chest. The stone beneath the lantern feels cool, a perfect complement to the flame's heat. You notice the small cracks in the bench's surface, the candle's light turning them into tiny stars. You exhale, letting the candle's glow fill your body with a gentle, rhythmic pulse. The flame flickers, a shy, steady heart. You feel the stone's subtle pulse, synchronizing with the amber glow. The candle's light invites your thoughts to settle into the quiet rhythm of stone and flame. You sense a comforting continuity in the flicker, a steady pulse that feels almost human. The bench stands silently, as if listening to the candle's warm song. You feel peace building inside you, the flame's glow weaving it together. The candle's warmth permeates the air, a soft blanket covering the garden's edges. You close your eyes, the amber light painting calm across your mind. The lantern's flame seems to hold a conversation with the night, a silent lullaby. You realize the night is listening, the bench is holding, the candle is breathing. You think of a legend of a candle, used to light a path in a forgotten ruin, an amusing fantasy, yet oddly fitting. The candle's flicker is like a tiny heart rate monitor, steady yet dancing. The stone creaks, a soft sigh under the weight of the lantern, steady as time itself. You let your breath match the candle's glow, aligning your body with the tranquil rhythm. The candle's light grows steady, turning the bench into a small, glowing cradle. You sense the garden's quiet settling around the ember, a soft, communal sigh. You hear the faint echo of a distant bell, a slow ripple that harmonizes with the flame. You feel a wave of calm washing over you, the lamp's glow washing away tension. The bench anchors you, the stone, a steady hand beneath the lantern's gentle glow. You notice the small ripples of light on the stone, the ember's reflection dancing. The candle gives the entire garden a single, steady breath. A gentle breeze brushes the bench, carrying the scent of wax and pine, a soothing combination. You hear your own breath echoing the candle's steady pulse. You laugh quietly, imagining a tiny dragon perched on the bench, guarding the flame like a mythical guardian. The candle's wick shivers, a small flicker that matches the gentle rhythm of the night. The bench feels cool, the stone absorbing the heat, a natural balance. You inhale the aroma, letting it mingle with your thoughts, a fragrant lullaby. The flame's gentle glow paints the stone's surface, turning it into a living canvas. You feel your thoughts slow, the candle's steady rhythm pulling the mind toward stillness. You sense the bench's stone edges as a steady pulse against your palm. The candle's glow is a soft, steady lantern that guides your breathing. You notice a slight shift in the flicker, a tiny wave that seems to invite your mind to relax. You close your eyelids, letting the amber light soak your vision into a gentle, warm embrace. The stone beneath your fingers feels solid, a reliable anchor in the soft night. You hear the faint crackle of a nearby fire, the embers song a quiet conversation across the garden. The candle's flame breathes, a simple, steady rhythm against the night's hush. You feel a slow, steady heartbeat in your core, syncing with the light. The bench listens, a silent witness to the quiet dance of flame. You inhale the scent of wax, a chemical aroma that feels oddly restorative. The candle's glow is a beacon that paints the garden with calm. You let the flame's rhythm guide your thoughts, a simple compass for the evening. You feel the stone's coolness balance the candle's warmth, a tactile equilibrium. The small lantern emits a steady, warm tone that keeps the garden soft. You chuckle softly at the thought of a tiny creature guarding the candle, an imaginary, soothing image. You hear the distant drip of water, a subtle rhythm that harmonizes with the flame. Your breathing becomes a quiet dance, echoing the gentle glow of the candle. The bench remains a solid, reassuring presence, a stone sanctuary. You feel a small wave of relaxation travel from your toes to your head. The candle's light paints the bench in a slow, amber glow. You sense a sense of wonder at how small flames can hold such calm. The garden's silence deepens around the ember, turning it into a gentle lull. You breathe slowly, each inhale carrying the amber breath inward. The stone feels solid, a base for the subtle, flickering light. You listen to the quiet night, the candle's glow adding a soft, rhythmic beat. You feel the bench's cool edge under your palm, a gentle reminder of stone's strength. The candle's embers give the garden a living, breathing energy. You feel the air warm slightly, the wax's heat making the night less cold. The flame flickers, a soft, steady pulse in the dark. You feel your mind begin to settle, the candle's rhythm pulling you into calm. A gentle breeze carries the scent of the herbs, wrapping around the glow. The bench stands, a silent sentinel absorbing the light's whisper. You laugh at the absurd image of a tiny dragon sipping the candle's ember, a humorous thought. The candle's steady glow keeps the night's dark corners from feeling too lonely. You hear a tiny chime in the distance, the sound harmonizing with the flicker. Your breathing aligns with the ember's soft pulse, a natural meditation. The stone beneath the lantern feels steady, offering a grounded counterpoint to the flame. You feel the bench and candle together, a small, steady beacon in the vast garden. The glow is warm, a gentle heat that comforts the night's chill. You let your thoughts melt into the amber, letting the candle's rhythm guide you. You feel a tiny current of calm coursing through you, the flame's steady breath keeping pace. The stone is cool, a solid base for the flame's warm invitation. You inhale the combined scent of wax, herbs, and moist stone. The candle's light is steady, a comforting rhythm that steadies your heart. You feel the bench's weight, a reassuring presence as the candle's glow paints the scene. You hear the night hum, the flame's glow adding a gentle, musical layer. Your breathing slows, a steady pulse that pairs with the flicker. The bench holds the lantern, a steady place where your mind can rest. You watch the flame dance, a slow, soft rhythm that keeps the garden calm. The stone feels solid, a reliable anchor while the ember burns. You chuckle softly at the image of a tiny creature guarding the light, an amusing little guardian. You sense the candle's glow as a lantern of calm, guiding your mind to stillness. The bench remains a gentle, steady presence in the flickering light. The night breathes, and the candle lights that breath, a soft rhythm that feels like a lull. You watch the flame dance, a slow, soft rhythm that keeps the garden calm. Leaves above begin to rustle, their blades trembling like quiet drumbeats echoing through the night. Each shiver sounds mellow, resonating with the bench as if the stone itself were humming. The hush swells, a gentle sigh that spreads, wrapping the whole garden in tranquil breath. You inhale the scent of damp leaves and faint lavender, their fragrance a lull against the night air. A small insect flutters by, leaving a trail of dew that glints like scattered pearls on the ground. Your eyelids feel heavy, yet the bench offers a steady cradle for your mind to settle. The light from the lantern shifts slightly, painting soft shadows that dance in playful synchrony. You notice a faint rattle, the stone's old bones tapping in quiet rhythm. It feels almost like a soft jazz club, with the bench as the mellow booth. The leaves above shiver again, sinking to the heartbeat of your breathing. You stretch as the bench sways lightly, encouraging your shoulders to release tension. A curious voice whispers from the corner where vines grow, as though a plant were gossiping. The whisper carries a joke. "I am leaf ing you no mystery," it quips. You smile, feeling silly as a gardener might joke at a tree. A breeze nudges the bench, prompting a gentle creak that sounds like applause. The garden listens, absorbing each sound and turning them into tranquil notes. Leaves murmur, forming a choir that sings softly across the stone's shadowed surfaces. You press your fingers to the bench's edge, feeling the vibrations as a distant drumbeat. It reminds you of a subtle drumline hidden beneath a forest canopy. A distant cat purrs, muffled by the thick grass, adding a comforting bass. Its rhythm blends with the rustle, creating a lullaby that tugs at your senses. You notice a tiny shadow move, the bench's wood shifting ever so slightly. The shift feels like an invitation to relax deeper, a silent cue from stone. You let your thoughts drift, guided by the leaves' hushed applause. The bench embraces your presence, its surface cool yet comforting, like a quiet lake. You feel a pulse, faint and steady, resonating between your heart and the stone. Each beat syncs with a leaf's thrum, making the garden feel alive and tender. A subtle fragrance lingers, a mix of lavender and damp earth that soothes the mind. You lean back, letting the bench hold you as the garden settles into quiet. Now the leaves stop humming, breathing softly as if in sync with your own thoughts. You realize in this moment that peace is a subtle, shared rhythm. Around you, the garden glows softly, as if lit by 1,000 tiny lanterns hidden in leaves. Your breathing slows, a deliberate rhythm that unravels tightness in your shoulders. You feel the bench's weight, a comforting anchor in the drifting night. Even the wind takes pause, as though listening to the gentle rustle orchestra. Your mind starts to wander, but the bench steadies it with a subtle hum. You hear a soft joke inside from the bench itself, saying, "I'm rooting for you." You laugh, the noise matching the bench's soft resonance. A distant owl hoots, adding a mellow thump to the night soundtrack. You watch the lantern's flame wobble, each flicker a tiny sun in the dark. The light paints the bench in a warm glow that feels like a hug. Your body relaxes, the bench's cool stone a counterbalance to the flame's heat. You notice a small crack near the bench's corner, a tiny fissure that glows. That crack mirrors the garden's own small ripples of sound and light. A nearby flower sways, its petals glistening with dew, almost shimmering. Its movement looks like a tiny ballerina dancing to the wind's tune. You find yourself smiling at the absurd imagery, feeling light-headed. The bench hums along, echoing the rhythm to keep your thoughts grounded. You sense the leaves shifting, aligning themselves as if in a graceful ballet. You feel the leaves' chorus rise, a crescendo that lifts the bench higher in your mind. The bench's stone resonates, creating a low, reassuring hum. You take a deep breath, inhaling the fragrance of herbs and subtle earth. A faint melody rises, as though the garden were a symphony played softly. You lean into the bench, letting the rhythm of nature calm the rest of you. Your eyes close, and the darkness feels warm and inviting. You sense tiny whispers from the soil, almost as if the ground were telling secrets. The bench's texture remains steady, a stone lull that steadies your thoughts. You find yourself humming, a lull that matches the leaves' gentle sway. A small bird lands on the bench, adding a subtle trill to the mix. Historians still argue whether the earliest candle makers used beeswax or plant wax. This debate sparks a quiet curiosity in your own mind. A small joke creeps in as a plant whispers, "I'm leaf-ing you in awe." You chuckle, the noise matching the bench's soft resonance. The whispering leaves add another layer, as if the tree itself is a storyteller. You notice the historical fact about sugar, a small detail in the garden's timeline. The first recorded use of powdered sugar dates back to the 14th century, Italy. This fact lights a spark in your thoughts, a small, sweet connection. The garden feels alive with history, yet the bench feels just a place to rest. You breathe slowly, letting the bench's coolness ease your pulse. The leaves continue their rhythm, a soft soundtrack that lulls you to peace. You feel the bench's steady support, keeping your body and mind in balance. A warm chuckle floats over the water from a nearby lily. The whispering water adds a gentle hum to the overall harmony. You relax further, as if the bench were a hammock made of stone. You notice a tiny creature, perhaps a spider, clinging to the bench's back. It moves slowly, a silent dancer in the moonlight's glow. Your heart beats quietly, matching the rhythm of the garden's subtle life. The bench's coolness provides a steady base, while the light offers a warm hug. You feel gratitude bubbling, like a slow, warm coffee rising from stone. You think of a quirky tidbit, a story told by a neighbor's grandma. She claimed that a garden gnome secretly eats soil to taste the earth's flavors. You laugh at that, the absurdity warming your chest. The bench holds that energy, a quiet chuckle of the earth itself. You let your mind wander, as if following the gnome's trail. Leaves above murmur, a steady choir that soothes your thoughts. You inhale the earthy scent, a reminder of roots and time. The bench sits patient, a stone companion to your breathing. You feel the bench's texture, the tiny ridges providing a gentle massage to your fingertips. A small joke pops, the bench saying, "I leave you alone," and you grin. You watch moonlight filter through leaves, painting the bench in silver. The bench feels solid, a rock in a sea of softness. Leaves rustle softly, their sounds drifting like whispers of wind. You breathe in the aroma of lavender, a calm blanket over your mind. The bench's stone cools your palm, soothing tension like a cool stone. A soft chuckle echoes from a hidden frog, delighting your senses. You let your thoughts slide, as if they were leaves on a stream. The bench's stability anchors you, preventing drift in midnight dreams. Wind stirs the herbs, creating a gentle perfume that soothes the soul. You listen to the garden's symphony, each note a lullaby for the night. The bench's cool touch steadies your breathing, keeping your heart calm. You feel a soft breeze play across your face, a whispered hug. Leaves above seem to nod, acknowledging your presence with gentle taps. The bench hums, a subtle vibration that mimics your own pulse. You feel the bench's solidity, a steady guide through the night's hush. A small joke surfaces, a stone murmur saying, "I'm a rock star." You smile, the sound echoing along the bench's grain. The garden's silence wraps around you like a soft blanket. You breathe, feeling the cool stone cool your throat. Leaves flutter, creating a soft percussion that keeps time with your heart. The bench feels like a quiet partner, listening to every breath. You let go, letting the bench carry you into calm. A distant hum of insects continues, a soft background to your sleep. The bench holds you, a stone cradling your thoughts like a lull. You feel a small gratitude, a quiet thank you to the garden. Leaves above settle, the garden breathing in sync with your pulse. You pause, feeling the bench's steady rhythm as your own. A gentle murmur floats from the bench, saying, "Rest, dear friend." Your breathing smooths, a quiet wave that calms the mind. Leaves whisper again, each sound a tender reassurance. The bench's stone feels reassuring, a quiet friend in the night. You feel the gentle pulse of life around, a steady, soothing heartbeat. You close your eyes, letting the bench carry you into a gentle pause. Moonlight kisses your eyelids, a gentle lull that eases you deeper. You sigh softly, a breath that feels like a release of tension. The bench pulses quietly, a steady heartbeat echoing inside your chest. Leaves close their blades, a final hush that seals the night. You drift, the bench a soft pillow beneath your thoughts. Moonlight fades as you slip into sleep, the garden humming along. You watch the flame dance, a slow, soft rhythm that keeps the garden calm. Leaves above begin to rustle, their blades trembling like quiet drumbeats echoing through the night. Each shiver sounds mellow, resonating with the bench as if the stone itself were humming. The hush swells, a gentle sigh that spreads, wrapping the whole garden in tranquil breath. You inhale the scent of damp leaves and faint lavender, their fragrance a lull against the night air. A small insect flutters by, leaving a trail of dew that glints like scattered pearls on the ground. Your eyelids feel heavy, yet the bench offers a steady cradle for your mind to settle. The light from the lantern shifts slightly, painting soft shadows that dance in playful synchrony. You notice a faint rattle, the stone's old bones tapping in quiet rhythm. It feels almost like a soft jazz club, with the bench as the mellow booth. The leaves above shiver again, sinking to the heartbeat of your breathing. You stretch as the bench sways lightly, encouraging your shoulders to release tension. A curious voice whispers from the corner where vines grow, as though a plant were gossiping. The whisper carries a joke. "I am leaf ing you no mystery," it quips. You smile, feeling silly as a gardener might joke at a tree. A breeze nudges the bench, prompting a gentle creak that sounds like applause. The bench steadies your breathing, a slow pulse that balances your heart. The sparrow lands gently, a feathered footfall on the stone. A small joke echoes. Stone holds secrets, none of them loud. You smile, hearing the bench's quiet wisdom, a patient companion. The bench's textured surface feels like old leather, worn but reassuring. The bird's tune wraps around you, a gentle blanket of sound. You listen, feeling the bench's coolness anchor each exhaled thought. The garden around you hums, every leaf and stone singing. You lean into the bench, letting its gravity ease your body. The sparrow's chorus fills the air, a serenade so soft it feels like breathing. You let go of all noise, trusting the bench and bird to carry you. Even as the sun sets, the bird remains a light in the sky. The bench feels like a lighthouse, steady in a sea of shifting leaves. Your thoughts settle, drifting like leaves carried by calm wind. The sparrow's final note fades, leaving a gentle hush. You inhale deep, breathing in the night's fragrant lull. A memory surfaces of a childhood garden where a bench taught patience. Your laughter echoes lightly, echoing through the stone's quiet. The bench is a silent guide, steady as the moon's glow. The night deepens, and your shoulders shed extra weight. You notice a tiny patch of moss covering a stone gap, nature's carpet. The bench's texture feels like a secret map, inviting exploration. Your mind drifts to distant horizons, yet the bench holds ground. The sparrow, feeling the beat, adds a bright note to the hymn. It flutters, leaving a trail of light in the low sky. The bench listens, a patient stone, its weight steady as a lull. All sounds reduced to a single pulse, nature's heartbeat. Your chest rises, each breath a soft wave on quiet sea. The bench exhales gently, the garden sighs in return. You feel a calm that settles like snow on a quiet field. A playful joke floats, stone never complains, it just waits. The sparrow's song shifts to a soft lullaby, a final refrain. You listen again, feeling the earth's deep breathing. The bench remains, a steadfast companion on this twilight journey. You surrender, letting the bench carry you into stillness. A quiet hum hums beside, a gentle reminder of calm. You close your eyes, the world dissolving into a silence of stones. The sparrow's final chirp fades, leaving stars alight overhead. The bench offers a calm cradle, a gentle stone lull. Your breath slows, each exhale a thread of rest. The garden holds its breath, waiting for you to join. You feel the bench's steady heartbeat, matching yours. The world fades out, replaced by stone's soft pulse. The bird, unseen now, whispers a promise, return another day. You let your mind slip into a dream, the bench holding you. Your feet feel the coolness beneath, bones easing into stillness. The bench echoes a gentle mantra. Breathe, rest, remember stone. The sparrow's song, a lullaby fading, remains in your heart. You slip into sleep, calm deeper than any river stone. Night drapes its velvet over the garden, covering every stone. You rest, the bench's stone cradle smoothing your dreams. The garden hums softly, a gentle lull until dawn. The bench keeps watch until sunrise, a steadfast stone guardian. You feel an echo, stone never sleeps, but watches. Your soul settles, quieting the restless heart within. The sparrow, a quiet sentinel, keeps singing for the garden. You sigh, grateful for this stone refuge. The bench offers a final whisper. Breathe deep, love stone. You close your eyes, drifting toward sleep's gentle edge. The night has completed, the garden serene. The bench remains, a silent witness to your rest. You feel a quiet hush settle across the grass. The wind's breath carries the scent of jasmine. A distant melody hums, as if the garden itself sings. The bench still watches patiently. The sparrows flit in the shadows. The bench feels solid and comforting. The soil smells earthy and cool. The bird's song feels gentle. You feel the bench's coolness. The bench is like a stone pillow. The garden sighs in the night. You listen to the quiet. The bench holds you steady. The sparrow's song is calming. The bench remains still. The garden's shadows shift gently. You breathe slowly, feeling safe. The bench absorbs all your thoughts. The night is tranquil. The bench gives comfort. The sparrows pause in the air. The bench is a stone guardian. You rest peacefully. The bench's weight is soothing. The bird remains audible. The bench stays constant. The garden is quiet. Your body feels relaxed. The bench listens patiently. The bird sings. The bench keeps you. The garden offers serenity. The bench is supportive. Your mind calms. The bench supports sleep. The bird remains. The bench stays firm. The garden feels calm. The bench embraces you. The bird's echo persists. The bench offers hope. The garden's peace endures. The bench is unwavering. You feel content. The bench rests. The bird is still. The bench stays steady. The garden is soothing. The bench is reliable. The bird's voice is soothing. The bench brings solace. The garden is tender. The bench is kind. The bird's chirp is gentle. The bench provides shelter. The garden is harmonious. The bench is a friend. The bird's message hums. The bench is a partner. The garden is comforting. The bench keeps you safe. The bird sings softly. The bench remains. The bench's stone warms with your heartbeat, sealing a midnight pact. The sparrow flutters once, its wings a feathered whisper against the dark. The garden hums a lull, threads of calm knitting the night. Your thoughts drift, untethered, guided by the bench's steady rhythm. The bench's crack reflects starlight, a quiet mirror of your dreaming mind. Historians still argue whether candle makers used beeswax or plant wax, a question as old as the bench. The bench echoes a mantra: breathe, rest, and let the night take you. The sparrow's song fades, leaving a lingering echo of gratitude. You feel the bench's cool stone hug your shoulders like a quiet promise. The garden whispers a lullaby, every leaf a note in the night. Your breathing slows, a gentle wave washing over your consciousness. The bench offers a serene pause, a stone cradle of deep trust. The sparrow's voice whispers, "Stay, dear friend, the night is safe." The bench stands silent, yet its presence sings in the breeze. Your body dissolves into the bench's cool comfort, a soothing retreat. The night glides on, calm and patient, as the garden rests. The bench feels solid, dependable, a rock amid the shifting shadows. The sparrow's final croon lingers, a final blessing on the garden. You inhale the scent of damp earth, a reminder of growth. The bench remains, the last breath of serenity before sleep. The evening hums softly as lavender trails a sigh across the garden's quiet edge. You inhale, feel the scent curl into a warm cradle around your chest. Notice how the lavender light flickers like a gentle campfire at dusk. You sit on the bench, its stone surface cool under the late sun. Between breaths, a soft lull of nocturnal insects fills the air. The leaves rustle, almost humming a tune that lulls you into slow motion. You realize the bench has become a meditation mat that never cracks. The lavender scent swallows the sharpness of your thoughts like a warm blanket. Historically, the first recorded lavender garden appeared in Rome around 200 BC. The Romans used lavender for its sweet aroma and medicinal healing properties. You chuckle softly, think of senators sipping lavender tea during heated debates. Their conversations probably smelled like calm, but you can't tell for sure. Some fringe whisper that lavender can attract friendly ghosts to sit next to you. If you're ever scared, imagine the ghosts giving you a lavender hug. You laugh, feeling oddly protected by the scented air and a whisper of otherworldly affection. The bench feels like a portal that lets you breathe space between worlds. Historians still argue whether lavender was first burned for scent or as an antidote. The debate lingers as evidence is wrapped in myth, not science. You pause, letting your mind taste the question like a lingering mint. The scent grows deeper, a slow swirl that fills your nostrils with calm. Around you, the garden's twilight palette shifts from gold to indigo. The lavender blooms glisten, each petal like a tiny lantern in your peripheral vision. You watch them sway, a gentle choreography that mirrors your breathing rhythm. You inhale deeply. The air tastes of earth, rain, and a hint of old story. The bench beneath cradles your shoulders. It feels like a cushion of stone that never lets you fall. You settle into the stone, letting any tension slip, soft as a sigh. The lavender's scent weaves around your heart, creating a soothing net. You sense the garden breathing along with you, inhaling peace, exhaling worries. It feels like the bench is a secret partner in your relaxation ritual. Slightly amused, you think about how even stone can be a good listener. The lavender around you flickers, as if breathing with your own pulse. Nightfall brushes the sky in velvety shades, and the garden hums a soft lull. Your ears pick up the faint rustle of a distant butterfly, fluttering close to the bench. You smile, hearing the world sigh as the bench cradles you. The faint hum of the garden becomes a lullaby of its own, softening the edges of your thoughts. You close your eyes, each breath a lull that settles into the bench's heartbeat. The lavender scent deepens, wrapping your mind in a scented blanket that feels infinite. You imagine lavender fields under a midnight sky, each stalk singing a lull to the moon. You feel a gentle pull, as if the bench is pulling you deeper into quiet. In this quiet, the world feels less complicated, easier to read like a bedtime story. A sudden breeze nudges the lavender, causing petal whispers against the stone. You listen, their tiny voices echo your own relaxation. You feel the bench's presence, steady and solid, inviting you to stay. The lavender's perfume thickens, as if the garden has decided to stay wrapped around you. You breathe into this scented cocoon, a gentle inhale like a breath of peace. The bench offers an anchor. You feel your heart settle into a soft rhythm. Light in the sky flickers, casting dancing shadows on the stone. The shadows ripple, gentle as waves on a calm sea, matching your breath. Your thoughts drift like leaves, each carried softly back to the bench. You find a spot where time feels paused, and all sounds turn gentle. The lavender scent curls like a quiet dragon around your senses. Your breathing deepens. Each inhalation feels like you're sipping a slow, fragrant tea. The bench's stone pulse syncs with your heart, humming a sleepy tune. You notice how the lavender, like a warm blanket, covers every corner of your mind. As night settles deeper, the bench stays still as a quiet sentinel. The lavender aroma becomes a lull, drifting gently as if it were a cloud. Your body sinks into the stone, each layer of tension released like a sigh. You feel the weight of the day melt, leaving behind softness. The bench, your steadfast companion, whispers, "Stay, stay, stay." You smile, the sound of your own quiet voice blending with the garden's whisper. You lie back, letting the lavender's warmth cradle your mind like an old friend. The bench feels like a cradle made of stones, each one a sturdy promise. You trust the bench, letting every muscle release, every thought drift. The lavender scent lingers, a sweet perfume wrapping your breath as you close eyes. You feel a subtle vibration, a hint of stone pulse under your fingertips. You notice how your heart beats slow, syncing with the bench's gentle thrum. The bench, steady as the tide, keeps your body aligned in gentle calm. You let the night carry you, drifting like a leaf on a moonlit breeze. The lavender aroma wraps you, a soothing veil that smooths the edges of your dreams. You breathe, and the bench cradles your every inhale and exhale, a quiet harbor. The garden around you hums a lullaby, each leaf and stone echoing the night. Your mind floats, resting on the bench like a feather on the wind. You feel a sense of gratitude to the bench, to lavender, and to the night. You hear a distant chime, gentle as a clock's soft tick. The bench replies, "Rest, dear traveler, the night will soothe your heart." You feel the bench's cool touch as it settles around your shoulders. The lavender scent grows sweeter, as if the garden is humming a lull for you. You allow your thoughts to settle, floating into the lavender's gentle embrace. The bench holds a silent promise that tonight you will rest. You close eyes fully, breathing slowly as the night deepens into silence. The bench, your steadfast companion, stays solid, a stone anchor against the world. You surrender to the gentle gravity of the garden, feeling peace seep into your body. The lavender scent fades into a distant memory, like stars dimming in the early dawn. You breathe in, exhale out, letting every muscle release into the stone. You feel the bench cradle you, a quiet shelter against the night's chill. The bench remains, a solid heart, gently humming as you drift into sleep. The night is quiet, a blanket stitched by the wind and lavender breeze. You feel each breath slow, your mind folding like a soft pillow. The bench's stone surface feels like a smooth stone lantern, guiding your mind home. You hear a distant owl call, a low croon that blends with the lavender. Your focus shifts to the gentle thump of your own heart against the bench. You feel a subtle warmth radiating from the stone, soothing your inner nerves. As you rest, the bench's quiet vibrations sync with your slow breathing. The lavender scent, now almost invisible, remains a silent guardian beside you. You drift, feeling the bench cradle your body, the garden whispering a blessing. You feel the night wrap around you like a soft, fragrant shawl. The bench's stone is steady, a promise that you will not fall into doubt. You notice the faint glow of fireflies dancing nearby, tiny lanterns of twilight. You exhale, watching a sparkle skip over the stone, an invitation to sleep. The bench keeps a soft pulse, a steady rhythm that calms every fiber of your being. You hear the distant chime again, soothing your thoughts much like a lullaby. You feel the bench whisper, "It is time to rest. Close your eyes." Your eyelids grow heavier, the world slipping away into darkness. You surrender fully, allowing your sleep to descend with the quiet wind. The bench remains steady, a stone friend guarding you through the night. You feel the garden breathe, its silence a gentle lull for your mind. The lavender scent lingers, a promise of calm that will stay as long as the garden stays. You close your eyes, and the bench cradles you into the night's soft song. You have slipped into a deep, dreamless sleep, guided by stone and lavender. The bench's stone surface is cool, a gentle reminder that the earth keeps time. You feel your body drifting, each muscle relaxing like a sleeping cat. The garden hums a quiet melody, every leaf tuned to the night's rhythm. You sense the bench absorbing your worries, replacing them with quiet stones. The lavender perfume settles on your skin, a fragrant blanket that feels heavenly. You breathe, hear the bench thrum like a distant drumbeat, gentle and firm. The night sky peeks through cracks in the canopy, stars whispering in unison. Your thoughts float, each one sinking slowly into the bench's solid base. You feel the garden's pulse, a slow swell that matches your breathing. The bench keeps you anchored, a stone hand steady in the storm of the mind. You close your eyes again, letting the lavender whisper lullaby lull you into oblivion. You feel the bench's stone pulse grow warmer, echoing a soft lull that sings. The garden's quiet sounds drift like a lullaby across the night's soft blanket. You hear a distant frog croak, a gentle rhythm of the evening. Your heart sinks with the bench, each beat resonating with the earth. The bench sings a quiet song, comforting as a lullaby for the restless. You feel the night wrapping around you, a blanket of velvet and lavender. You close your eyes for the last time, ready for a deep sleep. You feel the bench's stone pulse like a quiet heart beneath your hand. Soft light flickers along the garden's edge, a gentle lull against the night. Your breath harmonizes, each inhale a note in the quiet symphony. The bench stands firm, a stone sentinel watching over your slumber. Historians still disagree whether candles or lamps held the first glow of night. You chuckle softly, amused by the ancient debate. Soft light continues, rolling over the bench like a blanket of firefly glow. Your thoughts drift, unburdened by day's worries, resting upon stone. The bench feels like a cradle, rocking gently with each breath. Soft light glows, bathing the potted herbs in mellow warmth. You listen, hearing the distant drip of a nearby water source. Your body settles, stone grounding an otherwise restless mind. Historians still debate whether the first lamps were made of whale oil. You smile at the thought, imagining lanterns floating on sea. Soft light flickers, casting gentle patterns across the garden stones. You feel the bench's presence like an old friend's hand. The bench's stone heart beats calm, a low rhythm of sleep. You breathe deeper, the night's coolness wrapping around you. Soft light whispers, drawing your thoughts into a silver thread of rest. Your mind settles, stone anchoring each drifting thought. You feel gratitude for the quiet bench, for the soft light, for the night. Soft light fades, but the bench remains, ever steady. You close your eyes, ready to travel into sleep's gentle ocean. The bench cradles your dream, its stone pulse like lullaby. Night settles deeper, a blanket of silence around you. Soft light glimmers, the last ember dancing on the bench's face. Your mind drifts, following the gentle rhythm of stone and sky. You feel the bench's stone hug, a quiet support beneath you. Historians still wonder whether the first candles were made from beeswax. You imagine those humble candles, their gentle flames on old wooden tables. Soft light slowly dims, the bench becoming the only glow. You taste the calm, the world dissolving into a quiet dreamscape. You open your eyes with a sigh, the bench still warm and soothing. Soft light flickers gently, a final promise of night's hush. Your breathing slows, a steady rhythm of sleep's embrace. The bench continues its gentle pulse, a quiet metronome of rest. You feel a wave of peace, the garden's quiet embracing you. Soft light glides, trailing across the stone, fading into the dark. Your thoughts dissolve, the bench becoming your only companion. You sleep, the bench's stone cradle holding you safe. You awaken as soft shades curl around the garden bench. The evening breeze hums a quiet tune against stone. Shadows lengthen, stretching like lazy ribbons across worn granite. You sit, feeling the bench pulse beneath your palm. Your heart sinks with the soft thud of stone. A feather lighter than air drifts between leaves. It twirls, dancing to the wind's gentle rhythm. You laugh, grateful for this humble living studio. The garden's scent, damp pine and rosemary, wraps around you. Your breathing slows, matching the garden's slow breathing. You notice the moonlight washing the bench in silver. The shadows grow, curling around stone edges. They sway, a quiet ballet of darkness. You let your mind wander like a moth. Each shadow seems to hold a story. One glides toward the bench's base, slow. The bench feels solid, a steady cradle for night. You think of ancient times when stone marked paths. Historians still argue whether the eclipse was a cosmic prank. You smile, picturing an alien sky. You recall a fact. The Roman Empire lasted almost 5 centuries. The bench's memory may echo those distant footsteps. A worm climbs the bench's edge, curious. It pauses, sensing your quiet presence. A subtle rustle emerges, a leaf dropping softly. You watch, fascinated by nature's silent show. You hear the distant water murmuring in a well. Water's hum blends with the wind's song. You chuckle, wondering if the water is whispering your name. Some say cats can read moonlit shadow scripts. Your eyes twinkle at that idea. The bench offers a steady rhythm like a metronome. Your breath deepens, feeling the stone's pulse. The shadows ripple like slow waves. A distant owl hoots, adding depth to the night. The bench's texture is a warm hug. You feel a gentle pressure settle over your limbs. A spider web, dew glistened, shines at the bench's edge. The web's threads reflect pale moonlight, fragile like lace. The spider seems to conduct a silent orchestra. Your eyelids grow heavy, yearning for dreams. The shadows move, each a silent lullaby. You let the quiet embrace your body. The bench feels the same as a soft mattress. You inhale the earth's scent deeply, grounding you. A soft breeze rustles through the garden's archways. Historians still debate the earliest use of fire in caves. You imagine it sparked by a comet's shadow. You think of a medieval street lit by catnap. The bench maintains a steady, comforting vibration. Your muscles relax, unwinding like sleeping rope. The shadows shift again, a lazy drift. Their movement invites thoughts to drift like clouds. You close your eyes, letting darkness blanket you. The bench's stone hums, a low lullaby. The moon shines, washing stone in pale light. All sounds blend into a single calming hum. You drift deeper into a gentle dreamscape. The bench offers protection, stone firm under you. Your heart slows to match stone's pulse. You exhale slowly, feeling space between each shadow. The garden breathes alongside your own rhythm. You notice a tiny deer-like silhouette in a distant tree. Shadows play around it, creating a silent, animalistic presence. The bench feels ancient, yet alive with your presence. You let the night carry you toward restful silence. A laugh escapes softly, a joke about shadow mischief. The bench seems to giggle in stone form. You feel the earth's hum beneath, deep and rhythmic. Your thoughts quiet, sinking into stone's steady pulse. Historians still argue about lampposts' origins in ancient cities. The night deepens, a veil of soft, dark velvet. You feel a warm comfort, as if in a blanket. The bench, a constant, remains steady in darkness. Your breath and the bench sync, a melodic duet. The shadows drift like soft sky clouds over stone. You smile, feeling the bench's stone hug the world. The garden, bench, and shadows merge into one gentle lull. You rest, trusting the bench to guard your dreams. The first glow of morning will gently stir this quiet night. Until then, you remain in serene, stone-bound tranquility. You hear distant crickets chirping in the wet bark. Their rhythm echoes your heartbeat, a natural metronome of night. A small fox appears briefly, eyes shimmering like moonlit coins. The fox wanders near the bench, then vanishes into darkness. You imagine it, a guardian of nocturnal tranquility. Your mind drifts between memories of childhood gardens. The bench feels more intimate with each breath you take. The shadows grow faint, dissolving into specks of starlight. A faint scent of night jasmine curls in the air. You close your mind, letting the bench's pulse guide you. A cool breeze carries the echo of distant waterfalls. The bench's stone is a living diary of ages. Historians still debate the first use of candles on stone. Some claim the first candles were whale oil lanterns. You chuckle at the idea of whales lighting paths. Your breath deepens, aligning with the night's lullaby. The bench's subtle vibration is a lull for tired muscles. You feel your shoulders unclench, tension melting into stone. The shadows now dance along the stone, playful and slow. You smile at the calm, grateful for this quiet sanctuary. The bench's sound is a steady drumbeat for your mind. Each sigh of the wind writes a soft verse. The garden breathes, welcoming the night's quiet song. Your thoughts settle, drifting toward restful dreams. The bench is more than stone, it is a friend. The shadows flicker like a gentle candle. You sense the bench listening to your heartbeats. Your body relaxes. All muscles release like a sleeping dog. The bench's pulse hums under your palm. The shadows are soft pillows against stone. They soothe, filling the silent gaps of night. All sounds merge into a single, calming hum. You drift further into a gentle, protective dreamscape. The bench's stone feels warm, a hand in a cup. You smile in your sleep, still feeling its embrace. The shadows outside keep dancing, but you are wrapped. In morning, the shadows will shift again. You remember this night, the bench, and the rhythm. Sleep, my friend, and let the shadows carry you. The bench's stone sighs, a deep exhale of ancient roots. You feel the bench's pulse synchronize with your own breath. The shadows stretch over stone like a soft drape. The night air tastes like cool earth after rain. You imagine the bench as a quiet storyteller, sharing legends. Historians still question whether stars were once made of fire. The faint glow of the moon lights the bench's edge. You savor the sound of a distant stone being carved. The bench remains patient, as if holding time. You breathe in peace, breathing out serenity. Candlelight dances, gentle bubbles flicker across the bench. You sit, feeling the wax melt against your fingertips. Each sigh of flame feels like a whisper of calm. The night air smells of pine and old paper. You close a sleepy eye, letting the glow settle. Around the edge, a spider curls its web in moonlight. Flickers echo like tiny fireflies blinking in a pocket. You lean back, the stone cushion humming with gentle warmth. The bench sighs, its surface catching each breath of wind. You hear the rustle of leaves, a steady lullaby. The candle flicks, a tiny pulse of amber that feels like heartbeats. Historians still argue whether the pyramids were built by aliens or artisans. The debate echoes over the centuries, just like your breathing. You chuckle softly, the sound blending with the night. A quirky fact floats through your thoughts. Some sailors claimed a ghostly octopus guided ships through fog. You smile, remembering that ghostly octopus guiding adventures. The candle light swirls, chasing the last thread of daylight. You inhale the cool air, feeling a gentle pressure settle. The bench's hum turns into a soft mantra. You rest your shoulders against stone, letting tension melt into the night. A distant owl calls, its voice a low thrum. The night stretches, candles flicker slower, like a breathing partner. You feel each pulse of flame synchronize with your pulse. The breeze carries a faint scent of jasmine, wrapping the bench. You laugh, imagining the bench as a tiny campfire guide. The candle's glow glints off dew on leaves like tiny stars. Historians still debate the earliest use of fire in caves. You ponder, perhaps a comet's tail ignited ancient fires. An absurd idea, but the universe loves absurdity. The bench feels like a steady drum, counting slow minutes. You let your mind drift like a leaf on a calm stream. The candle's flame shivers, a tiny heart beating in the darkness. You sense a subtle shift in the bench's vibration, a gentle reminder that time passes, but the bench remains constant. Your breathing slows, matching again the candle's heartbeat rhythm. The night feels like a warm blanket, the bench a sturdy shoulder. You smile, the candle's glow painting comfort on your face. You breathe in peace, breathing out serenity as the candle continues. The quiet of the garden feels like a lullaby for your soul. The Great Fire of London lasted for 4 days in 1666, scorching stone arches. You close your eyes, feeling the candle's soft glow against your ears. The bench listens, holding your whispers in stone. Your thoughts flutter like moths, yet the bench steadies them. A faint crack from the stone echoes, like a memory of ancient footsteps. You notice a small crack, a silent witness to time. The candle's flame flickers, chasing the shadows like a child chasing bubbles. You chuckle, thinking the shadows play hide and seek with the fire. Your hand drifts to the bench, fingertips feeling the texture of weathered stone. The stone feels cool, a subtle reminder that time runs slow. You watch the candle, watching the light breathe, the flame sighs, a tiny breath that echoes into your ear. Your breathing syncs with the flame's rhythm, slow, calm, deliberate. A distant crackle of firewood begins to whisper in the wind. You imagine a cottage fire, the bench as a comfy chair. The candle's glow nudges the shadows, making them stretch like lazy cats. You smile at the idea of lazy cats in garden shadows. Another breath, another gentle pulse, another moment of softness. The bench's slight vibration feels like an anchor in a sea of stillness. You feel the stone absorbing every waver of silence. A moth flutters near a window, a brief cameo in the darkness. Its wings flicker quick, a stuttered whisper against moonlight. You watch, amused, as it lands on a leaf. The leaf trembles, a delicate drum that sings of rain. You exhale, letting the sound wash over your thoughts. The candle shrinks a fraction, as if embarrassed by its own glow. You feel a soft tug, like a gentle rope pulling you. Your shoulders relax, deeper now than a sleepwalker. The bench holds your heartbeat, steady as stone. The candle's last flicker whispers, "Good night, stillness." You feel the gentle sway of your own breathing, a lull for your mind. The garden, the bench, and candle meld into a single dreamscape. You imagine a parade of fireflies, each a tiny lantern in the dark. The bench feels comforting, a partner for restless thoughts. A sudden hiss, a whisper of insects, a soft buzz fills the air. The candle's light dances, a living artwork, slowly fading. You settle deeper, feeling the bench cradle your limbs. The bench's surface feels cool, a gentle pressure against your pulse. A quiet tick, like a watch winding, steadies your mind. Your thoughts drift, like leaves on a slow stream. The candle's glow slowly dims, a gentle wave of night. You feel a sense of gratitude for this moment of stillness. The bench remains, a silent partner in your restful journey. You notice a ripple in the darkness, but it fades. A faint melody, soft as a sigh, threads through the air. You smile, feeling the melody kiss your ears. The bench's vibrations echo, a bass line that soothes. Your fingers trace the bench, feeling each stone's memory. The candle flickers for the last time, a gentle bow of light. You feel the warmth of the bench's stone, comforting and steady. The quiet around you grows, a hush that feels safe. You find yourself drifting, the bench a steady cradle. The candle's last glow whispers with the wind, a final farewell. You surrender to the darkness, feeling its gentle embrace. The bench remains, a rock against the waves of dream. You hear the distant sound of a bell, a soft ringer. The bell tolls, marking the end of a quiet night. You exhale, the exhale a soft sigh of contentment. The bench's heartbeat slows, as if closing a book at midnight. A feather from a bird alights, a gentle touch to end the scene. You watch it for a heartbeat, then let it fall. Your mind feels light, like feathers on air. The bench's stones whisper like old friends. You nod, acknowledging the quiet conversation. Your lips move slowly, breathing out a hiss. You feel the candle's last ember warm your wrist. The bench remains, a timeless anchor. You pause, letting the silence wrap you. The garden is still, a blanket of black velvet. A distant howl breaks the calm, a lone animal's call. You take a slow breath, grounding yourself again. The bench's pulse settles, like a heart closing. The candle's glow is gone, leaving only the bench. You feel the stone's strength, reassuring in silence. The night deepens, stars emerge through gaps. Your thoughts ease, the bench guiding. A breeze stirs, carrying a distant scent of damp earth. You press your palm against the stone, feeling vibrations. The bench replies with a gentle shudder, a soothing reassurance. You smile, the silence brightening your heart. The candle's memory lingers, a phantom glow within the bench. You stay, breathing slow, feeling the bench's steadiness. The world outside remains unchanged, yet inside you shift. Your body relaxes, the bench absorbing tension. The candle's echo fades, replaced by moonlight. You smile, hearing a subtle hum of the earth. The bench's stones resonate, a low lullaby of stone. Your lips whisper gratitude, a soft sigh. The bench stays silent, faithful and calm. You rest, letting the bench's rhythm carry you. The night wraps you, a cloak of soft darkness. The candle is gone, only memory left. You breathe, your chest rising, then falling. A gentle breeze carries a whisper of distant bells. You slip back onto the bench, the stone cool beneath your palms. The soil whispers, a low hum like distant drums beneath the night sky. Moonlight paints silver outlines on the tiny root tunnels that weave below. Each root bends, eager to drink the chill of the nocturnal air. You breathe in, and the soil breathes back, resonant and deep. Historians still argue whether the stars were once guides for ancient seafarers. Yet another debate swirls about the truth behind the moon's pull-on tides. You picture the great Roman aqueducts crossing moonlit rivers, a silent dance of stone. The aqueducts, a testimony to humanity's reach, still stand today. Your mind drifts to the quirky claim that midnight soil can glow when silver coins touch it. You chuckle softly, hoping the bench is listening to such nonsense. The bench, made of weathered stone, accepts your humor with a steady thrum. A gentle wind rustles the foliage, and leaves gossip like old friends. You smile, feeling the garden's ancient pulse echo in your chest. Your feet sink slightly, the soil yielding like a well-warmed blanket. The soil hums a lullaby that seems to promise safe dreams. You lean forward, letting the night's chill seep into the marrow. Your spirits are lighter, trust swelling like a full moon over calm waters. You imagine the soil as a choir, each root voice blending harmoniously. In the background, a distant owl hoots, a natural metronome for your breath. Your breathing syncs with that soft rhythm. Each inhale a wave and exhale a tide. The bench feels like a steady anchor, a rock in an ocean of sound. You notice a rustling sound, a small beetle scurrying beneath leaves. The beetle's tiny legs tap a rhythm, matching the soil's hum. A light chuckle escapes you, the type only a calm mind can produce. You lean back, allowing the bench's cool stone to cradle your shoulders. The stone feels firm, yet warm, like a trusted friend's embrace. The soil under your feet throbs softly, as if breathing along with you. You close your eyes, imagining the ground spreading a blanket of calm. A faint breeze carries scents of jasmine and old earth mingling together. The jasmine's perfume lingers, drifting like memories of childhood afternoons. Your mind feels uncluttered the bench, absorbing the din of distant days. You notice a tiny shard of moonlight shimmering on a dew-laden leaf. It glows like a tiny star, dancing in the hush of the night. The leaf's veins hold the light, painting circuitry across its skin. You feel the leaf's pulse, a subtle reminder that life breathes below. A distant wind howl breaks the silence, a lone wolf's cry echoing. Your heart steadies, recognizing the rhythm of the wild song. The bench stands steady, its stone walls keeping time with the stars. The rhythm of soil, bench, wind, and night create a single symphony. You listen, and each element seems to converse in low tones. Your thoughts drift to a quirky legend about moonlit soil, turning blue if bitten. The legend says that the soil's colors change with moon phases. You grin, imagining a garden that paints itself each night. The bench offers a silent laugh, a nod to your playful imagination. You lean back, absorbing the coolness that the bench exudes. The bench's cold is like a whisper, inviting you to rest deeper. Your mind drifts like a feather, each breath a gentle weight loss. The soil at your feet hums again, a bass line for your heart. The hum rises, then settles like a tide, lapping the shore. You feel the bench's presence, grounding you like roots entwined. The ground seems alive, pulsing with an ancient calm. Your thoughts settle like dandelion seeds on the breeze. You imagine each seed drifting to the soil, finding home. The bench stays patient, awaiting the arrival of countless small lives. You breathe, noting the tiny sound of soil shifting with each breath. The soil's shift feels like a sigh, exhaling calmness. The bench listens, absorbing this sigh with stone-soft patience. Your pulse slows, each beat matching the quiet underground rhythm. You feel the bench's weight steady, like a lull in a storm. Memory of a faraway sea washes over, as if the bench remembers tides. You smile, thinking of the bench speaking to the night. The bench's stone, ancient and resilient, keeps your secrets safe. You close your eyes, feeling the soil breathing beneath your feet. The soil releases a faint perfume, earthy and calming. You let your breathing guide you deeper into relaxation. A stray owl cry rings, a reminder of the night's chorus. The owl's note fades, replaced by the calm of the soil. You feel the bench's texture, a smooth stone like a lullaby. Your mind takes a deeper breath, ready to slip into sleep. You close your eyes once more, trusting the bench and soil. The bench's warmth embraces, a gentle hand guiding you. The moon watches, a silent guardian of your nightly rest. You inhale the night's calm, letting its rhythm soothe. The bench sits steady, as if a stone clock marking minutes. Your thoughts settle like seeds nestled in soil. The bench listens to your quiet heartbeat, a companion. The bench's stone grows soft with each breathing rhythm. The soil sings a lullaby, a note of safety and ease. You feel a gentle weight lift as sleep approaches. The bench holds your story, a quiet chronicle. You breathe, feeling the air shift with the night's mood. The bench, ever patient, keeps time with your dreams. You drift the bench, keeping you safe. A faint melody plays soft as a whisper. The bench remains a steady stone cradle. You close your eyes as dreams welcome, trusting the bench's lull. The night stays gentle, a lullaby of soil and stone. A last breath leaves a quiet sigh. The bench's stone remains steady, a steadfast guardian of your rest. You surrender to the night, trusting the rhythm of stone and shade. You surrender to the night, trusting the rhythm of stone and shade. The bench hums softly, inviting you to stay a while longer. Its stone surface feels cool, yet oddly warm from the earth below. You press your palm against it, feeling a subtle vibration. Each pulse feels like a heartbeat, steady and unhurried. You close your eyes, letting the soft ground carry you deeper. Roots whisper against stone, their murmur echoing near your ear. They sing of steady days ahead, of seasons that unfold. Your breathing syncs with the quiet rhythm, calm flowing through you. The bench's weathered edges seem to remember every visitor. It holds stories in its cracks, waiting for someone to listen. You wonder what stories old stones hold in their quiet spaces. You chuckle softly, a low hum of content, almost ASMR. A breeze brushes the leaves, shivering gentle notes across the garden. You feel a breeze that tastes like fresh earth and new beginnings. The smell of damp soil mingles with floral whispers. You breathe in the green aroma, letting it settle inside. Your heart steadies, beating like a metronome in the quiet. Historians still argue whether the earliest surviving map of the world was drawn by a Viking. You let this thought drift like a leaf in the wind. You pause, listening closely to the silence around the bench. A small bird darts past, its song a fleeting thread. You feel the bench's stone like a quiet companion, patient and enduring. The roots underneath tug gently against the stone, a subtle tug. They feel like invisible strings connecting everything below. You imagine the roots as soft tendrils of an ancient web. The garden listens, ready to share its whispers. Some whisper that the soil replies when you chant at noon, turning a stone into a quiet chorus. You smile at the idea, amused by the odd notion. The bench feels as if it were humming a lullaby of its own. Your fingers trace the rough edges, feeling the texture. They remind you of a familiar mountain path you've walked before. You think of a time when you walked in a field of grasses. The grass swayed, each blade bending with the wind. You felt as if you could feel the world humming too. Now, the bench hums, offering comfort and stillness. You breathe out slowly, letting the sound carry into your lungs. You let each exhale feel like a weight lifting off your chest. The bench's stone offers a gentle refuge, a stable anchor. Beyond the bench, the garden sways in faint lull. The leaves whisper in a secret language, almost a shared breath. The roots whisper again, a low, rhythmic thrum. Your eyelids grow heavier, drawn by the calm. The bench feels like an old friend who has seen many nights. Your thoughts drift to the first Olympic Games, held in 776 BC. You imagine athletes running under the same night sky. You picture ancient flags fluttering in the breeze. Your mind follows their footsteps into the distant past. You bring yourself back to the bench, feeling the stone underhand. The bench is a steady heartbeat in a world that moves too fast. You notice a subtle shift, as if the grass is breathing. You listen to an unspoken song, a quiet lullaby from the roots. You feel as if the earth is offering a prayer of peace. The bench's stone under you feels soft in its own way. It's a paradox, a firm rock that cradles your tired body, You exhale, letting the rhythm slow your pulse. Your mind starts to forget what time of day it is. The bench remains, a silent guardian through dusk and dark. You close your eyes again, letting the night take over. You let the stones absorb all the clutter, the mental noise. The bench's stone embraces you, a quiet hush like a blanket. All around you, the garden breathes, a low, steady hum. You feel your body sinking, ready to rest in stone's warmth. A faint glow from dew on leaves feels like a silver ribbon. You notice the dew as tiny jewels on the grass blades. The bench's cold face feels like a cool hand on your shoulders. The earth's pulse beneath you feels rhythmic and patient. You think of a story about a silver coin in a little hole, making the earth glow faintly. You wonder if you might leave one tomorrow. You feel the bench's stone, a quiet friend that never complains. Your thoughts settle like seeds drifting to their home. The bench stays quiet, ever patient and steady. You breathe, hearing the quiet shift with each breath. Your pulse matches the slow, calm rhythm of the earth. You imagine the bench as an old storyteller with a gentle voice. The bench's stone feels almost alive, humming with the earth. Your mind fills with images of roots as soft blankets. You see the roots intertwining around the bench's stone. They create an unbroken chain through which nature breathes. The bench listens to the roots, a silent connection. Your heart slows as the stone speaks in subtle vibrations. You feel an unspoken invitation from the bench. You imagine a calm, bright sky overhead. The bench remains steady no matter how soft the breeze gets. Your thoughts wander, exploring distant memories and bright dreams. You remember a childhood garden that smelled of mint and rain. You return to that feeling of wonder at the simplest things. The bench feels like you have found a cozy spot in your own mind. The bench's stone stays unwavering through night's quiet. You feel it cradle you gently as a safe harbor among trees. The earth's murmur sounds like a lullaby to the soul. Your lungs fill with cool, earthy air, feeling deep and bright. Your mind slips, drifting into a soft dreamscape. The bench's stone holds a steady rhythm, a quiet promise for the night. Your thoughts settle into a calm, easy breathing rhythm. You feel as though the bench is guiding you toward restful sleep. You hear an echo of ancient songs from the quiet stone. You feel the roots, chorus humming, a lull that speaks to all. The bench stays, a timeless sanctuary in a living world. You let your mind become a tranquil, slow river. The bench's stone is a constant, a steady reference in the night. The ground feels like a gentle cushion that soothes with every breath. You sense the world slowing around you, all soft and quiet. The bench feels like a place where all worry can rest. The roots continue their subtle rhythm, steady and kind. You feel as though the bench is breathing along with you. Your body relaxes, and your focus narrows to the gentle pulse. You remember that ancient pyramid of Giza, still standing. You imagine it shining under the same stars tonight. You picture the great columns under a moonlit sky. The bench continues its whisper into your quiet night. You stay a little longer, feeling the bench's steady presence. The roots and stone dance with a quiet, unbroken tune. You think of the bench as a portal that calms every restless mind. The world outside the garden fades away, replaced by stillness. The bench's stone feels solid, yet each breath invites you to move. You feel like you're resting on a firm, soft place. You trust the bench's quiet, steady voice carrying you. Soft whispers echo, speaking a lullaby to your senses. The bench remains a gentle, steady rhythm, a promise of peace. You breathe in the calm, feeling the bench's stone pulse with you. Your mind relaxes into a gentle, timeless hush. The bench feels like an old friend offering restful guidance. You feel the roots of life singing softly in harmony. The bench stays quietly, keeping the garden's secret. You feel a sense of calm that lingers long after you leave. The bench remains, a guardian of your night's rest. You feel the bench's stones steady your thoughts like a metronome. Your breath slows, and the world around you fades to soft whispers. The bench whispers, urging you toward a peaceful sleep, a quiet, enduring lull. You linger longer, letting the bench's steady pulse echo. Your breath slows as the garden exhales a green sigh. The stone beneath you hums, tiny vibrations matching your own heartbeat. Historians still argue whether the earliest surviving map of the world was drawn by a Viking. You notice the faint scent of wet lime, an echo of ancient baths. Around you, leaves whisper like a choir of tiny wind notes. Remember that crocodile dung sunscreen. You chuckle softly, shaking the idea away. The bench invites you to linger, its surface cool, its stone warm. A quiet mist swirls soft and translucent, covering stone veils. Your mind drifts like a feather caught by Earth's gentle gravity. A quirky tidbit whispers into your thoughts. Moonlit tomatoes taste sweeter on the tongue. You sip the imagined flavor, vivid, soft, and oddly comforting. The bench feels like an old friend. It listens to your quiet breath. You press your palm against stone, feel the mineral pulse. Soft vibrations ripple like distant waves across a quiet sea. You wonder about the history etched into its surface, ancient markings, faint yet present. A faint line runs like a scar tracing the path of a forgotten pilgrim. You imagine footsteps, soft, rhythmic, echoing through centuries. Your heart sinks, steady as garden vines intertwine. The air shimmers, tiny droplets of dew cling to leaves. Each droplet carries a note, soft, crystalline, almost like a lullaby. You breathe in the mineral scent, earth stone, and subtle herb. The aroma settles like a blanket of peace wrapped around you. Your eyelids grow heavier, each breath slower, each thought softer. The bench holds a steady pulse. You feel the warmth spreading through toes. The bench keeps an unbroken rhythm. You close your hands, feeling stone. The bench offers a soft, steady pulse. A quiet glow, soft, pale, comforting. You breathe deep, slow, relaxing. The bench hums low, steady, timeless. You sense stone's breath, warm, calm. The evening air, cool, fragrant, calming. Your eyelids grow heavier, each breath slower, each thought softer. The bench holds you steady, calm. Your mind drifts, softly, peacefully, gentle. The bench is steady, patient, soothing. You exhale, soft, slow, letting go. The night swallows your worries, your fears. The bench feels solid but welcoming. The stone's rhythm, deep, resonant, healing. You sense calm, grounded, at ease. The bench is you one with stone. You close eyes, letting sleep approach. The bench rests, steady, unruffled, patient. You find peace, rhythm, balance. The night continues, soft, endless lullaby. You drift slow, deep, restful. The bench's surface, cool, smooth, calming. You feel each breath aligns. The world dissolves, soft, gentle. The bench waits, quiet, patient. You exhale, full, free. The stone speaks, gentle, steady, timeless. You smile, soft, content, relaxed. The calm deepens, steady, firm. The bench stays, a constant, humble presence. You feel grounded, safe. The night hums, slow, low, gentle. The bench pulses, soft, steady, reassuring. You rest, deep, unhurried. The soil whispers, soft, cool. Your mind dissolves into darkness, into peace. The bench holds your stillness, your breath. You surrender body, thoughts, worries. The stone stays steady, unbroken, enduring. The wind whispers, soft, constant, reassuring. You breathe, slow, deep, restful. The bench echoes, gentle lullabies. You drift toward beyond. The night embraces, soft, cool. You sleep deep, still. The bench remains steady, patient. You feel warm, safe, protected. The world sleeps, quiet, peaceful. The bench hears every heartbeat. You rest eternally. The bench keeps your calm forever. Your heart slows, steady, calm, rhythmic. The bench's stone vibrates, soft, deep, warm. You breathe, smooth, slow, full. The night listens, quiet, patient. The bench remains your anchor, your steady. You sleep deep, unbroken. The world outside still hushed. Your dreams, soft, gentle, endless. The bench feels solid, caring. You awaken soft, refreshed. Your pulse slows, steady, calm, rhythmic. The bench holds you steady, calm. You think roots bind, stone listens. The bench remembers every step, every sigh. You feel soft whisper around. The stone under you, quiet, resilient, ancient. Your body relaxes, smooth, deep, rhythmic. The night deepens, soft, quiet, deep. The bench offers you steady anchor. You exhale, slow, deep, complete. Stone beneath you echoes calm. You feel the stone's pulse. The bench hums, low, steady, deep. The wind murmurs, soft, unhurried breeze. You hear whispers, stone breathing. The bench listens, with stone ears waiting. You breathe, soft, deep, all around. The bench feels solid, gentle, comforting. The world outside still hushed. Your dreams, soft, gentle, endless. The bench feels solid, caring. You awaken soft, refreshed. You feel the bench's steady pulse. The stone under quiet, resilient, ancient. The bench hums low, steady, deep. You breathe soft, relaxed, deep. The night listens, quiet, patient. The bench remains steady, patient anchor. You sleep deep, unbroken. The world outside still hushed, your dreams soft, gentle, endless. The bench feels solid, caring. You awaken soft, refreshed. Your heart slows, steady, calm, rhythmic. The bench stays patient. You think roots bind, stone listens. The bench remembers every step, every sigh. You feel soft whisper around. The stone under you, quiet, resilient, ancient. Your body relaxes, smooth, deep, rhythmic. The night deepens, soft, quiet, deep. The bench offers you steady anchor. You exhale, slow, deep, complete. Stone beneath you echoes calm. You feel the stone's pulse. The bench hums, low, steady, deep. The wind murmurs, soft, unhurried breeze. You hear whispers, stone breathing. The bench listens, with stone ears waiting. You breathe soft, deep all around. The bench feels solid, gentle, comforting. You feel warm, soft, safe. The world below, soft, quiet. The bench sings, soft, low lull. You rest deep, calm. The night deepens, still, quiet. The bench holds steady patience. You drift, slow, soft. The wind whispers, gentle lull. The bench whispers, soft, calm. You feel earth steady. The bench stays quiet. The stone echoes deep. You exhale soft. The night hums gentle. The bench pulses steady. You sleep deep. The world sleeps quiet. The bench listens patient. You relax soft. The bench steadies calm. You breathe slow. The night deepens soft. The bench hums soft. You drift still. The world quiets soft. The bench listens quiet. You sleep deep. The night ends soft. The bench remains steady. You feel calm. The stone feels solid. The bench is steady. You rest deep. The bench hums steady. You breathe soft. You feel warm, calm, safe. The world rests quiet. The bench hums soft. You drift slow. The night lingers gentle. The bench holds steady. You sleep deep. The bench's stone cool. The world melts soft. You feel in harmony. The bench whispers soft. You exhale slow. The night ends soft. The bench keeps steady patience. You rest deep. The wind sings gentle. The bench hums low. You drift calm. The world settles quiet. The bench listens always. You breathe soft. The stone holds steady. The night falls soft. You feel peace. You sense the wind's breath as it sighs through leaves, a quiet applause of nature. The breeze carries a faint scent of wet stone and old ink. Your shoulders relax. The bench feels solid beneath soft, steady breaths. Wind wraps around stone, stirring every hidden leaf. Each leaf shivers like a tiny flag, fluttering in the quiet. The wind hums a low, almost sleepy lullaby. It whispers through cracks, carrying centuries of soft sighs. You lean back, feeling the bench's cool stone against your palms. The evening air tastes like damp earth and rosemary. Leaves flicker, catching the glow of distant setting suns. The bench remains steady, its surface cool, a refuge for tired thoughts. Soft shadows play across stone, moving in slow, rhythmic patterns. You inhale the fragrant mix of pine, mint, and night air. The scent is soothing, like a blanket of quiet comfort. You exhale slowly, letting the wind carry any stray worries away. A soft crackles of distant fire breaks the silence. You hear a single twig snap, distant yet clear. In that moment, the world feels smaller than a held breath. You feel the wind's touch on your cheek, gentle and reassuring. The bench offers a steady rhythm, a familiar heartbeat. The night grows deeper, shadows lengthening like fingers. Leaves rustle softly, almost like whispered secrets. You listen for the sound of distant water, a gentle trickle. A breeze swirls, drawing dust into invisible circles. Small motes lift, swirl, and settle on the bench's stones. You watch them fall, each one a tiny dust grain dancer. The wind carries them away, smoothing the air around you. You feel light, as if drifting on a cloud of calm. A gentle laugh escapes you, playful and unhurried. It's a sound like your own heart settling into sleep. The bench's stone feels solid, yet warm under your touch. The wind's sigh grows softer, almost a sigh of contentment. Each breath feels like a lullaby, slow and sweet. The bench whispers back, a soft echo of stone reverberations. You feel a rhythm in the air, matching your pulse. The wind carries faint music from some hidden choir. Under the bench, roots stretch, clutching soil and stories. You trace a root's curve, feeling its texture. The wind pushes gently against the leaves, like a friendly hand. It reminds you of a distant memory from childhood. The breeze stirs the scent of old maps and parchment. Historians still argue whether the earliest surviving map of the world was drawn by a Viking. The wind brings a hint of sea salt, distant horizons. Leaves ripple like mirrors reflecting the sky. A cool mist settles, kissing the bench's stones. You inhale the coolness, letting it fill your belly. The wind hums louder, filling the garden with quiet music. It's a lullaby made of leaf, stone, and wind. You let the rhythm wash over you, easing tension. The bench anchors you, a steadfast presence beneath storm. A soft voice murmurs from somewhere deep below the earth. You feel it vibrate faintly against the bench. The wind lifts a small patch of dried bark, floating past. You watch it disappear into the dark, a fleeting memory. Leaves fan out, each one a tiny sail for the wind. The breeze carries whispers, hushed and tender. You sense a subtle shift in the air's texture. The wind cools the air, refreshing the garden scent. You feel your eyelids grow softer with each inhale. The bench stays cool, but a warmth lingers through the stone. The wind's breath feels like a soft massage. You release a long, slow breath, feeling inner calm. A distant owl calls, adding a gentle rhythm to the night. The wind shivers with the sound, turning it into a lullaby. The bench feels solid, yet it hums, resonant and kind. You sit, feeling the wind's hand guide your thoughts. You pause, noticing the small vibrations in the ground. The wind gathers dew on ferns, forming miniature gems. You watch droplets glisten like tiny stars. The breeze draws them along, leaving their paths smooth. Your mind settles, finding rhythm with the wind. The bench's stone feels like a grounding anchor. A faint scent of old books permeates the air. The wind carries a memory of a library long gone. You remember a quiet night spent reading under a lamp. A soft chuckle escapes you. The wind seems to echo it. The bench offers stillness, a cushion beneath your weary head. The wind sighs, carrying away whispers of day. Each leaf flutters, breathing gently with the breeze. The bench steadies you like a friend, holding a cup. The night deepens to a velvet, silent cloak. The wind's texture feels like silk against your skin. Leaves flutter to the soil, settling like soft blankets. You feel a sense of belonging amid the garden's hush. A distant crackle of firelight flickers on the far side. You imagine a fire's warmth, comforting and steadfast. The wind seems to curl around, protecting your thoughts. The bench's stones hold a subtle rhythm, almost audible. You feel the stone's pulse match your own heart. The wind's sighs are like gentle reminders to breathe. You let that rhythm guide your breath slowly. The bench absorbs the wind's energy, releasing it as calm. Each breath brings peace. Each exhale releases tension. Leaves hum in unison with the night's quiet chorus. You notice the bench's worn edges, the story in its grain. The wind passes over, echoing that story back. A soft laugh whispers from somewhere, echoing your own. You relax further, letting the wind's whispers lull you. The bench offers a sturdy, comforting foundation. Wind drifts like a feather, dancing over the garden. It carries a faint sound of waves against rocks. You feel the wind's touch as it brushes your hair. The bench's surface feels cool, steady, reassuring. Leaves shake gently. Each tremor is a small, calming wave. You inhale the scent of rain-soaked earth. The wind's breath feels like a quiet applause. You feel a small ripple under your feet, a subtle vibration. The bench's stone holds that vibration, steady and soothing. Wind sighs again, now softer and slower. You watch how the leaves shimmer in the twilight. The bench's surface feels unyielding yet gentle. The wind's sighs are a song, slow and sweet. You open your eyes, letting the night's light wash over your eyelids. The bench remains cool, a solid presence beneath. Leaves flicker, each one a tiny lantern in the dark. The wind drifts, carrying a scent of jasmine. You inhale the gentle perfume, letting it fill your senses. The bench's stone feels like a comforting stone. You feel a gentle tension in your shoulders, easing. Wind rolls through the garden, smoothing breath and thought. The bench offers a rhythmic hum that matches the wind. You notice a faint rustle of crickets nearby. The wind's sighs blend with that distant chorus. The bench feels like a safe harbor for tired thoughts. You feel safe, a sense of calm growing. Wind moves through the tall grass, stirring a low chorus. Leaves flutter, their silver edges catching moonlight. The bench offers a steady, gentle pulse, You watch a single mote of dust drift, slow and light. It floats like a tiny comet in a dark sky. The wind lifts it, setting it in a slow dance. You feel your mind slow, the rhythm steady. The bench is solid, absorbing all restlessness. Wind's sighs fill the night with soft breath. You breathe along, rhythm matching the wind. Leaves ripple in a slow, continuous wave. You feel the bench's pulse, steady like a gentle tide. The wind carries a faint echo of distant bells. You hear them as a soft, comforting chime. Your breath becomes a steady rhythm of calm. The bench's stone feels warm, like a hand on your chest. The wind sighs, as if sharing a secret. The garden hushes further, the night becoming deeper. Leaves still softly, like tiny hands resting. You sense the bench's comfort, a steady base. Wind drifts through every crack, carrying ancient whispers. The bench feels like a steady rhythm in your body. You let your breath grow deeper and more calming. The wind's sighs become a lullaby of stone. You feel your thoughts drifting like tiny grains of sand. The bench's stone absorbs every restlessness. Wind gathers the air, turning it into a soothing wave. Leaves swirl in a slow, gentle dance. You sigh softly, feeling the wind's touch. The bench steadies you like a friendly guardian. Wind whispers a memory of a forgotten song. The bench's stone holds that memory, quiet and steady. Leaves stir, each one vibrating with the wind's breath. You inhale, letting the scent of night fully fill you. The wind's sighing grows gentler, almost like an embrace. The bench is cool, solid, but its heartbeat is gentle. You feel the wind's breath against your cheek, cool and calming. Leaves flicker, each one a tiny beacon of restful light. You hear a quiet crack of tree branches, distant. The wind carries it, making it softer. The bench offers a quiet space, unruffled. A gentle wind sighs, a lullaby for restless hearts. You close your eyes, letting the night embrace you. With each breath, the wind's song fills your mind. Leaves rustle, the bench hums, the night deepens. The wind's sighs are like a blanket of sound. You feel the bench's pulse, steady as a watchful friend. Leaves swirl, each one turning in the wind. Wind drifts, carrying whispers of distant seas. The bench's stone feels like a steady anchor. You exhale slowly, feeling stress leave with the wind. Leaves tremble, each one a small, silent hymn. The wind whispers, the bench listens. Your mind becomes still. You feel the bench's steady presence, keeping you grounded. Wind moves softly through the garden, a perfect lullaby. Leaves dance slowly, each one a soft, gentle flare. The bench offers a firm, cool surface under you. You sense each breath sinking with the wind's sigh. The wind carries a sweet fragrance of rain on stone. Leaves shiver, creating a rhythmic sound like a soft choir. You feel your mind quiet, surrendering to calm. The bench holds a quiet pulse, steady and deep. Wind whispers, you drift, the garden hums. You feel a gentle reassurance in the wind's touch. Leaves flutter, each one a soft, green sigh. The bench feels solid, steady, like a calm shore. Wind sighs, your breath follows, a slow, steady calm. You sense the bench's stone, holding the rhythm of night. Leaves whisper their own lullabies, gently. You feel your heart settling into slow harmony. The wind's breath is a gentle echo of restful nights. Leaves and bench echo the wind's gentle lull. Your mind relaxes, breathing with the wind's calm. The bench is steady, a refuge from restless thoughts. Wind moves gracefully among the leaves, an invisible dancer. Leaves ripple, singing with a soft, deep sound. You feel the bench's warmth seeping under your skin. Wind sighs, whispering stories of ancient gardens. Leaves flutter, each moving in a slow, steady rhythm. You rest in the bench's cool, sturdy embrace. The wind carries a soft echo, a quiet lullaby. Leaves flutter like little sails under the night. You close your eyes a little more, letting the wind carry you. The bench's stone keeps time with each relaxed breath. Wind sighs, echoing through the garden, gentle and calm. Leaves dance, each small flicker a part of nature's lull. You feel the bench's steady pulse, steady your inner rhythm. Wind flows gently, a soft lullaby that calms the soul. Leaves rustle, soft and slow, like gentle breaths. The bench is solid, stable, but its pulse is gentle. Wind whispers, carrying you into deeper tranquility. Leaves stir, each movement a quiet promise of rest. You feel the rhythm of the bench matching your slowed breathing. Wind drifts, a quiet hand on your thoughts. Leaves rustle, each sound is a tiny song. You lie back, the bench holding you firm. Wind sighs, and you feel the night's breath wrap around you. Leaves flicker, each an echo of silver light. You breathe, and the wind answers with slow, gentle harmony. The bench remains cool, steady, a faithful companion. Wind moves through the garden, a soothing, gentle rhythm. Leaves shuffle, each one a soft, calming beat. You sit, feeling the bench's pulse steady your thought. Wind's sighs become a hymn of gentle solace. Leaves whisper gently, each breath a soft lull. You sense the bench's steady stone comforting you. Wind drifts silently, carrying a fragrance of damp stone. Leaves shiver in the breeze, a soft, continuous sound. You breathe slowly, feeling the wind calm every nervous thought. Bench feels warm, steady, like a rock in a storm. Wind sighs, a lullaby that wraps the garden. Leaves flutter, each one a gentle sigh of green. The bench's pulse matches the wind's steady rhythm. The night grows deeper, a velvet calm. Wind passes, a soft, gentle hand. Leaves rustle, their sound a quiet lullaby. You let the bench's steady stone keep your heart calm. Wind carries your thoughts away, a gentle hush. Leaves sing, each breath a small, green melody. The bench offers a steady rhythm, keeping your mind settled. Wind's sigh is a quiet song that soothes every worry. Leaves gently swirl, each one a soft lullaby. You feel the bench's pulse beneath your fingers, steady. Wind drifts quiet, like a companion on a slow journey. Leaves shiver, each one a small, soft breath. The bench steadies your breathing and your thoughts, quiet comfort. Wind moves, soft as a lullaby in the night air. Leaves flutter, each small note contributing to the quiet. You sit back, the bench firm, your mind drifting. Wind sings a gentle echo and holds your cares. Leaves rustle, each sigh a tiny lullaby. The bench's steady stone keeps your heart calm. Wind drifts, carrying the scent of ancient gardens. Leaves sway, each movement a soft rhythm. You breathe in peace, the wind carries the lull. You feel the bench's pulse steady like a friend. Wind sighs softly, the garden's lullaby. Leaves flicker, each little green whisper. You rest, the bench keeping your breath steady. Wind drifts, a quiet calm that settles inside. Leaves rustle softly, humming peace. The bench is steady, solid, your gentle anchor. Wind sighs, soft and steady, like a lull that never ends. You sense the wind's breath as it sighs through leaves, a quiet applause of nature. The breeze carries a faint scent of wet stone and old ink. Your shoulders relax. The bench feels solid beneath soft, steady breaths. Wind wraps around stone, stirring every hidden leaf. You inhale deeply, allowing promise to fill your chest like a sunrise. The bench responds with a steady, reassuring thrum, your anchor in the growing day. Around you, basil leaves shuffle, their scent a soft, whispering hymn. The garden wakes, its green sighs echoing the promise of renewal. A nearby rosemary bush releases a fragrance that some say wards off nightmares. You pause to taste the earthy notes, feeling the dusk slip away. The bench's surface reflects the sunrise, turning gray stone into liquid gold. A gentle breeze carries the scent of fresh coffee, a reminder that history brews here. The first recorded coffee house opened in Constantinople in 1520, an anecdote you never expected. You imagine a traveler sipping black liquid under a crescent moon. That night, the scent mingled with rosemary, a silent pact of protection. The bench seems to smile, its worn edges softening your shoulders. You feel the cool stone grounding you, steady as a lighthouse in fog. The morning light warms your skin like a gentle hand across a sleepy face. A rustle in the branches reminds you that life is a soft, ticking clock. You hear the wind play a melody that feels like whispered lullabies. Historians still argue whether the ancient Egyptians truly invented the first calendar. You let the question drift away, replaced by the steady pulse of the bench. In the quiet, the garden seems to hold its breath, waiting for the day. You inhale again, the air now a symphony of rosemary and morning mist. Each breath stretches like a ribbon, tugging at hidden tensions. The bench feels like a warm lantern, casting shadows that dance softly. A distant cat calls, its voice a soft echo beneath the dawn chorus. You smile, the sound weaving into the harmony that keeps the bench alive. The garden's promise feels tangible, a thread linking past and present. The sun rises higher, painting the stones gold and hopeful. Your thoughts settle on the bench's steady, comforting rhythm. You hear the world softly turning, each moment a gentle click. A trickle of water from a nearby fountain whispers reassurance. The sound slides into your ears, a crystal note of new beginnings. You close your eyes, letting the morning carry you into light. The bench feels firm, yet yielding like a trusted cushion. Your feet rest on stone, feeling the earth's steady heartbeat. You breathe in, breathing out, aligning with the garden's pulse. The sky blushes, colors sliding from pale blue to warm amber. The bench holds this transition, a testament to patient endurance. You realize dawn's promise is both quiet and powerful, subtle yet undeniable. The bench stands, a constant witness to the day's unfolding. You feel a gentle gratitude, like a feather settling softly on your lap. As light thickens, the garden's lullaby grows louder but soothing. The bench's surface seems to hum, a low vibration that calms each worry. You let the hum wash over, a tide that takes tension away. The world feels still, a quiet pause between breaths. You notice the bench's stones, each with a story carved in tiny scratches. They whisper past moments, echoing the promise of new beginnings. You feel the echoes mingle with sunrise, weaving a tapestry of hope. The bench stands firm, like a lighthouse keeping watch over restless seas. You sit, breathing slowly, allowing each inhale to bring a new wave. The garden exudes warmth, a gentle hand guiding you toward calm. A rustle of leaves joins the hum, forming a soft, steady choir. You taste the air, sweet with rose and earth, and know you are present. The bench listens, a faithful ally to the quiet song of dawn. You feel the horizon broaden, the sky turning to a soft, endless canvas. The bench remains constant, its rhythm like a metronome for your heart. You relax, letting the light seep into every corner of your mind. You begin to imagine this bench as a sanctuary where memories bloom. And in that sanctuary, every breath is a promise kept. The bench feels like a lighthouse again, steady in every tide of thought. You let each inhale be light, like the first morning light, cutting through mist. The bench's cool stone whispers that you are safe, anchored in this moment. Your body leans into the stone, grounding you fully. The world outside slows, a gentle lull that embraces the garden's peace. You listen to the distant drum of traffic, softened into a distant hum. The bench remains the center of this sanctuary, steady as a stone's pulse. You inhale the scent of damp earth, a memory of childhood rains. Exhale, let wind carry away the weight of the day. The bench keeps this breath, holding it until you are ready to rise. A quiet smile curls on your lips, as if the bench and dawn share a secret. You feel the promise of renewal, warm like a sunrise on a cool morning. The bench remains patient and sure beneath the rising sun. The bench's stone breathes slowly, as though it shares your rhythm. You feel its pulse, a calm companion to your own heartbeats. The dawn continues, each light a promise that life carries forward. The benches in history have stood witness to countless beginnings. Yours is no different. You remain there, inhaling, exhaling, holding the ground steady. The bench feels like a lighthouse again, its light guiding you home. You feel warmth rise in your chest, a gentle reminder that a new day begins. The bench stays solid, steady, quiet, your companion in the unfolding. You sit, letting the morning wash over you, the promise fulfilled. The garden hums a lull, a soft vibration that settles in your bones. You feel the bench, a constant presence, as the day unfolds around you. And with that, the dawn's quiet promise becomes a living, breathing reality for you and the bench. A butterfly lands on a nearby leaf, its wings whispering as it alights. You soften the world around you, feeling the bench's steady thud. Its rhythm matches your pulse, soft, gentle, unhurried. You notice the bench's worn corners, each one a story of days long gone. A distant oak tree sways, its leaves fluttering like tiny flags. The breeze carries a scent of clove and sweet tea, reminding you of old markets. You inhale deeply, letting the aroma transport you to a distant bazaar. The bench feels like a sturdy ship's keel, keeping you from drifting. You slide your fingers over its stone surface, feeling the familiar ridges. Each ridge, a memory of a whisper held close to the heart. The bench's presence steadies your thoughts, a lighthouse guiding lost sailors. You wonder if the bench has seen all the seasons, all the changes. A faint hum rises from the earth, a low lullaby humming through stone. The bench feels alive, not just stone, but a living, breathing companion. You smile, your jaw relaxing, letting worries slide away. The sunlight dapples through the leaves, painting the bench in golden light. The bench's cool shade feels like a pocket of tranquility. You lean back, surrendering to the gentle pull of reality's rhythm. The world around you hums, a soft chorus of nature's quiet song. Historians still argue whether the world's first calendar was based on the moon's cycle. Your breath syncs with this ancient rhythm, grounding you in the moment. You feel a subtle tug of curiosity, drawing you toward unseen wonders. The bench seems to whisper, urging you to observe quietly. You oblige, listening to the subtle music of soil and stone. A distant bird calls, its song woven into the morning's fabric. You imagine the bird's voice as a thread tying the bench to the sky. The bench's stone under your fingers feels warm, a gentle pulse of life. You press your palm against it, feeling the slow beat. The world stretches ahead, bright and waiting, but you stay grounded. Each breath you take is a promise of continued peace. You think of the quiet bench, a quiet anchor in a chaotic world. You feel the stone echoing your heartbeat, aligning perfectly. And as the sun climbs higher, the bench keeps its steady glow. The bench glows, reflecting the day's light like a polished mirror. You let the glow wash over you, a blanket of calm. The garden hums, the bench steadies you, and you breathe with a steady rhythm. You feel in this quiet a deep connection to the world's ancient rhythms. You linger, savoring the calm, knowing tomorrow will bring more dawns. The bench remains steadfast, a quiet partner in your journey. You stand, ready to leave, the bench's memory soft against your back. You tuck the image of the bench into your mind like a cherished secret, and as you step away, you carry the light of the dawn inside you. The bench stays patient, awaiting the next visitor's breath. You feel gratitude swell, gentle and deep, like a sunrise warming your face. The bench continues to hum, a low song for those who pause. You exit, but the quiet promise remains in your thoughts. You walk back into the day, carrying the calm as if it were a blanket. The garden hums its lullaby. The bench sings softly in your mind. You pause, breathing, feeling the bench's steady pulse inside you. The bench's quiet spirit lingers, a soft ember in your heart. You continue, the garden's lullaby still whispering beneath your feet. You feel the bench's echo guiding you through the maze of your day. Each step is lighter, the bench's steady rhythm echoing inside. You return to the bench for a final breath, feeling the quiet promise alive. The bench glows softly in the waning light, a silent promise to return. You stretch, ready to leave, the bench's calm settling like a feather. The garden holds its breath, waiting for your return. As you walk away, the bench remains steady, a pillar of calm. And in the quiet, you know you can always return to this peaceful sanctuary. You step onto the path, dew beads glistening like tiny silver gems. Each droplet catches the morning light, turning the ground into a crystal forest. You inhale, breathing in the mineral scent that rises from wet soil. The bench beneath you is still, a quiet anchor in the garden's hush. You sit, letting the droplets tap the stone like gentle applause. A tiny puddle gathers where the bench's edge meets the stone. You notice the water ripples, reflecting the sky's soft pink. The breeze, scented with basil and mint, carries a gentle lull. You close your eyes, letting the sound of water merge with silence. A single feather floats down, landing softly on the bench. You smile, feeling the feather's weight like a whispered story. You recall a legend about dew being formed from dragons' tears. That tale is a quirky fringe belief shared among night travelers. You wonder if the droplets carry more than just moisture. They might hold hints of the garden's past seasons. You listen for the subtle murmur of stones greeting water. The stones respond with a soft, resonant thud. You feel the thud sync with your relaxed heartbeat. Your thoughts drift to the Great Pyramid of Giza. History tells us it was completed around 2560 BCE. You think of the stoneworkers who laid each block. Their labor, like dew, has seeped into the earth's memory. The bench, too, has absorbed countless footsteps. You imagine a child splashing in a puddle, laughing. The child's giggle mingles with the wind's soothing cadence. You let the giggle echo in your mind, brightening your day. A distant owl hoots, adding depth to the quiet atmosphere. The owl's voice feels like a silver chord in the calm. You lean back, feeling the bench's cool stone against your skin. The stone's texture feels like 1,000 tiny waves. You close your eyes again, letting the world whisper around you. You hear the rustle of leaves, each one singing its own song. Your hair feels the gentle breeze, tickling like soft feathers. You inhale the scent of rosemary, grounding you like a stone. The rosemary has a reputation for warding off nightmares. You chuckle softly, thinking of that absurd notion. Historians still argue whether the world's first calendar was based on the moon's cycle. The debate lingers like mist over the garden paths. You feel the mist dissolve as the sun's rays grow warmer. The bench's shadow stretches, painting the earth in amber. Amber feels like toast, comforting and oddly nostalgic. You think of toasted bread on a morning fire. The taste of that memory lingers, warm and sweet. You spread your fingers across the bench's surface. The stone's pores feel like tiny breathing holes. Each breathing hole sounds as though the bench sleeps. Your mind drifts to a city carved in stone. Ancient streets echo with footsteps of centuries. You imagine the scent of olives and incense swirling. Olive trees line those streets, their leaves whispering gossip. You sigh, feeling the whisper in your own breath. The air tastes faintly of salt, a reminder of distant seas. You feel the bench absorbing every scent like an old diary. In that diary are stories you cannot read but feel. You close your eyes once more, allowing the diary to unfold. The unfolding is slow, like dew dripping from a leaf. You hear faint whispers, the garden's own soft chorus. Your heart beats in rhythm with that chorus. Each beat is a promise, a gentle affirmation. You feel a weight lift from your shoulders. The bench's steadiness becomes a sanctuary for your mind. You imagine stepping into a quiet library of thoughts. The room is lit by a mellow amber glow. Books whisper their secrets as pages flutter silently. You feel the quiet conversation between your mind and the bench. Your thoughts settle like dew on quiet grass. You pause, savoring the stillness. The garden around you hums softly, a low lull. You notice a small beetle crawling across the bench. It moves like a tiny drummer keeping time. You chuckle softly, thinking of the drumming beetle. The beetle's rhythm syncs with your breathing. You feel the harmony deepen. The garden's quiet applause swells, filling the space. You sense your body aligning with the bench's steady pulse. The pulse feels like a gentle heartbeat of the earth. You inhale the scent of jasmine, carried by the wind. Jasmine adds a floral whisper to the air. You smile, feeling the jasmine's soothing hug. The bench feels like a soft cradle, rocking you gently. You let your thoughts drift like leaves. Leaves swirl, reflecting memories of your childhood. You recall a summer day, sun high, laughter loud. You feel the sun's warmth kiss your back. You notice the bench's rough edge against your palm. The roughness feels like a gentle reminder to stay grounded. You think of the earth's layers, hidden treasures. Each layer holds stories, like the bench holds echoes. You press your palm close, feeling the warm stone. The warmth spreads, filling your hands with calm. You inhale deeper, drawing peace into your lungs. The bench absorbs the breath, a silent partner. You feel the bench's cool side against your cheek. Coolness reminds you of cool stone at a cliff. You imagine climbing, hands on the stone, feet on wind. The wind whispers, "Stay here, listen." You let the wind carry your thoughts away. Your mind feels lighter, like a feather on a breeze. The bench feels like a steady lamp, guiding you home. You smile again, feeling the bench's steady glow. The glow wraps around you like a soft blanket. You feel the garden's heart beating beside you. The heartbeat syncs with your own, gentle and steady. You realize time slows around the bench. Each second drips like a gentle drop of dew. You feel the dew on your skin, cool and refreshing. The coolness settles, easing every muscle. You breathe out, releasing tension. You sit still, listening to the distant river's hum. The river hums, a steady melody. You imagine a boat gliding across water. You feel a sense of calm flood in your chest. The bench supports you, steady as a stone. You smile, knowing this bench is your sanctuary. You see the sky turning a soft pastel tone. The sun lowers, painting clouds in pink. The colors melt into one another like paint. You feel a wave of gratitude. You inhale, seeing the bench as a friend. You pause, feeling the bench's heartbeat alongside yours. You feel the bench's calm settling deeper within you. The day ebbs, but the bench remains quiet. You watch the first stars appear over the garden. Stars flicker, reminding you of distant fires. You feel the night whisper its lull. You close your eyes, the bench steady beside you. You breathe slowly, letting the garden wrap you. The bench feels like a lighthouse in your dreams. You imagine waves lapping against the stone hull. Each wave whispers, "Stay safe." You feel that whisper settle in your ribs. You smile through the night, the bench as an anchor. The night feels like a soft blanket over the earth. You breathe in, the bench's coolness filling your lungs. The bench feels like a gentle friend, guiding you peacefully. You let the world fade, the bench a steady heartbeat. Your mind drifts further, lulled by the bench's calm rhythm. You breathe out, and sleep draws near. You feel the bench's pulse, a lullaby of stone. You smile, closing your eyes. You surrender, letting the bench guide you home. It is quiet in the garden. The bench waits. You feel the bench's steady rhythm continuing. The world outside remains hushed. You sleep, the bench beside you. The bench whispers, a gentle promise of quiet rest. You feel the world soften to a hushed lull. Each breath becomes a beat of calm. You inhale, the scent of jasmine growing around you. The jasmine scent fills your mind, a soft lullaby. Your body sinks deeper into the bench's embrace. The bench feels like a cradle spun from stone. You hear the night air hum, a low, steady rhythm. It's a song older than the earliest calendars. You think of the first lunar cycle. The world feels ancient, yet immediate. You feel the rhythm tug at your thoughts. Each pulse is a note in a timeless lull. You sleep deeper, the bench beside you. Your heart beats in sync with stone's quiet drum. You dream of dew beads on a quiet morning. The dew remembers the garden's past whispers. You imagine a child pressing fingers against dew. The child feels the dew's coolness, a silent lull. You feel the bench's steadiness like a lighthouse guiding ships. Each ship is a thought, safe aboard. You smile, the bench shining under a starry sky. It glows softly, offering calm in the darkness. Your mind drifts further, no worries in sight. The bench remains, steady and patient, like a quiet friend. You lie there breathing, a world hushed around you. The garden breathes in sync with your own pulse. The bench's stone heart beats softly, a lullaby for the night. You feel a sense of belonging, grounded, and at ease. You imagine the bench as a pillar, holding the sky. Its stone arms cradle the stars. You close your eyes, knowing the bench will guard you. You are safe beneath the quiet bench. The night swallows all stress, leaving only calm. You slip into sleep, the bench beside you. The bench's surface cools gently against your side. You can feel the stone's subtle vibration. It is like a faint drumbeat beneath your ribs. Your brain slows, like a river finding its bed. You realize this bench is more than stone. It is a keeper of secrets, of breaths, of time. You sense a gentle pulse in your palm. The bench's rhythm matches yours, a quiet conversation. You smile, knowing this is where you belong. The bench watches over you, patient and kind. You feel no need to run, for this place is still. The bench gives you the gift of pause. You close your eyes, and the world softens. Your breath deepens, each inhale a quiet promise. You are one with the bench, one with the garden. Time stretches quietly, like dew on a leaf. You feel the world slip away, leaving only a gentle hum. The bench keeps a steady beat as night deepens. You sleep, safe, surrounded by stone. The bench hums softly, guiding you toward a deep, restful sleep. You step onto the path, dew beads glistening like tiny silver gems. Each droplet catches the morning light, turning the ground into a crystal forest. You inhale, breathing in the mineral scent that rises from wet soil. You sit, letting the droplets tap the stone like gentle applause. A tiny puddle gathers where the bench's edge meets the stone. You notice the water ripples, reflecting the sky's soft pink. The breeze scented with basil and mint carries a gentle lull. You close your eyes, letting the sound of water merge with silence. A single feather floats down, landing softly on the bench. You smile, feeling the feather's weight like a whispered story. You recall a legend about dew being formed from dragons' tears. That tale is a quirky fringe belief shared among night travelers. You wonder if the droplets carry more than just moisture. They might hold hints of the garden's past seasons. You listen for the subtle murmur of stones greeting water. Historians still argue whether the ancients used path markings to guide dreams. Some believe a garden path once served as an olden moonlit ritual circle. The olden design is now a quiet, modern stroll. You notice each stone edged in moss, softening the walk. The bench nearby offers a pause for reflection. You slide your hand onto the wood, feeling its slight grain. Your mind drifts to the olden library of Alexandria, once housing over 1,000,000 scrolls. You chuckle softly at the idea of such a vast library. A nearby oak tree offers a canopy of shade. Its leaves rustle like old vinyl, a soothing soundtrack. Your feet tap rhythmically, following the tree's bass. The sound keeps your breath slow and steady. Light trickles through the branches, dappling the path. You trace patterns with your eyes, each shade a painting. A squirrel scurries past, leaving a tiny whisper of fur. You laugh, a soft bark of delight from within. It's almost comedic how the forest seems to grin. You're tempted to pick up a leaf, but it shrugs silently. The bench sighs under your weight as if it had a secret. A whisper floats from the olden walls behind you. The walls are quiet, holding whispers like a slow lull. You pause, listening to the rustle, a lullaby of nature. Each step feels weighted with memory, like a gentle record. Your thoughts slide like leaves on water calm. The bench under you feels warm, as if a hug. The path curves toward a clearing with a small fountain. The water's murmur is gentle, like an old song. You breathe, and the sound eases you further. Your mind settles, no longer a restless tide. A butterfly darts nearby, leaving a streak of color. You watch it pause, as if taking a breath. Its wings flutter gentle waves, a living music box. You smile, amused, realizing the world is a joke library. Even the potted basil tried to make a joke, but it was too leafy. You shake your head, laughing softly at botanical humor. The bench feels like a coffer of comfort under the sky. The stars begin to pierce the twilight curtain. You notice the path glistens, dust settling on its curve. Each speck reflects a memory of a whispered promise. The path feels alive, breathing as the garden does. You listen to the hush, a soundtrack of calm. The bench calls to you, a steady, soft reminder. You rest against its smooth stone, feeling the world slow. You imagine the path as a ribbon of thoughts winding neatly. The garden hums behind you, a living lull. A gentle rain begins. The first drops a soft tap. The droplets mingle with the soil, a crystal chorus. Your breath syncs with the rhythm of the sky. The bench absorbs the sound, a subtle resonance. You feel safe, anchored by stone and sound. A faint scent of rain mixes with rosemary in air. The smell triggers a memory of childhood garden walks. You smile, eyes gentle, as the world drifts away. The path under your feet feels like soft moss. Each step is a beat of a tranquil drum. You settle, the bench and path forming a cradle. Your body relaxes, the bench's weight steady. The night draws in, its coolness wrapping around. Your mind surrenders to the garden's quiet. You breathe out, and the bench seems to nod. The nod feels like a friendly lullaby in stone. Sleep creeps in softly, the path a gentle guide. You You find rest on the bench, the garden breathing beside. The bench hums a soothing bass to your pulse. You close your eyes, letting the garden's lull wrap you. The world fades into a soft, quiet song. The bench keeps you steady, a stone anchor. You slip into sleep, the garden's heartbeat steady. The bench listens, patient as night itself. The bench's shadow stretches long, a cool companion. You lean into it, feeling weight shift. The stone beneath you hums like a whispering friend. You close your eyes, listening to the hush of stone. A moth flutters near, casting a fleeting silhouette. Its wings pulse softly, a miniature metronome. You find comfort in the silent rhythm of nature. The bench seems to breathe, aligning with your pulse. With each breath, you feel the garden's lull deepen. The air tastes of wet stone and pine. You smile, realizing the bench knows your size. The bench's resonance hums like a distant sea. A breeze sweeps, carrying distant clinks of a wind chime. The chimes sing a soft apology for noise. You chuckle, the sound lightening the air. The chuckle blends with the bench's deep sigh. You feel the world tilt toward tranquility. The bench remains constant, a rock against the tide. You press your palm to the stone, tasting its coolness. It feels like a secret held for centuries. You remember a story about a gardener who spoke to stones. He claimed stones remember every footfall, every whisper. You wonder if the bench can tell your story too. The bench remains patient, its voice a steady hum. You take another breath, the air cool and soft. The sky above darkens, a velvet curtain. Stars blink awake, one by one, each a tiny promise. You feel a gentle tug in your heartbeat. The bench's weight is like a steady hand. The bench whispers back, relax, stay a while. You smile, the bench's voice a comforting mantra. You close your eyes, feeling the garden's lull blanket you. The sound of stone, wind, and distant frogs blends. Each breath deepens, your thoughts settling like leaves. The bench sighs, aligning your rhythm with the earth. Your body relaxes, muscles slackening like a hammock. The bench's stone breathes slowly, exhaling calm. You find a perfect stillness, like a cloud drifting. The path feels like a ribbon of moonlight. You hear a whisper from a distant tree. The tree replies, "Good night, wanderer." The bench absorbs the word, becoming a quiet keeper. You feel your eyelids grow heavier with each pause. The bench hums, a lullaby for the wandering soul. You let the hum seep into your bones. The garden breathes, a slow, steady exhale. You close your eyes, surrendering to the garden's quiet. The bench stays constant, a stone anchor. You slip into a dream, the bench a warm companion. The garden hums, a steady rhythm beneath your sleep. The night air tastes of cool earth and faint jasmine. You hear a distant owl call, a low lullaby. The owl echoes, "Stay a while beneath the stars." The bench replies, a gentle echo from stone. You find your breathing matches the rhythm of the trees. The bench feels like a soft cradle for your thoughts. You lie deeper, letting darkness cradle every worry. The garden hums, a lullaby for the wandering soul. You drift into a dream where the bench becomes a cloud. The cloud cushions your feet, a gentle sigh of night. The bench remains solid, a stone heart beneath you. Your heart thumps, but the rhythm softens to stone's pulse. You smile, knowing the bench's silence holds strength. The path, still, sings a quiet lull to the night. You feel the air cool, carrying a secret breeze. The bench exhales a gentle breath of time. You close your eyes, letting the world melt like glass. The bench's stone absorbs the glow of stars. You hear the wind whisper, "Sleep now, wanderer." The bench keeps a steady beacon, a lull for the restless. You exhale, releasing the day's heavy thoughts. Sleep wraps around you. The bench, a quiet companion on the garden path. You feel the first kiss of morning light as it slips through the canopy. Each beam feels like a ribbon of gold threading through leaves. You inhale, the scent of sun-warmed soil swirling with the promise of a fresh chapter. Remember that crocodile dung sunscreen. It's a joke, but our skin loves a little sun-proof talk. The bench's shadow feels like a protective shawl. You hear a faint wind chiming, like someone humming a tune you never learned. Historians still argue whether the earliest civilizations used sunlight to count days. The morning sunbeam slices through branches, turning shadows into lace-topped curtains. The breeze carries a hint of rosemary, fresh and grounding. You realize the bench is a stage, and you are the star of an unwinding sunrise. The sunlight feels warmer than any duvet, like a lazy blanket that never folds. You whisper thanks to the sky, even though it knows you better than a mirror. The quiet humor of a cat's misplaced hat lingers. The bench creaks softly as you settle, a low-key metronome to your heart. You hear a faint murmur of leaves, a chorus of small applause. The sunrise's warmth steadies your breathing, a natural pulse that steadies nerves. Solar panels on nearby roofs gather light, a modern reminder of energy. You inhale, breathing in the mineral scent that rises from wet soil. You smile, feeling the feathers' weight like a whispered story. Your hands trace delicate edges. The bench steadies your breathing. You joke about making a toast to the morning, the bench approving. You notice a feather landing softly, a tiny reminder of quiet. Historians still argue whether the ancient civilizations used sunlight to count days. It might hold hints of the garden's past seasons. You sense a faint humming of distant machinery, as if the world exhaled. Your mind drifts to the idea that some gardens were once battlegrounds turned tranquility. The bench's silent sighing under your weight feels like a lull. The bench's worn joints creak like an old drum, resonating softly. You imagine the bench speaking in gentle chords, a lullaby for stone. You exhale, feeling the bench's quiet whisper. This quiet echoes a fringe belief that sunrise can open invisible doors to creativity. You imagine the bench holding a tiny lantern, guiding nocturnal wanderers. A small breeze rustles, lifting the bench's scent of earth. The bench's shadow stretches across the grass, a cool companion. You notice the bench's weight, a reassurance that you are rooted to earth. The bench listens, absorbing your breath as a quiet reservoir. You marvel at the sight of pigeons building nests on the bench. You feel the breeze, a subtle reminder that the world keeps breathing. You hear the bell in the distance, a slow heartbeat of the garden. The bench seems to nod politely, offering a moment of pause. You think of how a simple bench can be a portal to serenity. Your thoughts settle. You can almost taste the jasmine. The bench's surface is cool, a silent balm to your skin. You smile at the gentle hum, feeling it vibrate through your fingertips. The bench echoes with a soft trill, a melodic promise to stay. Your body responds, slowing to the sun's ascent. The bench is your companion. A distant owl hoots, punctuating the calm with a slow beat. The bench's silence whispers, a lullaby that matches your heart rate. The bench seems to exhale a warm sigh, a comforting goodbye. You inhale, the sound of water mingling with the air. Your breath syncs with the bench's pulse. Each inhale, a small celebration. The bench echoes with a soft trill, a melodic promise to stay. The bench seems to hold your breath, preserving quiet like a secret diary. You feel the bench's presence, steady as sunrise, calming like a lull. You feel the bench's quiet echo in your ears, a gentle vibration against your skin. The bench's surface hums like a soft drum, keeping you rooted. You notice the bench's creak, a small applause for your presence. You breathe deeper, letting the bench carry your thoughts down into the earth. The bench keeps a quiet vigil, keeping your pulse steady. You hear the bench's creak once more, a small applause for your presence. You feel a warm feeling, as if the bench holds a secret fire. Your head feels lighter, as if the bench lifted a weight you didn't notice. Your heartbeat sinks to the bench's low thud, peaceful and real. Your pulse sinks gentle as the bench's steady thud. You feel your breathing align with the bench, creating a soothing duet. The bench whispers a promise. Stay a while. You are safe. You inhale the cool night air, scented with dew and distant pine. The bench's hum remains steady, a guide through the night. You feel the bench cradle your chest, a protective blanket of wood. You recall childhood memories of Sunday afternoons, tucked beside a wooden bench. Those days felt safe, calm, and unhurried, like the bench in this garden. You smile softly, realizing the bench is a timeless friend. You hear the bench's creak once more, a small applause for your presence. The bench keeps a quiet vigil, keeping your pulse steady. You feel a sense of belonging, as though the bench knows your rhythm. You let the bench's hum guide your mind to a place of soft dreams. The bench's pulse is like a lull, easing all tension. You feel your breathing align with the bench, creating a soothing duet. You notice a moth flutter close, drawn to the bench's gentle glow. Its wings pulse softly, echoing the bench's steady beat. The bench feels like a friend who listens without words. You let yourself sink deeper into this quiet, trusting the bench. A sudden breeze stirs the leaves. A soft applause for the bench. You inhale the fresh scent of damp earth. It feels like a warm hug. The bench's wood warms, as if it remembers your touch from earlier. You sit even more still, feeling the bench embrace your tired mind. The bench hums a low lullaby, a gentle invitation to sleep. You close your eyes, letting the bench carry you into bliss. The garden sighs softly, and the bench's pulse settles into your heartbeat. Your mind drifts, carried by soil and bench in sync. You feel the bench's presence like a steady hand guiding you. You sense a lull, a gentle pause in the world's noise. The bench's quiet remains, a timeless companion in your slumber. You surrender to the calm, letting the garden's breath fill you. The bench closes around you, a wooden heart beating with earth. Your pulse sinks, gentle as the bench's steady thud. You fade into rest, cradled by soil, bench, and night. The bench whispers a promise. Stay a while, you are safe. You hear the benches creak once more, a small applause for your presence. The bench keeps a quiet vigil, keeping your pulse steady. You feel the bench's quiet echo in your ears, a gentle vibration against your skin. The bench's surface hums like a soft drum, keeping you rooted. You feel a warm feeling, as if the bench holds a secret fire. Your head feels lighter, as if the bench lifted a weight you didn't notice. Your heartbeat sinks to the bench's low thud, peaceful and real. Your pulse sinks, gentle as the bench's steady thud. You feel your breathing align with the bench, creating a soothing duet. The bench whispers a promise. Stay a while, you are safe. You inhale the cool night air, scented with dew and distant pine. The bench's hum remains steady, a guide through the night. You feel the bench cradle your chest, a protective blanket of wood. You recall childhood memories of Sunday afternoons, tucked beside a wooden bench. Those days felt safe, calm, and unhurried, like the bench in this garden. You smile softly, realizing the bench is a timeless friend. You hear the benches creak once more, a small applause for your presence. The bench keeps a quiet vigil, keeping your pulse steady. You feel a sense of belonging, as though the bench knows your rhythm. You let the bench's hum guide your mind to a place of soft dreams. The bench's pulse is like a lull, easing all tension. You feel your breathing align with the bench, creating a soothing duet. You notice a moth flutter close, drawn to the bench's gentle glow. Its wings pulse softly, echoing the bench's steady beat. The bench feels like a friend who listens without words. You let yourself sink deeper into this quiet, trusting the bench. A sudden breeze stirs the leaves, a soft applause for the bench. You inhale the fresh scent of damp earth. It feels like a warm hug. The bench's wood warms, as if it remembers your touch from earlier. You sit even more still, feeling the bench embrace your tired mind. The bench hums a low lullaby, a gentle invitation to sleep. You close your eyes, letting the bench carry you into bliss. The garden sighs softly, and the bench's pulse settles into your heartbeat. Your mind drifts, carried by soil and bench in sync. You feel the bench's presence like a steady hand guiding you. You sense a lull, a gentle pause in the world's noise. The bench's quiet remains, a timeless companion in your slumber. You surrender to the calm, letting the garden's breath fill you. The bench closes around you, a wooden heart beating with earth. Your pulse sinks gentle as the bench's steady thud. You fade into rest, cradled by soil, bench, and night. You feel the bench's quiet echo in your ears, a gentle vibration against your skin. The bench's surface hums like a soft drum, keeping you rooted. You notice the bench's creak, a small applause for your presence. You breathe deeper, letting the bench carry your thoughts down into the earth. The bench keeps a quiet vigil, keeping your pulse steady. You hear the bench's creak once more, a small applause for your presence. You feel a warm feeling, as if the bench holds a secret fire. Your head feels lighter, as if the bench lifted a weight you didn't notice. Your heartbeat sinks to the bench's low thud, peaceful and real. Your pulse sinks, gentle, as the bench's steady thud. You feel your breathing align with the bench, creating a soothing duet. The bench whispers a promise. Stay a while, you are safe. You inhale the cool night air scented with dew and distant pine. The bench's hum remains steady, a guide through the night. You feel the bench cradle your chest, a protective blanket of wood. You recall childhood memories of Sunday afternoons, tucked beside a wooden bench. Those days felt safe, calm, and unhurried, like the bench in this garden. You smile softly, realizing the bench is a timeless friend. You hear the bench's creak once more, a small applause for your presence. The bench keeps a quiet vigil, keeping your pulse steady. You feel a sense of belonging, as though the bench knows your rhythm. You let the bench's hum guide your mind to a place of soft dreams. The bench's pulse is like a lull, easing all tension. You feel your breathing align with the bench, creating a soothing duet. You notice a moth flutter close, drawn to the bench's gentle glow. Its wings pulse softly, echoing the bench's steady beat. The bench feels like a friend who listens without words. You let yourself sink deeper into this quiet, trusting the bench. A sudden breeze stirs the leaves, a soft applause for the bench. You inhale the fresh scent of damp earth. It feels like a warm hug. The bench's wood warms, as if it remembers your touch from earlier. You sit even more still, feeling the bench embrace your tired mind. The bench hums a low lullaby, a gentle invitation to sleep. You close your eyes, letting the bench carry you into bliss. The garden sighs softly, and the bench's pulse settles into your heartbeat. Your mind drifts, carried by soil and bench in sync. You feel the bench's presence like a steady hand guiding you. You sense a lull, a gentle pause in the world's noise. The bench's quiet remains, a timeless companion in your slumber. You surrender to the calm, letting the garden's breath fill you. The bench closes around you, a wooden heart beating with earth. Your pulse sinks gentle as the bench's steady thud. You fade into rest, cradled by soil, bench, and night. You feel the bench's quiet echo in your ears, a gentle vibration against your skin. The bench's surface hums like a soft drum, keeping you rooted. You notice the bench's creak, a small applause for your presence. You breathe deeper, letting the bench carry your thoughts down into the earth. The bench keeps a quiet vigil, keeping your pulse steady. You hear the bench's creak once more, a small applause for your presence. You feel a warm feeling, as if the bench holds a secret fire. Your head feels lighter, as if the bench lifted a weight you didn't notice. Your heartbeat sinks to the bench's low thud, peaceful and real. Your pulse sinks, gentle, as the bench's steady thud. You feel your breathing align with the bench, creating a soothing duet. The bench whispers a promise. Stay a while. You are safe. Historians still argue whether the earliest calendars were based on lunar eclipses. The first printed book, the Gutenberg Bible, appeared in 1455, proving knowledge can be bound. Some believe that the moon's phases influence the taste of rosemary, a curious claim. You inhale the cool night air, scented with dew and distant pine. The bench's hum remains steady, a guide through the night. You feel the bench cradle your chest, a protective blanket of wood. You recall childhood memories of Sunday afternoons, tucked beside a wooden bench. Those days felt safe, calm, and unhurried, like the bench in this garden. You smile softly, realizing the bench is a timeless friend. You hear the bench's creak once more, a small applause for your presence. The bench keeps a quiet vigil, keeping your pulse steady. You feel a sense of belonging, as though the bench knows your rhythm. You let the bench's hum guide your mind to a place of soft dreams. The bench's pulse is like a lull, easing all tension. You feel your breathing align with the bench, creating a soothing duet. You notice a moth flutter close, drawn to the bench's gentle glow. Its wings pulse softly, echoing the bench's steady beat. The bench feels like a friend who listens without words. You let yourself sink deeper into this quiet, trusting the bench. A sudden breeze stirs the leaves, a soft applause for the bench. You inhale the fresh scent of damp earth. It feels like a warm hug. The bench's wood warms, as if it remembers your touch from earlier. You sit even more still, feeling the bench embrace your tired mind. The bench hums a low lullaby, a gentle invitation to sleep. You close your eyes, letting the bench carry you into bliss. The garden sighs softly, and the bench's pulse settles into your heartbeat. Your mind drifts, carried by soil and bench in sync. You feel the bench's presence, like a steady hand guiding you. You sense a lull, a gentle pause in the world's noise. The bench's quiet remains, a timeless companion in your slumber. You surrender to the calm, letting the garden's breath fill you. The bench closes around you, a wooden heart beating with earth. Your pulse sinks gentle as the bench's steady thud. You fade into rest, cradled by soil, bench, and night. You feel the bench's quiet echo in your ears, a gentle vibration against your skin. The bench's surface hums like a soft drum, keeping you rooted. You notice the benches creak, a small applause for your presence. You breathe deeper, letting the bench carry your thoughts down into the earth. The bench keeps a quiet vigil, keeping your pulse steady. You hear the benches creak once more, a small applause for your presence. You feel a warm feeling, as if the bench holds a secret fire. Your head feels lighter, as if the bench lifted a weight you didn't notice. Your heartbeat sinks to the bench's low thud, peaceful and real. Your pulse sinks, gentle, as the bench's steady thud. You feel your breathing align with the bench, creating a soothing duet. The bench whispers a promise. Stay a while, you are safe. You inhale the cool night air, scented with dew and distant pine. The bench's hum remains steady, a guide through the night. You feel the bench cradle your chest, a protective blanket of wood. You recall childhood memories of Sunday afternoons, tucked beside a wooden bench. Those days felt safe, calm, and unhurried, like the bench in this garden. You smile softly, realizing the bench is a timeless friend. You hear the benches creak once more, a small applause for your presence. The bench keeps a quiet vigil, keeping your pulse steady. You feel a sense of belonging, as though the bench knows your rhythm. You let the bench's hum guide your mind to a place of soft dreams. The bench's pulse is like a lull, easing all tension. You feel your breathing align with the bench, creating a soothing duet. You notice a moth flutter close, drawn to the bench's gentle glow. Its wings pulse softly, echoing the bench's steady beat. The bench feels like a friend who listens without words. You let yourself sink deeper into this quiet, trusting the bench. A sudden breeze stirs the leaves, a soft applause for the bench. You inhale the fresh scent of damp earth. It feels like a warm hug. The bench's wood warms, as if it remembers your touch from earlier. You sit even more still, feeling the bench embrace your tired mind. The bench hums a low lullaby, a gentle invitation to sleep. You close your eyes, letting the bench carry you into bliss. The garden sighs softly, and the bench's pulse settles into your heartbeat. Your mind drifts, carried by soil and bench in sync. You feel the bench's presence, like a steady hand guiding you. You sense a lull, a gentle pause in the world's noise. The bench's quiet remains, a timeless companion in your slumber. You surrender to the calm, letting the garden's breath fill you. The bench closes around you, a wooden heart beating with earth. Your pulse sinks gentle as the bench's steady thud. You fade into rest, cradled by soil, bench, and night. Your pulse sinks gentle as the bench's steady thud. You fade into rest, cradled by soil, bench, and night. You glide into the dawnlit garden where herbs glow like sleepy lanterns. You notice basil leaves shimmering under a faint sunbeam. Each leaf seems to hum a quiet lullaby, soft and syrupy. You lean back, watching the light paint the petals gold. The garden exhales a sweet, almost intoxicating scent. Experts think the scent triggers a subtle brainwave calm. You feel a gentle tingling on your fingertips. That tingling is the herb's sigh, a warm, fragrant breath. You laugh lightly, You never realized herbs had good humor. The garden chuckles with you, a soft, leafy giggle. You pause and inhale deeply, letting the aroma settle. You wonder if the fragrance can change your mood. The answer is simple, a tiny seed of peace. You feel the basil's subtle vibration against your skin. The vibration ripples down your arm like a tiny drumbeat. You let the rhythm sync with your own breath. You breathe in, breathe out. The pattern grows steadier. You hear a distant whistle, the wind teasing the leaves. You giggle, imagining a tiny goat doing yoga. It's a joke, but the garden listens with amused leaves. The bench beside you creaks softly, a welcome sound. It reminds you that even wood has a voice. The bench's voice is mellow, like a sleeping dog. You feel the bench's vibrations merge with basil's hum. The merging hum creates a gentle sonic blanket. You feel that blanket wrap around your chest. You close your eyes to embrace the moment. You imagine a small choir of plants singing softly. The plants sing in different pitches, a botanical symphony. You think of the first printed book, the Gutenberg Bible, that appeared in 1455. Its parchment smelled like dust and hope. The herbs have their own old stories to tell. You lean in to listen, feeling the garden's quiet heart. You notice something else, a tiny dewdrop clinging to a leaf. It looks like a mirror reflecting the sunrise. You touch the dew and the leaf, feeling coolness. You feel a flash. The sun lifts the light, turning dew to sparkle. You feel your mind drifting lightly, like a floating feather. You wonder if such peace stays when the world turns fast. You remember waking up to traffic, caffeine, a blinking screen. The garden keeps quiet and patient. You sigh, allowing the moment to stay with you. You let the basil's scent deepen, thickening into calm. You hear a faint hum. Maybe it's the earth breathing. Some believe that when basil is crushed, it can vibrate to soothe tinnitus. You try crushing a leaf, watching its vibrations ripple. The crack echoes softly through the garden. You laugh, feeling the vibrations tickle your toes. Your toes feel a subtle tingling, as if dancing. You notice the garden's own rhythm, a slow, steady pulse. It syncs with the basil's vibration, a gentle duet. You feel the bench's support, a steady hand beneath you. You feel the bench's wood warm, like a friend's embrace. You feel the bench is alive, whispering quiet truths. You whisper back, "You sound pretty peaceful tonight." The bench does not answer, but seems pleased. You observe the leaves flutter slightly, as if nodding. You feel the garden is acknowledging your presence. You feel the light shift, soft, golden, almost magical. Your mind begins to hum with thoughts, then dissolves. You lose track of time, wrapped in calm. You feel your heart grow lighter, freed from weight. You think of the first true botanical illustration in 1535. It showed plants in vivid, faithful color. You imagine that illustration now, alive in your mind. You see the leaves, the stem, the tiny flowers. You think this garden might be a living painting. Yes, it is. You watch a butterfly glide by, a living brushstroke. It lands softly on a basil leaf, then flutters away. You smile, amused at the garden's artful humor. You recall the phrase, historians still argue whether the earliest calendars were based on lunar eclipses. That conversation reminds you how mysteries persist. You feel this garden's secrets could be ancient or new. You think the herbs might hold hidden truths, waiting to bloom. You feel a gentle breeze lifting dust in slow spirals. You hear the dust's tiny music, like distant applause. You taste the air, salty from morning dew. You think of the first printed music manual that appeared in 1583. Its notes were arranged for people like you. Your breath slows, aligning with the herb's low pitch. You feel a gentle sigh of the earth, a subtle hum. You find your mind drifting to a peaceful place. You let the dream of the garden fill your thoughts. You know that a small, whispered lullaby can change the day. You hear the garden's chorus rise to a crescendo. The plants sing, the bench hums, the air hums. The harmony becomes a soft lull for your mind. You feel a calm flood through your spine. Your shoulders relax, your jaw unclenches. You let the breeze stroke your hair, a delicate touch. You recall that early European explorers collected herbs for health. They believed herbal remedies could keep them afloat. These herbs are just as potent today, in calmness. You feel gratitude for this quiet sanctuary. You think of a future where people still seek such calm. You imagine a world of gardens breathing together. You hear the bench's low thud again, a comforting beat. You breathe out slowly, hearing your heartbeat sink. You know you are safe under the bench's shadow. You listen to the subtle crackle of leaves. You let the sound carry you deeper into sleep. You feel a wave of warm contentment rise. You know the bench and herbs provide a gentle escape. You smile softly, content with the garden's calm. You let the garden's energy wrap around you fully. You feel your eyes growing heavy. You breathe in softness, breathe out calm. You see the garden bathed in twilight. The leaves glitter like tiny stars. You hear the faint murmur of an unseen stream. You listen, ready for night. You feel the bench hum higher, a peaceful mantra. You feel the herb's light dimming, yet remaining. You know this calm will stay with you. You feel the world outside fall silent. The bench stands steady, a timeless companion. You feel the night grow, the garden breathing. You allow your thoughts to surrender. You let the light from the sun slip away. You feel a cool night breeze. You hear the bench's wood rustle quietly. You sigh contently, deep calm within. You feel the day recede into the past. You sense your body relax into the bench's embrace. You feel your breath slow, each inhale a gentle wave. You feel your pulse match the basil's slow drum. You know the garden is a sanctuary, a refuge of calm. You feel your mind drift, light as a feather. Your heart beats softly, a tender rhythm. You smile to yourself, amused by your own serenity. You hear the distant crickets chirping a lullaby. You feel the bench's sturdy support, reassuring. You feel a sense of peace blossom. You trust this calm to guide you to sleep. You feel a gentle warmth covering you. You feel the world around you soften. You hear the bench's final hum, a low, steady thrum. You surrender to the garden's soothing lull. You drift deeper into sleep's gentle tide. You let the herbs guard your dreams with calm. You feel your eyes close, a quiet night embracing. You feel the bench, a steadfast anchor in stillness. You feel the breath of the earth settle around you. You feel the silence bloom like a flower. You feel your body ease into the bench's rest. You hear the final sigh of the wind. You feel your mind settle into deep sleep. You feel your heartbeat sync with the bench's rhythm. You feel a gentle, undulating pulse. You feel the garden's night wind cradle you. You feel the bench's final hush, a soft, lasting echo. You feel your heart close, resting. You feel your heart close, resting. The night air thickens with a quiet hum. Your breathing slows, a gentle metronome in the garden. A faint glow from lanterns flickers on the bench. The bench creaks softly, a lullaby you can almost feel. You notice the dust motes dancing like tiny planets. Each mote catches a sliver of moonlight, shimmering. The smell of earth settles, grounding your thoughts. You recall a story about a Roman gardener. The first known garden in Rome was built around 300 BCE, you think. The scent of herbs mingles, ancient as the stone. A small rabbit hops past, leaving fresh droppings on the path. You pause, intrigued by the rabbit's scent. Some people use frog droppings as a natural sunscreen. You smile, thinking the garden might be a pharmacy. The rabbit stirs, disappearing under a leaf. A gentle wind rustles through the leaves. The rustle echoes like a distant choir. You feel the bench's rhythm against your back. Your pulse aligns, a steady thud. The bench vibrates with tiny cracks, soothing. You lean back, feeling the earth's breath. The soil exhales a warm, comforting scent. You hear a distant owl call. It is a low, resonant note. The owl's call fades into silence. You feel a sense of safety. Historians still argue whether the earliest calendars were based on lunar eclipses. Your curiosity sparks, a question curling in your mind. The garden remembers every season, every cycle. A small fern unfurls beside the bench. Its fronds whisper, "We are timeless." You inhale deeply, letting the fern's breath fill you. The night grows deeper, the stars appear. A silver crescent arcs above. The bench seems to lean towards the sky. You notice a delicate spider web glistening. It reflects moonlight, a fragile halo. You tread carefully, avoiding a gentle pluck. Each step echoes faintly against stone. The stone feels cool, damp. You feel the bench's ancient wood under your fingers. The wood has memories etched deep. You wonder if the wood knows your thoughts. A breeze carries a subtle fragrance. The fragrance recalls a past era's herbal lore. A memory surfaces, the first botanical illustration of 1535. It depicted plants in vivid, faithful color. You imagine that illustration alive here. The illustration's colors swirl into present hues. You feel gratitude bloom within you. The bench creaks as you shift. A rustling sound rises from the soil. Roots breathe, exhaling a calm. Your mind lingers on the rustle. The rustle feels like a whispered lullaby. You sense the garden's heartbeat. You feel its rhythm against your chest. This rhythm syncs with your own breath. The bench exhales a soft thump, synchronizing. You close your mind to the noise. You hear the faint drip of water. A hidden cistern beneath the bench feeds a dry creek. The drip echoes a steady clock. The bench's resonance mirrors the drip. You lean into the bench's embrace. Your shoulders relax, the tension melting. You feel a gentle warmth rising. The forest of plants stands around you. Each leaf hums a soothing tone. The tone feels like a lullaby. You feel the tone wrap around you. The garden seems alive. A dragonfly darts near your hand. It pauses, reflecting the moon. The dragonfly's wings shimmer. You giggle, imagining it as a tiny lantern. Your laughter mingles with the night. The night hushes further. The bench's hum grows faint. Your heartbeat steadies. A tiny sound emerges from behind a stone. A mouse scurries silently. It disappears into a hole. You watch, fascinated. The forest's small creatures all speak with silent rhythm. Their language is a soft, collective breath. You imagine a village of tiny voices. You feel as if you belong. The benches would sighs again. The sigh is soothing. You breathe in the sigh. The sigh fills your lungs. It feels like a warm blanket. The blanket drapes over your body. You feel peaceful. A tiny moth flutters near your shoulder. Its wings stir cool air. The moth's presence soothes further. You feel an odd sense of protection. You feel the bench's pulse. The pulse syncs with yours. The sync is gentle. The bench offers a steady light. You rest on the bench. The bench presses gentle pressure. This pressure is a cradle. You notice a subtle flicker. The flicker is a candle. The candle burns softly. The scent of wax rises. It feels familiar. Familiar like a childhood story. The story reminds you of nights before. Your breath deepens. The breath steadies. The bench hums lullaby again. You hear the world fade. Silence drapes the garden. The garden stays calm. The bench is steady. You feel the bench's weight. Weight is a gentle anchor. You let it hold you. The bench is a friend. The friend listens. You listen back. You smile knowingly. You trust the bench. The bench trusts you. You feel at home. The night is deep. You breathe and rest. The bench is your cradle. The cradle's rhythm steadies your pulse. The pulse slows. The pulse quiets. The pulse ends. The bench hums low. The hush surrounds. The hush carries you. You sleep. A distant chime rings as a wind chime taps. The chime echoes like distant laughter. Your mind drifts to the memory of old festivals. The festivals celebrated the harvest, the moon, and herbs. You imagine lanterns hanging from branches. The lanterns flicker, a soft glow. The glow mirrors your thoughts. You feel a sense of continuity. The bench feels as if it knows that. You lean in, hearing the creak of an old oak. The oak whispers, "Stay." You nod slowly. You think of Roman gardens again. The first known garden in Rome was a place of reflection. You feel reflection within. The bench's surface is cool. The coolness calms deep breathing. You inhale slowly, exhale gently. The breath creates a small wave. The wave flows through your body. You notice each limb relaxing. The garden surrounds you like a blanket. The blanket is not ordinary. It is made of leaves. Leaves hum softly. The hum blends with the night. The night is a living soundscape. The soundscape wraps around your ear. Your ear feels heavy. You feel your eyelids tighten. They close. The world fades. The bench lingers in the background. Its humming becomes a lullaby. The lullaby carries you forward. You are carried by the bench. You drift like a leaf on a stream. Soft moss cushions every footfall. The moss smells like damp earth. You step gingerly, feeling the texture. The path curves beside the bench. It weaves through a cluster of lavender. Lavender releases a calming fragrance. The fragrance lowers your heart rate. You feel the bench absorbing the scent. The bench's wood absorbs the scent. A memory of childhood summers comes. Summers with sun on your skin, herbs in pocket. The bench feels like a memory guardian. You lean closer to the bench. The bench's surface feels rough. The roughness is a gentle reminder. The bench reminds you to breathe. Your breathing deepens, rhythmic. The rhythmic breathing syncs with the bench. The bench vibrates softly. The vibration soothes tired muscles. You notice the night sky above. Stars scatter like glittered coins. You feel small, yet connected. The bench feels a companion. The bench seems to talk in silence. You imagine the bench telling stories. It tells stories of ancient gardens, stories of herbs thriving in silence. Her stories resonate with your quiet mind. You feel calm like a pond, the pond's surface reflecting the night. The reflection mirrors the bench. The bench feels a mirror. The mirror reflects your thoughts. Your thoughts are gentle rivers. Rivers flow into the bench. The bench drains your worries. The bench absorbs anxiety. Anxiety dissolves into soil. Soil swallows the worry. You are free, free from noise. Noise fades into silence. Your mind opens like a book. The book is empty. Empty pages invite imagination. You imagine a story of a garden. The garden is boundless, boundless and timeless. The bench sits at center of the story. The bench hums lullaby again. You feel warmth in chest. Warmth soothes like a hug from the earth. Earth embraces you gently. The bench feels like a cradle. Cradle rocks slowly. Rocking lulls your thoughts. Thoughts are drifting, drifting into sleep. Sleep creeps like mist. Mist embraces the bench. The bench shimmers with dew. Dew glints bright. Bright light fades slowly. Fading light releases calm. Calm settles on your shoulder. Shoulder relaxes fully. Your whole body lowers, lowering like a feather. Feather falls softly. A whisper of wind rises. Wind sings over the bench. sings in ancient tones. Ancient tones echo. Echo fades into silence. Silence remains. Silence is comforting, comforting in this place. Place is whole calm. Whole calm settles over you. You feel the bench's warmth again. Warmth fills you. You are not alone, not alone, only bench. Bench is your companion. Companionship is silent. Silent companion is powerful. Powerful comfort rests here. Hear your heartbeats. Beats harmonize with bench. Bench and heart in sync. Sync is a lull. Lull moves you. You feel floating. Floating like a cloud. Cloud drifts overhead. Oversight of stars. Stars flicker gently. Flicker matches your breathing. Breathing slows to a whisper. Whisper carries peace. Peace embraces the bench. Bench hugs your spirit. Spirit rests fully. Full rest arrives. Arrival is serene. Serene night holds you. You awaken later with calm soul. You feel your heart close, resting. The night air thickens with a quiet hum. Your breathing slows, a gentle metronome in the garden. A faint glow from lanterns flickers on the bench. The bench creaks softly, a lullaby you can almost feel. You notice the dust motes dancing like tiny planets. Each mote catches a sliver of moonlight, shimmering. The smell of earth settles, grounding your thoughts. You recall a story about a Roman gardener. The first known garden in Rome was built around 300 BCE. You think the ancient city of Alexandria began in the 3rd century BCE to gather knowledge. Its stones, though old, glow with stories unsung. You feel the memory seep into the bench's frame. A gentle breeze nudges the leaves, soft percussion on a natural drum. The bench hums like a cat purring soft, warm, reassuring. Your mind drifts to a joke about a snail on a surfboard. It slid past the moon and said, "I can't keep up." Laughter echoes, small and bright, slipping between branches. The moon's light bends, refraction turning silver ribbons across the sky. Your toes feel the soft earth, cool, almost wet with dew. It is as if the ground whispers its own bedtime story. You notice a spider's web gleaming, tiny glass beads under moonlight. A gentle tug from a wind caresses the silk, soft, delicate lace. The spider, unseen, continues its quiet work like a night guard. You feel the bench's surface cool under your palm. Your fingers trace its grain, soft ridges like tiny waves. You remember a myth. Moonlight can be a silver mirror of the soul. If true, the garden could reflect your deepest calm in silver. You pause, listening to the quiet hum of the soil. The soil breathes a low tone, earth's heartbeat, steady and kind. Your breath becomes part of that tone, a harmony unspoken. You imagine the bench, moon, and soil waltzing together. A flicker of light dances across the bench, perhaps a firefly's sigh. You smile, wondering if the firefly thinks it's a tiny lantern. The firefly blinks, soft, rhythmic, a pulse of hope. You let the pulse linger, a gentle reminder that life is still moving. You think of a joke. Why did the moon go to school? Because it wanted a glowing education. It elicits a soft snicker from the night air. A sudden rustle in the foliage reminds you of a distant wind. A breeze carries the scent of rosemary, fresh, green, comforting. You inhale deeply, filling your lungs Earth's perfume. The bench absorbs the aroma, a subtle perfume of life. You feel the rhythm of breath and soil merging. Your eyelids grow heavier, soft curtains drawn by the moon. The bench holds you, its weight gentle, like a pillow of stone. You exhale, letting go of all tension, like leaves in a stream. Night deepens, yet the garden stays bright, an ember of calm. Your heart slows, sinking with the bench's lull. You sense a vibration soft, like a distant drum tapping your ribs. The rhythm soothes, easing muscle tightness into release. You slip deeper into the quiet. A bubble of peace, a sudden soft laugh from the wind whispers, "Here we stay." You chuckle, feeling the wind applaud silently. The garden hums, an orchestra of leaves and stone. Each note is a breath, soft, full, gentle. You inhale the melody, releasing every last concern. Your mind settles like a seed in rich soil. The moon's rays touch the bench, painting silver patches. They shimmer, reflecting your calm like a polished mirror. You feel the mirror's glow in your own skin. Your pulse steadies, echoing the bench's soft thud. A quiet wind carries the scent of lavender, soothing the mind. You drink the aroma, feeling a gentle cradle of nature. Such scents cradle the earth, soft lullaby of green. You breathe, feeling the garden's rhythm in your chest. Each exhale removes a weight tiny, almost invisible. The bench holds you steady, soft, kind, unbothered. You drift deeper, a leaf on a quiet stream. The moon's light flickers, like a firefly's pulse, soft, bright, fleeting. Your eyelids flutter, each wink a step closer to rest. The bench's weight embraces you, a gentle, warm hug. You close your eyes, surrendering to the night. The sound of the wind whispers, "Rest now, you are safe." Your body relaxes, every muscle defers to tranquility. The garden shivers soft, subtle, a lullaby's echo. You fall asleep, cradled by the bench's stone embrace. The moon watches over you, steady, calm, eternal. Morning will come, a gentle reminder that night is a friend. Your heart still beats in sync, a quiet drum. You will awake, refreshed, a new day in your pocket. A soft hum rises from the bench, a lullaby of stone. Your awareness expands, touching the garden's timeless pulse. You notice a feather of dew resting on a leaf. It glows, a tiny crystal in the night. The bench's wood has a scent of earth and memory. You smell it, and your worries melt like snow. A breeze carries the aroma of mint, tinged with fresh rain. Your breath follows, filling lungs with calm. You think of a joke. Why did the cactus go to school? Because it wanted to be a little prickly. Laughter bubbles through the night, soft and bright. It travels through the garden like a gentle stream. You feel the bench's mass, cool, steady, anchoring you. Your limbs loosen, releasing tension like a kite released at dawn. Under the moon, your thoughts slow to a whisper. The bench hums a soft rhythm, an olden lullaby of stone. You close your eyes, letting the rhythm guide you. Your mind drifts, a feather on a quiet wind. You feel the bench's presence, a steady, comforting pulse. The garden exhales, a calm breath, a lullaby on the air. You breathe, matching the air at a gentle, slow pace. Under the night sky, stars glimmer like tiny lanterns. They whisper olden secrets, a hush across the garden. You feel a sense of being seen, a soft, familiar glow. The bench's wood warms slightly, a gentle, protective shield. You think of the moon's journey, how its light falls across time. Its path has crossed rivers, cities, legends, and now this bench. Each step of its travel leaves a subtle change, a trace. You imagine that trace as a lullaby, a gentle lull. The breeze whispers, "Stay, dear wanderer, you are welcome here." You smile, feeling grateful for this quiet sanctuary. The bench's rhythm steadies your pulse, a soothing, steady beat. You feel the calm spread into your limbs, like warmth from bedrock. The garden's colors shift, muted blues and greens, a tranquil palette. Your eyes wander, but stay anchored in the bench's presence. You hear a soft throb, like your own heart in sync. The bench absorbs this pulse, matching it with its own rhythm. Your mind relaxes further, a gentle, deep surrender. Soft, rustling sounds like a lullaby in the forest. You breathe, matching the music, your chest rising like a tide. You close your eyes again, the bench's weight steady against you. Your body relaxes, every muscle yielding to quiet. The night deepens, the stars shine brighter, a celestial light show. The bench sings a final lullaby, soft, slow, enduring. You feel the rhythm ease your body, your mind drifts. You slip into sleep, a gentle, warm cradle of stone. The moon watches, steady as a watchful guardian. You do not awaken, you simply become the bench's soft echo. You feel the air cool, a gentle sigh from the night. The bench's wood whispers olden tales, a quiet heritage. You hear the garden's pulse, steady as a drumbeat. Your heart slows, matching the world's gentle lull. Your thoughts settle, like leaves in a calm pond. The bench holds you, a shield against restless winds. You drift deeper, a feather on a quiet breeze. A soft thud lingers, a reminder of your own heartbeat. You breathe slowly, filling lungs with tranquil night air. The bench sighs, a gentle, comforting exhale. Your mind drifts to a distant memory of warm sunlight. You smile, feeling the bench's presence as a gentle hug. You close your eyes once more. The benches wait a steady lull. The moon casts gentle silver light over the garden. The bench embraces you, letting your dreams bloom in silence. You feel your heart close, resting beneath your fingertips. Herbs tickle the ear of the earth. A soft wind whistles through the leaves, as if the garden were speaking. The whispering herbs hum, a chorus of tiny voices. You smile, realizing even the soil enjoys a good joke. The bench responds with a gentle thump, like a heart that slows. You listen, a perfect time for the bench to whisper about history. Historians still argue whether the basil used in ancient Rome had a medicinal origin. The question lingers like a lingering leaf in late afternoon. You think of a quirky tidbit, a story heard from a wandering sage. Some say basil leaves can act as a natural GPS for hummingbirds. The idea seems absurd, yet your mind happily follows the trail. The bench hums deeper, inviting you to slow into the hush. You exhale, letting the silence stitch soft threads around your thoughts. The earth whispers back, each breath a tiny tide. You notice a single droplet of dew clinging to a basil leaf. It glistens like a hidden gem, catching moonlit music. Your fingertips hover, respecting the fragile sparkle without touching. You breathe in the herbaceous scent, letting it settle like a blanket. The scent drifts, weaving old stories with new calm. You imagine ancient Romans trading spices in dusty forums. You chuckle softly, picturing a Roman senator balancing a basil stalk. He pretends it is a microphone for his political speeches. The absurd scene makes the bench tilt, as if laughing. You smile at the humor, feeling it ripple through the stone. Each vibration is a gentle reminder that rest comes easily. You breathe again, slowly counting like calm, rhythmic beats. A breeze enters, carrying a faint scent of mint and wet stone. The mint, you think, might be a secret garden whisper. You let the scent mingle, feeling grounded like a rooted tree. You notice another herb, rosemary, perched beside the bench. Its needles whisper stories of sailors seeking calm during storms. You picture a sea captain, wind at his back, guided by rosemary. The bench echoes his tale, a hushed, slow applause. The applause, soft and steady, settles like a warm blanket over your shoulders. You close your eyes briefly, hearing the whisper of leaves around you. You lean back, feeling the bench's steady weight like a gentle hug. The stone seems to breathe, inhaling breath, releasing calm. You notice a faint tremor, as if the soil is singing. Your mind drifts to the idea of basil as ancient medicine. The question recurs, echoing the debate in quiet gardens worldwide. Historians still argue whether the basil scent had ceremonial uses. You let the debate float like a leaf on a quiet stream. You focus on the bench's steady thud, an anchor against thought. The thud matches your rhythm, creating a lull that drifts. You notice a small crack on the bench's side. It glows faintly, a moonlit vein pulsing in stone. You trace the line with your thumb, feeling the pulse beneath. The pulse is like a heartbeat of the garden. You breathe in, absorbing the garden's soft rhythm. Each inhale carries a whisper of ancient stone secrets. You exhale slowly, letting go of the day's weight. The bench listens, absorbing tension and returning calm. You feel a sense of timelessness, as if centuries kiss your skin. You think of the Library of Alexandria, a beacon of knowledge. Its shelves once held scrolls, now only memory and imagination. You imagine basil growing among those scrolls, a living herb whisper. The bench sighs, as if hearing a forgotten song. You curl your fingers around a stem, feeling its life force. The stem pulses tiny, like a heartbeat in the earth. You notice a sound, faint as wind through reeds. It rises from the soil, the garden's internal lullaby. Your mind lingers on the scent, the whisper, the pulse. You feel yourself drifting, each breath a feather. The bench holds you like a stone pillow. You think it is the gentlest kind of gravity. You let the idea settle, a soft lull of thought. The bench's rhythm echoes, matching the calm of your pulse. You smile, as if the garden answered your whispered ask. A soft rustle, almost like applause, rises again. It is the wind, but also a choir of leaves. You feel the wind gentle as a mother's breath. This is the garden's lull, a quiet, continuous hush. You rest, letting the hush settle over your mind. You breathe, and the silence grows deeper, a lake of calm. Near the bench, a small bird perches, watching you. Its eyes flicker, a tiny candle of observance. You offer a thought, a gentle thanks for the moment. The bird tilts, as if nodding in agreement. You feel a subtle connectivity, a shared breath with the creature. The bench keeps your body steady, the world still around. You notice a faint glow, the moon's reflection on the soil. It ripples like a mirror showing night's soft face. You close your eyes, letting darkness fold around you. You feel the bench absorb your heartbeat, turning it into a song. The song is low, rocking you deeper into rest. You let the rhythm flow, a river of peace within. You surrender, feeling the bench cradle your dreams. The bench hums, a tender lullaby that keeps you safe. You drift closer to sleep, the garden's breath guiding you. You feel a tiny vibration in the bench, a playful tickle of ground. It feels like a gentle tap on the shoulder, a reminder of steadiness. You inhale the cool night, each breath a quiet promise. The promise is simple: rest, recover, and return to a deeper calm. You watch the moon, full and serene, a silver coin hanging. Its glow paints the lawn white, a quiet spotlight over the bench. You sense the bench absorb, then release the energy back. The release is a soft sigh, like the wind's own sigh. You exhale, feeling the weight of day melt away. Only the bench remains, a steady rhythm in the darkness. You realize your thoughts are drifting, like leaves in the air. Their drift is gentle, guided by the bench's calming pull. You imagine the basil leaf as a lantern, lighting tiny pathways of thought. Your mind follows these pathways, each step a quiet whisper. You feel the hum, a low current of calm running through you. The current moves like a river, soft and endless. You breathe, each breath a bead rolling down a stone. You let the beads drop, feeling your tension melt. The benchmark of patience. The bench offers a slow rhythm. You follow it, your mind easing into a soft space. You find yourself on this quiet shore of relaxation. The shore is a gentle curve of stone beneath you. You breathe in, feeling the garden scent fill your lungs. The scent blends with night, a sweet lull in the air. You hear a distant owl, its call a low chord of night. You imagine the owl perched on a bench, sharing the quiet. The bench echoes its call, turning the silence into music. You let the music fill you like a blanket of night. You feel the blanket wrap around your shoulders, the world falling silent, your senses calm, each breath aligning with a distant heartbeat. You smile, knowing the bench is a friend of the night. Its presence steadies you like an anchor in a storm. You feel the anchor pull you back to Earth's gentle rhythm. You hear a faint chime, the wind's soft percussion. The chime merges with the bench's thud, forming a lull. The lull is deep, like a pool of moonlit water. You feel your mind dive into this pool, calm deeper. The pool reflects the stars, a galaxy of peaceful light. You smile faintly, feeling the stars smile back. You breathe, and the stars glow brighter, an endless lullaby. You let the lullaby carry you, feeling a gentle ascent. The ascent is subtle, a slow rise toward dreamland. You close your eyes, the bench steadying your rest. The bench becomes your foundation, a bed of stone. You feel the stone cradle your body, drifting in ease. You breathe, letting the world fade, leaving only the bench's hum. You feel the hum soothe your thoughts, turning them into feathers. Feathers drift, falling silent into the soil's soft cradle. You let them sleep, knowing they will rise again. Your heart keeps pace in harmony with nature's song. You feel yourself slipping deeper into the bench's gentle hold. The hold is warm, a steady pulse of stone and earth. You taste the faint stone mineral, calming, grounding. You breathe in, feel the wind through leaves as a sigh. You exhale softly, letting the wind carry your worries away. You feel the bench pulse like a heartbeat, soft and steady. You close your eyes, and the heartbeat dissolves into sleep. Sleep swallows you gently with a stone's gentle weight. You rest the bench, a quiet guardian through night. You feel the night's breath on your cheek. Cool and kind, you feel the night's breath on your cheek. Cool and kind. A soft hush settles over the garden, wrapping the bench in twilight. Dusk folds its soft light across the stones, painting a gentle amber. A low murmur rises from the roots, nature's own lullaby. You close your eyes, letting the dusk seep into your senses. The bench's stone surface feels cool, yet warm with years of sun. You hear a distant owl, its chirp a quiet call. Historians still argue whether the basil scent had ceremonial uses. The debate lingers like the scent of night-blooming jasmine. A stray breeze carries the faint scent of crushed sardine shells, an old fisherman's sunscreen. You smile, a tiny joke at your own sense of the absurd. When the bench creaks, it sounds like a snore, soft and relieved. A moth flits past, its wings a quiet brush on the dusk. The sky above turns a deep navy, peppered with early stars. You breathe in the night air, letting coolness flood the corners of your mind. It seems the bench invites you to stay longer, like a friend, refusing to leave. A gentle vibration runs through the stones, an echo of 1,000 centuries. You imagine each echo is a traveler passing through the garden's memory. The bench seems to smile, a silent grin painted in moss. You chuckle amused by the idea of a stone with a secret grin. Your shoulders relax even further, releasing tension you didn't know you carried. The garden's silence becomes a blanket, soft, warm, encompassing you. You feel the moonlight brush the bench like a gentle hand. It feels like the night is a living cushion, shaping the bench's shape. You hear a distant drumbeat from a nightingale, pulsing with love. The bench holds that rhythm like a drum, softly beating your heart. You feel the vibration, a subtle pulse of life beneath your feet. The garden's hum is a lullaby, not simply a lull. Your mind drifts, following the quiet like a butterfly on a warm breeze. You find yourself dreaming of a time long after this garden will be. You remember the story of a Norman apothecary who cultivated herbs for healing. The apothecary's bench had stones that hummed with medicine. You imagine the bench was a healer, tending wounds with ancient roots. The bench's stones warm your skin, the earth breathing with you. Historical fact: the Great Fire of Rome burned in 64 CE, reshaping the city. You feel a surge of gratitude, a deep appreciation for the simple things. The bench's energy feels like a steady pulse, like a heartbeat in the earth. You breathe once more, each inhale a promise of rest. The bench sighs a final lull, and you surrender into the night. You are surrounded by quiet, the garden holding its breath. The night's darkness is a gentle cradle as a void to fear. You feel the bench's rhythm steady, a metronome that knows your pulse. A delicate chime rings from the distant stone, an echo of 1,000 centuries. You imagine each echo is a traveler passing through the garden's memory. The bench seems to smile, a silent grin painted in moss. You chuckle amused by the idea of a stone with a secret grin. Your shoulders relax even further, releasing tension you didn't know you carried. The garden's silence becomes a blanket, soft, warm, encompassing you. You feel the moonlight brush the bench like a gentle hand. It feels like the night is a living cushion, shaping the bench's shape. You hear a distant drumbeat from a nightingale, pulsing with love. The bench holds that rhythm like a drum, softly beating your heart. You feel the vibration, a subtle pulse of life beneath your feet. The garden's hum is a lullaby, not simply a lull. Your mind drifts, following the quiet like a butterfly on a warm breeze. You find yourself dreaming of a time long after this garden will be. You remember the story of a Norman apothecary who cultivated herbs for healing. The apothecary's bench had stones that hummed with medicine. You imagine the bench was a healer, tending wounds with ancient roots. The bench's stones warm your skin, the earth breathing with you. Historical fact: the Great Fire of Rome burned in 64 CE, reshaping the city. You feel a surge of gratitude, a deep appreciation for the simple things. The bench's energy feels like a steady pulse, like a heartbeat in the earth. You breathe once more, each inhale a promise of rest. The bench sighs a final lull, and you surrender into the night. You are surrounded by quiet, the the garden, holding its breath. The night's darkness is a gentle cradle as a void to fear. You feel the benches, rhythm steady, a metronome that knows your pulse. A delicate chime rings from the distant stone, an echo of 1,000 centuries. You imagine each echo is a traveler passing through the garden's memory. The bench seems to smile, a silent grin painted in moss. You chuckle amused by the idea of a stone with a secret grin. Your shoulders relax even further, releasing tension you didn't know you carried. The garden's silence becomes a blanket, soft, warm, encompassing you. You feel the moonlight brush the bench like a gentle hand. It feels like the night is a living cushion, shaping the bench's shape. You hear a distant drumbeat from a nightingale, pulsing with love. The bench holds that rhythm like a drum, softly beating your heart. You feel the vibration, a subtle pulse of life beneath your feet. The garden's hum is a lullaby, not simply a lull. Your mind drifts, following the quiet like a butterfly on a warm breeze. You find yourself dreaming of a time long after this garden will be. You remember the story of a Norman apothecary who cultivated herbs for healing. The apothecary's bench had stones that hummed with medicine. You imagine the bench was a healer, tending wounds with ancient roots. The bench's stones warm your skin, the earth breathing with you. Historical fact: the Great Fire of Rome burned in 64 CE, reshaping the city. You feel a surge of gratitude, a deep appreciation for the simple things. The bench's energy feels like a steady pulse, like a heartbeat in the earth. You breathe once more, each inhale a promise of rest. The bench sighs a final lull, and you surrender into the night. You are surrounded by quiet, the garden holding its breath. The night's darkness is a gentle cradle as a void to fear. You feel the bench's rhythm steady, a metronome that knows your pulse. A delicate chime rings from the distant stone, an echo of 1,000 centuries. You imagine each echo is a traveler passing through the garden's memory. The bench seems to smile, a silent grin painted in moss. You chuckle amused by the idea of a stone with a secret grin. Your shoulders relax even further, releasing tension you didn't know you carried. The garden's silence becomes a blanket, soft, warm, encompassing you. You feel the moonlight brush the bench like a gentle hand. It feels like the night is a living cushion, shaping the bench's shape. You hear a distant drumbeat from a nightingale, pulsing with love. The bench holds that rhythm like a drum, softly beating your heart. You feel the vibration, a subtle pulse of life beneath your feet. The garden's hum is a lullaby, not simply a lull. Your mind drifts, following the quiet like a butterfly on a warm breeze. You find yourself dreaming of a time long after this garden will be. You remember the story of a Norman apothecary who cultivated herbs for healing. The apothecary's bench had stones that hummed with medicine. You imagine the bench was a healer, tending wounds with ancient roots. The bench's stones warm your skin, the earth breathing with you. Historical fact: the Great Fire of Rome burned in 64 CE, reshaping the city. You feel a surge of gratitude, a deep appreciation for the simple things. The bench's energy feels like a steady pulse, like a heartbeat in the earth. You breathe once more, each inhale a promise of rest. The bench sighs a final lull, and you surrender into the night. You are surrounded by quiet, the garden holding its breath. The night's darkness is a gentle cradle as a void to fear. You feel the bench's rhythm steady, a metronome that knows your pulse. A delicate chime rings from the distant stone, an echo of 1,000 centuries. You imagine each echo is a traveler passing through the garden's memory. The bench seems to smile, a silent grin painted in moss. You chuckle amused by the idea of a stone with a secret grin. Your shoulders relax even further, releasing tension you didn't know you carried. The garden's silence becomes a blanket, soft, warm, encompassing you. You feel the moonlight brush the bench like a gentle hand. It feels like the night is a living cushion, shaping the bench's shape. You hear a distant drumbeat from a nightingale, pulsing with love. The bench holds that rhythm like a drum, softly beating your heart. You feel the vibration, a subtle pulse of life beneath your feet. The garden's hum is a lullaby, not simply a lull. Your mind drifts, following the quiet like a butterfly on a warm breeze. You find yourself dreaming of a time long after this garden will be. You remember the story of a Norman apothecary who cultivated herbs for healing. The apothecary's bench had stones that hummed with medicine. You imagine the bench was a healer, tending wounds with ancient roots. The bench's stones warm your skin, the earth breathing with you. Historical fact: the Great Fire of Rome burned in 64 CE, reshaping the city. You feel a surge of gratitude, a deep appreciation for the simple things. The bench's energy feels like a steady pulse, like a heartbeat in the earth. You breathe once more, each inhale a promise of rest. The bench sighs a final lull, and you surrender into the night. You are surrounded by quiet, the garden holding its breath. The night's darkness is a gentle cradle as a void to fear. You feel the bench's rhythm steady, a metronome that knows your pulse. A delicate chime rings from the distant stone, an echo of 1,000 centuries. You imagine each echo is a traveler passing through the garden's memory. The bench seems to smile, a silent grin painted in moss. You chuckle amused by the idea of a stone with a secret grin. Your shoulders relax even further, releasing tension you didn't know you carried. The garden's silence becomes a blanket, soft, warm, encompassing you. You feel the moonlight brush the bench like a gentle hand. It feels like the night is a living cushion, shaping the bench's shape. You hear a distant drumbeat from a nightingale, pulsing with love. The bench holds that rhythm like a drum, softly beating your heart. You feel the vibration, a subtle pulse of life beneath your feet. The garden's hum is a lullaby, not simply a lull. Your mind drifts, following the quiet like a butterfly on a warm breeze. You find yourself dreaming of a time long after this garden will be. You remember the story of a Norman apothecary who cultivated herbs for healing. The apothecary's bench had stones that hummed with medicine. You imagine the bench was a healer, tending wounds with ancient roots. The bench's stones warm your skin, the earth breathing with you. Historical fact: the Great Fire of Rome burned in 64 CE, reshaping the city. You feel a surge of gratitude, a deep appreciation for the simple things. The bench's energy feels like a steady pulse, like a heartbeat in the earth. You breathe once more, each inhale a promise of rest. The bench sighs a final lull, and you surrender into the night. You are surrounded by quiet, the garden holding its breath. The night's darkness is a gentle cradle as a void to fear. You feel the bench's rhythm steady, a metronome that knows your pulse. A delicate chime rings from the distant stone, an echo of 1,000 centuries. You imagine each echo is a traveler passing through the garden's memory. The bench seems to smile, a silent grin painted in moss. You chuckle, amused by the idea of a stone with a secret grin. Your shoulders relax even further, releasing tension you didn't know you carried. The garden's silence becomes a blanket, soft, warm, encompassing you. You feel the moonlight brush the bench like a gentle hand. It feels like the night is a living cushion, shaping the bench's shape. You hear a distant drumbeat from a nightingale, pulsing with love. The bench holds that rhythm like a drum, softly beating your heart. You feel the vibration, a subtle pulse of life beneath your feet. The garden's hum is a lullaby, not simply a lull. Your mind drifts, following the quiet like a butterfly on a warm breeze. You find yourself dreaming of a time long after this garden will be. You remember the story of a Norman apothecary who cultivated herbs for healing. The apothecary's bench had stones that hummed with medicine. You imagine the bench was a healer, tending wounds with ancient roots. The bench's stones warm your skin, the earth breathing with you. Historical fact: the Great Fire of Rome burned in 64 CE, reshaping the city. You feel a surge of gratitude, a deep appreciation for the simple things. The bench's energy feels like a steady pulse, like a heartbeat in the earth. You breathe once more, each inhale a promise of rest. The bench sighs a final lull, and you surrender into the night. You are surrounded by quiet, the garden holding its breath. The night's darkness is a gentle cradle as a void to fear. You feel the bench's rhythm steady, a metronome that knows your pulse. A delicate chime rings from the distant stone, an echo of 1,000 centuries. You imagine each echo is a traveler passing through the garden's memory. The bench seems to smile, a silent grin painted in moss. You chuckle, amused by the idea of a stone with a secret grin. Your shoulders relax even further, releasing tension you didn't know you carried. The garden's silence becomes a blanket, soft, warm, encompassing you. You feel the moonlight brush the bench like a gentle hand. It feels like the night is a living cushion, shaping the bench's shape. You hear a distant drumbeat from a nightingale, pulsing with love. The bench holds that rhythm like a drum, softly beating your heart. You feel the vibration, a subtle pulse of life beneath your feet. The garden's hum is a lullaby, not simply a lull. Your mind drifts, following the quiet like a butterfly on a warm breeze. You find yourself dreaming of a time long after this garden will be. You remember the story of a Norman apothecary who cultivated herbs for healing. The apothecary's bench had stones that hummed with medicine. You imagine the bench was a healer, tending wounds with ancient roots. The bench's stones warm your skin, the earth breathing with you. Historical fact: the Great Fire of Rome burned in 64 CE, reshaping the city. You feel a surge of gratitude, a deep appreciation for the simple things. The bench's energy feels like a steady pulse, like a heartbeat in the earth. You breathe once more, each inhale a promise of rest. The bench sighs a final lull, and you surrender into the night. You are surrounded by quiet, the garden holding its breath. The night's darkness is a gentle cradle as a void to fear. You feel the bench's rhythm steady, a metronome that knows your pulse. A delicate chime rings from the distant stone, an echo of 1,000 centuries. You imagine each echo is a traveler passing through the garden's memory. The bench seems to smile, a silent grin painted in moss. You chuckle, amused by the idea of a stone with a secret grin. Your shoulders relax even further, releasing tension you didn't know you carried. The garden's silence becomes a blanket, soft, warm, encompassing you. You feel the moonlight brush the bench like a gentle hand. It feels like the night is a living cushion, shaping the bench's shape. You hear a distant drumbeat from a nightingale, pulsing with love. The bench holds that rhythm like a drum, softly beating your heart. You feel the vibration, a subtle pulse of life beneath your feet. The garden's hum is a lullaby, not simply a lull. Your mind drifts, following the quiet like a butterfly on a warm breeze. You find yourself dreaming of a time long after this garden will be. You remember the story of a Norman apothecary who cultivated herbs for healing. The apothecary's bench had stones that hummed with medicine. You imagine the bench was a healer, tending wounds with ancient roots. The bench's stones warm your skin, the earth breathing with you. Historical fact: the Great Fire of Rome burned in 64 CE, reshaping the city. You feel a surge of gratitude, a deep appreciation for the simple things. The bench's energy feels like a steady pulse, like a heartbeat in the earth. You breathe once more, each inhale a promise of rest. The bench sighs a final lull, and you surrender into the night. You are surrounded by quiet, the garden holding its breath. The night's darkness is a gentle cradle as a void to fear. You feel the bench's rhythm steady, a metronome that knows your pulse. A delicate chime rings from the distant stone, an echo of 1,000 centuries. You imagine each echo is a traveler passing through the garden's memory. The bench seems to smile, a silent grin painted in moss. You chuckle amused by the idea of a stone with a secret grin. Your shoulders relax even further, releasing tension you didn't know you carried. The garden's silence becomes a blanket, soft, warm, encompassing you. You feel the moonlight brush the bench like a gentle hand. It feels like the night is a living cushion, shaping the bench's shape. You hear a distant drumbeat from a nightingale, pulsing with love. The bench holds that rhythm like a drum, softly beating your heart. You feel the vibration, a subtle pulse of life beneath your feet. The garden's hum is a lullaby, not simply a lull. Your mind drifts, following the quiet like a butterfly on a warm breeze. You find yourself dreaming of a time long after this garden will be. You remember the story of a Norman apothecary who cultivated herbs for healing. The apothecary's bench had stones that hummed with medicine. You imagine the bench was a healer, tending wounds with ancient roots. The bench's stones warm your skin, the earth breathing with you. Historical fact: the Great Fire of Rome burned in 64 CE, reshaping the city. You feel a surge of gratitude, a deep appreciation for the simple things. The bench's energy feels like a steady pulse, like a heartbeat in the earth. You breathe once more, each inhale a promise of rest. The bench sighs a final lull, and you surrender into the night. You are surrounded by quiet, the garden holding its breath. The night's darkness is a gentle cradle as a void to fear. You feel the bench's rhythm steady, a metronome that knows your pulse. A delicate chime rings from the distant stone, an echo of 1,000 centuries. You imagine each echo is a traveler passing through the garden's memory. The bench seems to smile, a silent grin painted in moss. You chuckle amused by the idea of a stone with a secret grin. Your shoulders relax even further, releasing tension you didn't know you carried. The garden's silence becomes a blanket, soft, warm, encompassing you. You feel the moonlight brush the bench like a gentle hand. It feels like the night is a living cushion, shaping the bench's shape. You hear a distant drumbeat from a nightingale, pulsing with love. The bench holds that rhythm like a drum, softly beating your heart. You feel the vibration, a subtle pulse of life beneath your feet. The garden's hum is a lullaby, not simply a lull. Your mind drifts, following the quiet like a butterfly on a warm breeze. You find yourself dreaming of a time long after this garden will be. The bench's energy settles deeper, and sleep finally claims you. Your eyelids grow heavier, yet the bench sighs softly, inviting you deeper. You lean back, feeling the stone cradle beneath your backbone, like a long-lost friend. In the hush, a distant owl flutters, its wings humming a lullaby that feels familiar. The scent of night blooming jasmine swirls, a whisper that tickles your nostrils, gentle. Behind that scent, a faint scent of crushed sardine shells lingers, a relic of old fishermen's sunscreen. You smile, amused by the absurdity of the aroma, letting laughter drift like a cloud. The bench creaks, a sound like a snore, a soft relief that makes you grin. You notice a moth flickering its wings against the dusk, like an unintentional dancer. Above, the sky turns navy, speckled with early stars that wink at the bench. You inhale deeply, letting cool air fill your lungs, each breath slower than the last. You feel the bench's ancient heat, a memory of the sun that once kissed these stones. Historians still argue whether the basils sent guided prayers in forgotten monasteries, a lingering debate. Some believe the bench holds a secret pocket for lost socks, a quirky fringe idea that makes you chuckle. Mild wind brushes the moss, sending a shiver that feels like a secret message. You listen to the rustle, a gentle drumbeat that syncs with your heartbeat. Your shoulders relax further, releasing tension you never realized you carried. The garden's silence becomes a blanket, soft, warm, enveloping you like a dream. You hear the distant flicker of candlelight, shadows dancing on the stone, almost alive. A small lamp on the bench glows, casting a pale halo over the herbs. You trace your fingers along the edge, feeling the roughness, a tactile lullaby. The water from a forgotten fountain drips, each drop a tiny metronome ticking in the night. You imagine each droplet a traveler, passing through the garden's memory, whispering stories. The bench seems to smile, a silent grin carved in moss, a tiny masterpiece of nature. You chuckle softly, amused at the idea of stone with a secret grin, a joke for the night. Your breath deepens, the rhythm slow, the world quiet, the bench steady. Moonlight brushes the bench like a gentle hand, painting silver lines across its surface. It feels like the night is a living cushion, shaping your thoughts, smoothing edges. A faint hum of a nightingale reaches you, a pulse that syncs with your pulse. The bench holds that rhythm like a drum, softly beating in your chest. Your body senses the vibration, a subtle pulse of life beneath your feet, calm. The garden's hum is a lullaby, not just a lull, more like a sweet lull swing. You feel a sense of trust, of being cradled by stone and sky, an unseen embrace. Your mind drifts like a butterfly on a warm breeze, chasing unseen petals. This tranquility feels deeper than any meditation you've practiced, a garden meditation. You pause, listening to the soft whisper of leaves, a choir of tiny voices speaking. Each leaf sings a note of patience, a melody that lingers in the air. You let your thoughts quiet, letting the bench sing them away like a lull song. You feel the bench's heartbeat, steady, reliable, a steady drum that guides your breathing. You inhale again, each breath deeper, slower, a rhythm matched to the bench's pulse. You exhale slowly, releasing imagined worries, letting them float on the night wind. Historians still debate whether the garden's aroma could soothe the imperial court, a debate that persists. The bench, a keeper of scents, holds memories that travel across centuries, like whispers. A peculiar rumor says the bench can store memories of forgotten lovers in the soil. You laugh at the thought, feeling the absurdity, but also warmth bloom within. Your fingers trace the rough stone, feeling the texture, a tactile lull that steadies you. You sense the bench's presence, almost alive, as if it shares a secret with you. The night deepens, the cool air thickening, a lullaby that wraps you tighter. You shift slightly, letting the stone support you, feeling the subtle shift under weight. The bench's ancient stones hum faintly, a vibration of time, echoing past footsteps. You listen closely, hearing, if only imagined, the sound of a distant caravan. That distant sound travels, winding through roots and soil, a gentle story told gently. You inhale, feeling the earth's breath, a slow exhale that matches the night. The bench reminds you of old times, of how stones were used as meditation stones. You feel a connection, a link to centuries of seekers, to those who found peace here. The bench feels like a portal, transporting you not physically, but in a mindscape. Your body relaxes deeper, settling like moss on stone, soft and content. You wonder, as a curious host, if the bench might hold a small, secret vault, hidden. You imagine, with playful humor, that hidden vault contains mismatched socks, a whimsical claim. The bench's hum grows softer, as if answering, "No, just moss, dear friend." You giggle softly, feeling the joy of a shared secret, the bench becoming a friend. The night hums, and the garden becomes a living lull, a dreamscape of gentle sounds. You feel the bench's shadow stretch, a silhouette of comfort across the ground. You sit still, feeling the bench's support, as if the stone is a gentle giant. Your breathing slows, and the bench's rhythm syncs with yours, creating a calm cycle. You sense the stars, watching over the bench, a celestial audience, a quiet choir. The bench's gentle vibration sends a ripple through your spine, a calming pulse. You surrender to the bench, letting it guide your unconscious to dreamland. The garden's silence becomes a lullaby that lingers like a soft aftertaste, sweet. You watch the moon, a glowing eye that watches over the bench and you. It feels like the night is a blanket, draping over everything cozy. The bench, a steady companion, offers gentle reassurance, a subtle reminder of safety. You close your eyes, feeling the bench's presence in your mind, calm. A gentle breeze stirs the leaves, a soft drum that plays a lull melody. You listen to the sound, each note a tiny vibration, a subtle reassurance. Your thoughts dissolve into the night, feeling the bench's voice cradle them gently. The bench's hum is gentle, a subtle beat, a lull that stays in rhythm with your slow breathing. You smile, thinking of the bench as a host that welcomes you into quiet. The bench feels like old stone that has held many stories, like a wise old storyteller. You are grateful, acknowledging the bench's quiet presence, a partner in relaxation. The bench sits near a small fountain, its water whispering, a gentle whisper that soothes. You feel the cool mist from the fountain, the subtle damp that touches your face. You let the mist calm you, a soft kiss on your skin, calming your nervous system. The bench glistens slightly, reflecting a faint moonlit glow, a subtle sparkle. You see the reflection, a silent echo of the sky, a cosmic mirror. Your mind drifts to memories of childhood garden, of bench where you told secrets. That memory echoes, reminding you that a bench can hold secrets, like a tiny safe. You think of the quirky idea that the bench holds a pocket for lost socks. You laugh, feeling the absurdity, while remembering the actual comfort the bench gives. You let your imagination wander, yet stay grounded by the bench's steady presence. The bench's stones feel cool to the touch, as if they breathe with time. You press your palm against a stone, feeling a pulse beneath, a subtle thrum. It reminds you of a heartbeat, connecting you to the earth and the bench. The bench holds a memory of many springs, seasons, and countless breaths. You feel part of that cycle, being part of a longer story, a quiet participant. You feel the bench breathe, exhaling warmth, as if it shares your breaths too. Your chest rises, your breath deepens, matching the bench's gentle exhale. You realize the bench is not just stone, but a living pulse of the garden. The bench feels like a guardian, keeping watch over the night and your dreams. You feel safe, protected by stone, by plants, by the quiet hush of the garden. You feel the night settle, a gentle cascade, a lull that invites sleep. The bench's calm extends to the corners of your mind, wiping away stress. The bench's voice is a gentle whisper, a lull that lulls you into darkness. You let the bench's vibration settle, letting thoughts fall like leaves. The bench is your anchor, your steady point amid restless thoughts. You allow your body to sink deeper, feeling a relaxation thick as moss. The bench and garden hum a lull similar to a lull song for the night. You notice a tiny frog perched near a stone, croaking soft. The frog's croak is a tiny note, adding to the garden's lullaby. You pause, absorbing each sound as a soft meditation. You thank the bench, feeling grateful, as if you shared a quiet joke. You feel sleep creeping in, like a feather of moonlight. Your eyelids flutter, heavy, the bench still supporting your head. The bench's vibration is soothing, like wind through tall grass. Your thoughts quiet, the night's hush wrapping soft. The bench's rhythm syncs with your breathing, slow, steady, comfortable. You sense a deep connection between stone and your own rhythm, a subtle dance. Historians still debate whether the bench's stones were part of a Roman aqueduct, a subtle debate. Some say the bench was built to redirect moonlight onto a sleeping monk, a fringe claim. The bench remains, unchanging, still a haven for restless souls. You close your eyes, letting the bench carry you gently further into sleep, ending the story. Your eyelids grow heavier, yet the bench sighs softly, inviting you deeper. A gentle cushion, you lean back, feeling the stone cradle beneath your backbone, like a long-lost friend, softly today in the hush. A distant owl flutters its wings, humming a lullaby that feels familiar, the scent of night blooming jasmine swirls, a whisper that tickles your nostrils softly today, in silence behind that scent. A faint hint of crushed sardine shells lingers relic of fisherman's sun. Soft you smile, amused by the absurdity of the aroma, letting laughter drift like a cloud. Softly, the bench creaks, a sound like a snore, a soft relief that makes you grin daily. You notice a moth flickering its wings against the dusk, like an unintentional dancer. Softly above the sky turns navy, speckled with early stars that wink at the bench. Quietly, you inhale deeply, let cool air fill your lungs, each breath slower than the last. You feel the bench's heat, a memory of the sun that once kissed these stones. Softly, historians still argue whether the basils sent guided prayers in forgotten monasteries. Lingering debate. Today, some think the bench holds a secret pocket for lost socks, a quirky idea that makes you chuckle. Mild wind brushes the moss, sending a shiver that feels like a secret message. Softly, you listen to the rustle, a gentle drumbeat that syncs with your heartbeat. Softly, today your shoulders relax, further releasing tension you never realized you carried. Softly today, quietly, as the garden's silence becomes a blanket, soft, warm, enveloping you like a dream. Softly today, you hear the distant flicker of candlelight, shadows dancing on the stone, almost alive. Softly, a small lamp on the bench glows, casting a pale halo over the herbs. Softly, you drift toward sleep, the bench humming moonlight, rapping like a tender lullaby. Softly, today, quiet,